check, mic check. Hope everybody is able to hear me. Hello, mic check. Good morning, everyone. Mic check. Hmm. Hello, mic check. Good morning. Mic check. Mic check. Google Meet mic check. Hope everyone is able to hear me. Uh, Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary of ISTTP-3, which has gained its popularity with the beautiful topic we have chosen, Contrivance of Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, for the Environmental Conservation, a 7 day training program scheduled to be held from 24th to 30th June 2022. Signing in from the campus of Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. On the behalf of our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, and the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the 6th day of ISTTP-3. Listening much more than allowing others to talk while waiting for a chance to respond. Listening is paying full attention to others and welcoming them into our very beings. The beauty of listening is that those who are listened to start feeling accepted, they start taking our words more seriously and discovering their true selves. You all are welcome by good company, good flowers, good people, all possible good things on earth. आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम 3 के छठे दिन में बहुत बहुत स्वागत आप सबका अभिनंदन माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं वह वेदों की जननी है माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान साहित्य और संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के छठे दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं We are beginning the 6th day of ISTTP-3 by remembering Goddess Saraswati and worshipping her. I would like to tell all the viewers and the delegates who are joining us from the different parts of the world that we are hosting this training program from Rajasthan. And there is some mishappening happened in one of the locations which is known as Udaipur. And because of that, the state government of Rajasthan has closed all the datas. There is no internet connection right now running except the LAN and the broadband. So we were facing some technical difficulties in the beginning, but God has been kind with us that we are able to start in time. But we may face some difficulties in between because for 24 hours, everything as far as internet and ethernet is talking, if we are talking about, it is closed in state government of Rajasthan totally. So please bear with us, but somehow we are able to run the meeting on LAN. So I would appreciate your understanding on this. Thank you so much. So now it is a small and fast recap from the 5th day of ISTTP-3. The day 5th started with the recap of the 3rd and the 4th day of ISTTP-3. After that, we had our first keynote speaker of the day, which was delivered by Dr. Rajshekharan Selvaraju, who is a professor in the Department of Information Technology, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Ibri, Sultanate of Oman. After that, we have another keynote address by Dr. Marjon B. Anislake, who is Assistant Professor of Agroforestry, Surigao Norte State University, Surigao del Norte, Philippines. After that, we had another keynote address by Dr. Vasudev Gurnule, who is the Associate Professor in Kamla Nehru College, Nagpur, Maharashtra, India. After that, we had keynote address by Professor Dr. Subhash Chandra, who is Head Department of Zoology at Maharishi Dayanand Saraswati University, Ajmer, Rajasthan, India. After that, we had a keynote speaker. Her name is Dr. Sashi Verma, who is Associate Professor in Political Science, Government Maharani Sudarshan College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. After that, we had another keynote speaker. His name is Dr. Shankar Subramaniam Iyer, Senior Faculty and Business Development Manager for Institutional Business, Westford Group, United Arab Emirates. After that, we had a free forum and feedback. Was the use of the fine house you haven't got a tolerable planet to put it on? So true. We all make our houses beautiful. We put so many things कि इसे नजर से बचा सके, पर हम ये तो सोचते ही नहीं कि हम ऐसा क्या करें कि हम अपनी धरती को भी नजर से बचा लें. So there is no use having a beautiful house if we don't have a tolerable planet. To me, a lush carpet of pine needles or a spongy grass is more welcome than the most luxurious Persian rug. So, today, the goal 4 of SDG, the quality education. Ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education by 2030. Education enables upward socioeconomic mobility and a key to escaping poverty. Over the past decade, major progress was made towards increasing the access to education and school enrollment rates at all levels, particularly for girls. Nevertheless, about 260 million children were still out of school in 2018. Nearly one-fifth of the global population in that age group, and more than half of all children and adolescents worldwide are not meeting minimal proficiency standards in reading mathematics. In 2020, as the COVID-19 pandemic spread across the globe, a majority of countries announced the temporary closure of schools, impacting more than 91% of the students worldwide. 91% students worldwide were affected. By April 2020, close to 1.6 billion children and youth were out of school, and nearly 369 million children who rely on schools meals needed to look for other sources for daily nutrition. Never before have so many children been out of school at the same time, disrupting learning and upending lives, especially the most vulnerable and marginalized. The global pandemic has far reaching consequences that may jeopardize hard won gains made in improving global education. What are the targets of SDG? By 2030, ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality and primary and secondary education, leading to relevant and goal 4 effective learning outcomes. By 2030, ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. By 2030, ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational, tertiary education, including university. By 2030, substantially increase the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship. By 2030, eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including the persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations. By 2030, ensure that all youth and substantial proportion of adults, both men and women, achieve literacy and numeracy. By 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace, and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. Build and upgrade education facilities that are child, disability, and gender sensitive and provide safe, non-violent, inclusive, and effective learning environments for each and every one. By 2030, substantially expand globally the number of scholarships available to developing countries, in particular, at least developed countries, small island developing states, and African countries for enrollment in higher education, including vocational training and information and communication technologies, technical engineering and scientific programs in developed countries and other developing countries. By 2030, substantially increase the supply of qualified teachers, including operation for teachers training in developing countries, especially least developed countries and small island developing states. So this shows that how important education is in the SDGs. So now it's time for our 23rd keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Rajendra Purohit, who is working as the head of the department Zoology, Government Dugar College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. डॉक्टर साहब आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Dr. R.K. Purohit has been serving Government Dugar College for last 31 years in the field of teaching and research. He has expertise in the field of radiation science and published around 150 research papers in the Journal of National and International Repute. Dr. Purohit has attended around 150 international and national conferences and delivered invited lectures and chaired the sessions. He has also delivered keynote lectures in Japan and United States. He has visited Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and various other countries. Dr. Purohit has supervised 26 PhD scholars and 30 MPhil under his supervision. He has organized 1 national, 2 international conferences in the field of radiation biology. He is the recipient of many national and international awards, District Administration Award, Bharat Jyoti Award, Best Citizen of India Award, Rajiv Gandhi Excellent Award, Aishir Award, and Who's Who Award from USA. He is the member of many national and international societies. Presently, Dr. Purohit is holding the post of National Secretary of Indian Society of Radiation Biology. He also look after media and legal cell of the Dungar College. Dr. Purohit, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन.
बहुत बहुत आभार मैडम for nice introduction.
Sir, it is a wonderful CV you carry. Heartiest congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. Thank you so much.
Now I will request Dr. Purohit to start with his keynote address. So, the stage is all yours.
Yeah. I would request to share my slides from your office. Today I would speak on health hazards of mobile phone radiation. Nowadays, you can see, just as Dr. Mamta, mobile phone radiations and their impact on health. This is a recent topic. I am the man of radiation. Ladies and gentlemen, हम अगर देखें अपन लाइफ के अंदर आजकल मोबाइल का उपयोग हमारी लाइफ में कितना हो चुका है, and up to what extent these mobile phone radiations they damage our body in one way or another, I would like to mention in with the help of few slides. Next slide, please. When we talk about the area of radiation exposure before going to mobile phone radiation, there are 2 kinds of exposure, that is planned and unplanned. When we talk about the planned exposure, like the radiotherapy, like the space program, diagnostic exposure, and reactor maintenance. The unplanned exposures, they include nuclear warfare, nuclear terrorism, nuclear industry, nuclear accidents, and nuclear emergencies. Whether planned or unplanned exposure, ये दोनों तरह के जो exposure हैं, they may lead to various kinds of cancer and radiation syndromes. जब रेडियो सिंड्रोम या कैंसर उत्पन्न हो जाते हैं तो व्हाट कैन बी डन? Certain kinds of radio protectors they can be used. These radio protectors they will have great value in mitigation the radiation induced cancer and radiation syndrome. This is the basic about the plant and unplanned exposure. Now we come to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, what is the we talk about the mobile phone radiation. आज के टाइम में देखें एक बून हो गया है, एक वरदान हो गया है for better communication. Cell phone usage nonetheless has many health hazards also. Various studies indicate that the emissions from a cell phone can be extremely harmful, causing genetic damage, tumors, memory loss, increased blood pressure, and weakening of the immune system. The fact that this radiation is invisible, as we all know, intangible, and enters and leaves our bodies without our knowledge makes it even more intimidating. There are two kinds of mobile system. There is the global system for mobile communication, जिसे हम GSM भी कहते हैं, and code division multiple assays, जिसे हम CDMA भी कहते हैं. They are two most prevalent second generation mobile communication technologies. In the next slide, I will mention the how the GSM is effective, how the CDMA is effective, and what are the side effects. Next slide, please. Now, when we discuss about the cell phone background, use of cell phones has grown dramatically over the last 15 years, or we can say more than 20 years nowadays. Operate at frequency slightly higher than TV and FM radio signals. These are the completely non-ionizing radiation. Mobile phone radiations are also non-ionizing radiations. They do not ionize cells. Analog and digital phone operate in the frequency range 900 to 1800 megahertz. इस frequency में काम करते हैं both kind of mobile phones. The maximum powers of these phones are 2 watt and 1 watt. We can say 900 and 1800 megahertz respectively. जो इनकी average power है, these are the 1/8 of maximum. So they are the frequencies on what frequencies these mobiles work. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next. Again the previous slide. Back. I think all outline are not coming here. No outline, no. Okay, no outlines are not coming in this slide. Next, please. अगर अपन देखें इंडिया के अंदर सेल फोन और टावर के स्टेटस देखें, अगर अपन in Indian population है 1.2 plus billion and mobile towers 6 lakhs. Recently I have the data, they are more than 6 lakh nowadays. And mobile subscribers they are 900 plus million. अब इतने टावर्स हैं, इतने लोग मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं और इतनी पॉपुलेशन है, निश्चित रूप से इन मोबाइल्स का हमारी बॉडी के ऊपर कई तरह के हेल्थ हैजर्ड्स हो रहे हैं, जो कि मैं आने वाले स्लाइड में मैं आपको शो करने जा रहा हूं. तो बी अवेयर, यूज करें अपनी मोबाइल की जो उपयोगिता है, जो यूज कर रहे हैं मोबाइल को, इसको अपन लिमिट करें अपन. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. ये देखिए 4C ये सेलुलर टावर्स हैं, इनके एसएस पॉइंट्स हैं. When tower cell phone transmit 0.1 millivolt to 500 millivolt, they are the emission by cell phones. Then the cell tower they emit 25 watt maximum, 10 watt by typical. There are two kind of also typical and atypical. Then the wireless access point 0.1 milliwatt to 100 milliwatt typical. इतना इनसे एमिशन होता है आपके सेलुलर टावर से और सेल फोन से, यानी सेल फोन की तुलना में कई गुना ज्यादा ये सेल टावर जो है आपके रेडिएशन को एमिट कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. अब इनकी सेफ्टी लिमिट्स क्या है, कितना कुछ होना चाहिए. सपोज दी व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द ब्रॉडकास्ट टावर, रेडियो टीवी के जो आपके टावर्स हैं, ये तो 8 वाट पर किलोग्राम बॉडी मास, इससे ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए. टिपिकल में 100 किलोवाट within safety limit at the either TV or radio receiver in premises. When we talk about the cell phones टावर जो है पब्लिक के लिए है, 0.08 वॉट पर किलोग्राम और होल बॉडी। इससे ज्यादा टावर आपकी नहीं होने चाहिए। 10 वॉट टू 25 एट द टावर एंड बिलो 0.08 वॉट पर किलोग्राम फॉर पब्लिक। और टावर है फॉर दी प्रोफेशनल सर्विसेज के बारे में 8 वॉट पर किलोग्राम बॉडी मास, 100 वॉट एट द टावर, बिलो 8 वॉट पर किलोग्राम एट पोर्टेबल। ये कुछ सेफ्टी लिमिट्स हैं कि क्या लिमिट होनी चाहिए मोबाइल टावर्स की, कितना कुछ ह्यूमन बॉडी टॉलरेट कर सकती है, ये पता होना चाहिए मोबाइल टावर्स के बारे में। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सेल फोन ईयर वार्मिंग। देखिए हम कई बार देखते हैं कि फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम हम मोबाइल पे लगे रहते हैं। आप देखिए जितना अधिक आप मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं, कभी आप महसूस किया होगा आपने कि आपका जो सेंसेशन है ईयर के अंदर, हैव यू एवर नोटिस्ड व्हाट सेंसेशन इन द ईयर आफ्टर यूजिंग मोबाइल फोन फॉर ए लॉन्ग टाइम? आप काफी देर यूज करते रहे, दिन मोबाइल लगा रहे कान के ऊपर, आप जितना अधिक आप लगा रखेंगे कान के ऊपर, इट हैज बीन फाउंड, इट हैज बीन ऑब्जर्व्ड द टेम्परेचर ऑफ ईयर लोब्स इंक्रीजेस बाय 1 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड when the cell phone is used for approximately 20 minutes। आप लगातार 20 मिनट तक काम करते रहे, मोबाइल यूज करते रहे लगातार 20 मिनट तक। कई बार अपन देखते हैं अपने बात नहीं होती है, हम लगातार बात करते रहते हैं, हम घूमते रहते हैं पार्क के अंदर, मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं और लगातार मोबाइल फोन का यूज कर रहे हैं अपन। तो जब इतना मोबाइल फोन आप यूज करेंगे तो ये टेम्परेचर आपके बॉडी का, एटलीस्ट कान का टेम्परेचर ये 1 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड तक बढ़ जाएगा आपका। जब सेंसेस वार्म होंगे आपके पेन स्टार्ट होगा, देन टिनिटस होगा, टिनिटस रिंग से रिलेटेड है, एंड द इरिवर्सिबल हियरिंग लॉस, यानी हियरिंग लॉस तक के भी डाटा हमने देखे हैं, हमारे स्कॉलर्स पे काम कर रहे हैं। दे हैव फाउंड कि इतना जो ज्यादा मोबाइल यूज करते हैं, आप निश्चित देखिए उनका चिड़चिड़ापन स्वभाव में होना, उनका एक हमेशा अनइजीनेस होना, ये सब साइड इफेक्ट्स हैं इसके। समटाइम्स ऑल दिस मे लीड टू ईयर ट्यूमर, though till date we are not sure that the cancer is also caused by mobile phone radiation. Still it is under process, under the topic of research. Next please. Yeah, now I come to the SAR, very important point, that is specific absorption rate and the cell phone 6 minutes per day usage। ये इतना अगर अपन करते हैं, एक मोबाइल टावर को यूज करते हैं, ए सेल फोन ट्रांसमिट्स 1 to 2 वॉट, इतना तक सेल फोन जो है इतनी वाट्स पावर को सेल फोन ट्रांसमिट करता है। व्हाट इज SAR? रेट एट विच रेडिएशन इज एब्जॉर्ब्ड बाय ह्यूमन बॉडी। इट इज मेजर्ड इन वॉट पर किलोग्राम, इट इज मेजर्ड इन द वॉट पर किलोग्राम, दैट इज SAR, स्पेसिफिक एब्जॉर्प्शन रेट। In United States, maximum SI limit for cell phone is 1.6 watt per kg, which is for 6 minutes only. It has a safety margin per person. They should not use cell phone per day 10 to 24 minutes per day. We have to keep it in our mind कि हम कभी हम महसूस भी नहीं करते अपन कि हम रात को सोते हैं तब भी हम फोन का यूज कर रहे हैं, हम ऑफिस में हैं, कॉलेज में हैं, कहीं अपने ऑफिस के अंदर है, all the time we are busy in phone. So जो साइंटिफिक डाटा कहते हैं कि 20 मिनट से 24 मिनट तक ज्यादा हमें इसका फोन का उपयोग नहीं करना चाहिए। अगर आपको उपयोग करना ही है तो आप उसको स्पीकर ऑन रखिए, आप इसको सामने रखिए, डू नॉट कीप इट इन योर आवर पॉकेट, कीप ऑल द टाइम्स मोबाइल फोन अवे फ्रॉम योर बॉडी व्हाइल यू आर मूविंग इन कार। यू कैन यूज द ब्लूटूथ, आप इसको सेल फोन यूज कीजिए, लगातार कान पे इसको मत रखिए, क्योंकि मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूं हियरिंग लॉस हो सकता है, इरिवर्सिबल हियरिंग लॉस हो सकता है, एंड समटाइम्स इट मे लीड टू ट्यूमर आल्सो। देयर आर सर्टेन डाटा इन यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, इन इंडिया आल्सो वी हैव सीन मेनी डाटा कि जो ज्यादा टावर के पास है, बहुत मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं, ये जो ज्यादा आपके टेम्परेचर प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं आपके कान के अंदर, आपके ब्रेन के अंदर, विच मे लीड टू ब्रेन ट्यूमर आल्सो। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। Now, what WHO suggests, cell phone use can increase cancer risk, though it do not produce cancer, but they can lead to cancer risk. How? You all might have heard about the International Agency for Research on Cancer, that is IARC, a part of WHO, designates cell phones as possible human carcinogen class 2B. It has been found evidence of increase in glioma and acoustic neuroma brain cancer for mobile phone. There are researches are still going on in this field. I am a man of cancer biology. I am a man of radiation biology. Is mobile phone, do they produce cancer? They are the IRC report is there, found evidence the glioma cells and acoustic neuroma cells brain cancer. There are possibility of causing brain cancer in certain cases. The WHO report is also there. Next slide, please. Now, I have mentioned the popular science, are cell phone injurious to health? While the cell phone become an additional appendage for us, all this of course does not mean that we have to stop using cell phones. Just ensure you take precautions. हम आपसे नहीं कहेंगे आप फोन बंद कर दो, फोन से ये होता है कि फोन के फायदे बहुत हैं. मोबाइल फोन बून भी है, मोबाइल फोन कर्स भी है, अभिशाप भी है, वरदान भी है. देखिए क्या कर सकते हैं अपन, मैंने पहले भी कहा, वी कैन लिमिट अवर यूज. कई बार अपन देखते हैं कि बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता नहीं होती है, इस बाद में स्टूडेंट्स को देखता हूँ, फैकल्टीज को भी देखता हूँ, बड़े बड़े सेंटर्स को देखता हूँ कि लगातार लगे हुए फोन के ऊपर. इतना उपयोग मत कीजिए इसका. लिमिट योर यूज. उपयोग कीजिए, पूरा कीजिए, लेकिन बी लिमिट. टॉक फॉर शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशंस. अनायास अपन लंबी बातें करते रहते हैं जिसे कोई महत्व नहीं होता. इफ पॉसिबल, मैंने पहले भी कहा, कीप दी मोबाइल फोन अवे फ्रॉम योर बॉडी. इफ पॉसिबल, यूज SMS and use cell phone with lower SAR. I have already mentioned, I have discussed about the specific absorption rate. Now you can use the speakers also, speaker phone or wired hands free or Bluetooth. जैसे आप कार में जा रहे हैं आप लोग, तो आप ब्लूटूथ यूज करें आप, लेकिन हम लगातार लगे रहते हैं. बट कीप द सेल फोन एट डिस्टेंस ऑफ एटलीस्ट 12 इंचेस फ्रॉम योर बॉडी. 12 इंच तक कम से कम मोबाइल को दूर रखिए. यूज द लैंडलाइन व्हेन अवेलेबल. या मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि आज के टाइम में अधिकांश घरों में लैंडलाइन बंद हो गए हैं. मैंने स्टिल लैंडलाइन रखा हुआ है. आप कोशिश करें जब आप घर पे हैं आप लैंडलाइन का उपयोग करें. लैंडलाइन इतना आपके हार्मफुल बॉडी के अंदर नहीं है. डू नॉट कीप सेल फोन इन योर पॉकेट फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम. आप घर पे हैं, कहीं भी हैं, आप फोन को अपने सामने रखिए, अपने फोन स्टैंड रखिए, क्योंकि हमें हैबिट या आदत डेवलप करनी होगी. हमें आदत छूट चुके हैं, हम लगातार फोन आता है सीधे हम कान पर लगा लेते हैं. आप स्पीकर फोन रखिए. आज जहां भी बैठते हैं, घर में बैठते हैं, ऑफिस में बैठते हैं, कार में, आप स्टैंड रखिए मोबाइल का और रहने दीजिए. और उसको आप लाउड स्पीकर ऑन रखिए, इसके आप करें. ये कुछ हो सकते हैं, बिकॉज ऑल द टाइम्स वी कैन से द प्रिकॉशन इज बेटर देन क्योर. हमें मोबाइल फोन तो काम आता ही है, हम इससे दूर हो नहीं सकते. कहना बड़ा आसान है, यूज ना करें, लेकिन यूज करना पड़ता है. तो यूज करें, तो कैसे यूज करें, क्या कुछ हो सकता है, कैसे बचा के उपाय हो सकते हैं. आई हैव स्पोकन अबाउट ऑल दिस थिंग्स. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. नाउ I come to the cell tower radiation. Antennas on cell tower transmits in the frequency range of, ये देखिए CDMA मोबाइल जो है 869 to 890 मेगाहर्ट्ज. देन GSM है 935 to 960 मेगाहर्ट्ज. then 1805 to 1880 megahertz, GSM 1800, and again the 3G mobiles. Nowadays you can see 4G, now we can see the 5G. जितना आप कंप्लेंट करते जाएंगे कि हमको तो 5G चाहिए, आने वाले टाइम में 6G आ जाएगा, 7G आ जाएगा, तो जितना अधिक आपकी जी बढ़ता जा रहा है उतना ही अधिक जी का जंजाल भी बढ़ता जा रहा है. मोबाइल फोन की फ्रीक्वेंसी जो रेडिएशन एमिट्स कर रहे हैं ये बहुत ज्यादा निकल गया सेल टावर से. आप देखें कई अपने मोहल्ले में मोबाइल टावर लगता भी है तो लोग विरोध करते हैं कि हमारा टावर नहीं लगाना चाहिए. निश्चित रूप से मोबाइल टावर को शहर से दूर लगा जाना चाहिए. जहां हम रहते हैं कॉलोनी में रिहायशी आवास है, जो आपके अर्बन एरिया है, वहां इनको दूर रखा जाना चाहिए. लेकिन दूसरी उसका एक साइड इफेक्ट होता है, हमारी शिकायत आती है, हमें कंप्लेंट करते हैं कि भाई कि हमारी फ्रीक्वेंसी नहीं आ रही, हमारी रेंज नहीं आ रही, हम ढंग से बात नहीं कर पा रहे. लेकिन हम इन सबको हमें बचना होगा, हमें इनसे देखना होगा. हमें नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. ये देखिए सेल टावर इंस्टॉल्ड, ये किस प्रकार से बिल्डिंग्स के ऊपर इतने बड़े बड़े सेल टावर लगे. देखिए आप ये सेल टावर. अब यहाँ जो पब्लिक एरिया नीचे बिल्डिंग के अंदर, ये तो आज से पब्लिक एरिया है. आप मान के चलिए कि निश्चित रूप से ऑल रेडिएशन एमिटेड बाय दिस सेल टावर्स, they are harmful, they are injurious to our health. क्या कुछ what kind of hazards are caused? We can see the headache, vomiting, आपका जी मतलाना है, जी घबराना है, all the time बेचैनी है, nosiness है, dizziness है, the all are the side effects of mobile towers. ये we should avoid the establishing mobile towers on our buildings or the neighboring buildings. It should be kept away from the colonies, from the residential areas. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, you can see the radiation pattern of a cell tower antenna. As I have mentioned, you can see, suppose this is a antenna. An antenna is there. The public living near the antenna, they are severe, very high hazards are caused. Some distance high, some distance medium, and some distance low. So you should establish the mobile towers you from very far away from your residence. You can see the, suppose people living within 50 to 30-meter radius are in the high radiation zone. In scientific term, we use it a dark blue and are more prone to eye second effect, ill effect of electromagnetic radiation. Nearby, distance, medium, and the low dose of radiation they are exposed. So, in a with the help of this diagram, I have mentioned the severity of damage caused by the mobile towers. Next, please. Next slide, please. Suppose we have the mobile towers and a building of around 5th, 6th, 7th, and 10th floor. 5th, 7th, at the 8th floor. The people living in this floor, they are directly affected by the mobile tower radiation. People living in the first floor or second floor, fourth floor, they are not directly exposed with the radiation emitted by the mobile towers. You can see. So they directly facing at similar height at the mobile tower, they are more prone to radiation, and health hazards are also more severe in the people living in these flats, these buildings. So again, the cell phone tower installed on the Vijay Apartment Terrace at the Carnville Road of between Coquette. Now next, please. Now the biological effects. This is my main topic. My talk is the health hazards of mobile phone radiation. Most common complaints which we have received, you all can see in the nearby the mobile tower. Sleepy disruption. Use more and more mobile phone, you will face these problems. Headache, then the dizziness, palpitation in the heart. If you keep your mobile phone in your pocket, you will find the palpitations of the heart. Concentration, again, you will not concentrate in any work because you are frequently using the mobile phones. Visual disorders, also one of the very important cause. Then आपकी याददाश्त चली आ रही है, आपको याद नहीं आ रहा है, कहीं भूलते आते हैं, तो बहुत टाइम मोबाइल यूज कर लिया, आपको याद ही नहीं आ रहा आपको. Then the cardiovascular problem also. Cardiovascular problems. डिप्रेशन में मैं कई बार देखता हूँ कि जो बहुत ज्यादा मोबाइल यूज करते हैं बहुत ज्यादा डिप्रेसिव रहते हैं, फेटिक भी है, सुस्ती पड़ना बहुत आता है. जो ही मोबाइल रखा आपको नींद ऐसा एहसास हो रहा है, नींद आपको आती नहीं है. एटलीस्ट रात को, ये साइंटिफिक डाटा है, रात को सोने से पहले भी एटलीस्ट बिफोर 1 hour stop using mobile phone, stop using, no need of using mobile phone. Then the buzzing in the head, आपके टन टन हो रहा है, बजिंग हो रहा है, बज रहा है सिर में, हेडेक भी हो रहा है आपके. आज आपको लग रहा है पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है, मेरे तो माथा दुख रहा है आज तो. Why? So these are the, we should keep it in mind. If you are suffering from all these problems, sleep disruption, headache, concentration, forgetful memory, then the depression, fatigue, dizziness, palpitations, visual disorders, cardiovascular problems, buzzing, अगर आपको ये सब प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही है तो आप मान के चलिए कि एक कारण इसका, मैं नहीं कहता यही एक कारण है. वन ऑफ द रीजन इज एक्सटेंसिव यूज ऑफ मोबाइल फोन्स. कम करें मोबाइल फोन्स का. मोबाइल एक अभिशाप जरूर है और लेकिन दूसरे मैंने कहा ये एक वरदान भी है, इसका उपयोग करें और आप स्वस्थ रहें। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। नाउ दी अगेन बायोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स क्या हो सकते हैं मोबाइल फोन्स के? एल्जीमर डिजीज, एज यू ऑल नो, दिस इज दी न्यूरोडिजेनरेटिव डिसऑर्डर्स, इम्यून सिस्टम डिग्रेडेशन। हम सभी भी कोरोना से उठ के आए हैं, देखा है हमने कि इम्यून सिस्टम बहुत कमजोर है। बहुत जिनके इम्यून सिस्टम बहुत अच्छा था वो कोरोना से बच गए थे, जिनका इम्यून सिस्टम बहुत कमजोर रहा, पुअर रहा, उन सबको बहुत ज्यादा सफर करना पड़ा कोविड काल के अंदर। tinnitus I had also mentioned, and the ear damage, irreversible infertility। अपन नीचे पॉकेट में, पैंट की पॉकेट में रखते हैं अपन मोबाइल, कई बार डॉक्टर्स उसको मना कर रहे हैं, वी शुड नॉट कीप इन दी मोबाइल इन योर पॉकेट ऑफ योर ट्राउजर, बिकॉज दी समटाइम्स इनफर्टिलिटी केसेस भी हैं, ऐसा पाया गया कुछ साइंटिफिक रिपोर्ट्स के अंदर। मे बी वन ऑफ द कॉज, नॉट दिस इज द मोबाइल फोन ओनली, वन ऑफ द कॉज इज कीपिंग मोबाइल फोन इन योर पॉकेट ऑल्सो। इफेक्ट ऑन स्किन, आप देखिए स्किन में पहले भी कहा मैंने, आपकी स्किन बहुत ज्यादा गर्म हो जा रही है, तापमान बढ़ रहा है, तो निश्चित रूप से आपकी ये स्किन को भी डैमेज करेगा। एंड इंक्रीज इन कैंसर रिस्क, मैंने पहले भी कहा मोबाइल फोन कैंसर कॉज नहीं करते हैं, बट दे मेक योर स्किन प्रोन टू कैंसर, बिकॉज बहुत ज्यादा हीटिंग हो रही है। वो हीटिंग होते से क्या कि तापमान 1 डिग्री टू 2 डिग्री का तापमान बढ़ जा रहा है मोबाइल फोन से, तो यू आर मेकिंग योर स्किन मोर प्रोन टू कैंसर। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। As we are working on the effects of gamma radiation on the different tissues of the body, on the blood cells, on the liver, I will show few slides in the my next slides. The live blood cells and electrosmog. Dr. Madhu Hawaz, the Trent University, Canada, she is working on the effects of mobile phones on the blood cells also. You can see the all are the poor circulation, use more mobile phone radiation. One of the causes is poor blood circulation, lower oxygen transport, and reduces again. You can see the accumulation of blood cells. Here you can also see maybe she has observed some data on use of mobile phones. So kindly, my humble request to all my faculties, all my scientists, all of the India and abroad, all the students, to use less use, kindly acquaint your body for less use of mobile phone radiation. Do not use extensive use of mobile phone, not more than 20 or 30 minutes per day. Next slide, please. Now the Professor Henry Lal from University of Washington, I have seen one paper also, the DNA damage, single and double strand breaks observed in DNA from microwave exposure at levels below the current FCC exposure standard. ये माइक्रोवेव रेडिएशन की बात की इन्होंने, कि माइक्रोवेव से भी पॉसिबिलिटी है डीएनए ब्रेकेज होने की। हालांकि आपको घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप निश्चिंत रहे। मोबाइल फोन जो होते हैं वो आपके डीएनए को डैमेज इतना आसानी से करना संभव नहीं है, इतना वो नहीं करते हैं, फिर भी बी अवेयर। लेकिन ये जो डाटा करते हैं, ये देखिए एक अनएक्सपोज कंट्रोल है, बंडल ऑफ डीएनए देखा इन्होंने, एक्सरे कैलिब्रेशन है, डीएनए ब्रेक्स आर वेरी ऑब्वियस। जो एक्सरे हैं, मैंने पहले भी कहा गामा रेज पे, जैसा मेरा फील्ड रिसर्च का मेरा है गामा रेज का, गामा रेज जो है वो एक्सरे भी गामा रेज है, इनका देखिए ये डीएनए डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा करते हैं। देन दी सेल फोन लेवल है, माइक्रोवेव एक्सपोजर है, 2 आवर्स लगातार 2 घंटे तक आप लगे रहे मोबाइल के ऊपर, तो पॉसिबिलिटी है कि कहीं ना कहीं आपके डीएनए को डैमेज ये कर सकते हैं। अगर डीएनए डैमेज होगा, यू ऑल नो देयर इज पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ रिटेनिंग म्यूटेशंस। सो म्यूटेशंस को भी ऐसी पॉसिबिलिटी है। डे बाय डे ये खूब काम चल रहा है मोबाइल के ऊपर, पब्लिक अवेयरनेस कैंप भी चला रहे हैं। हमने भी बहुत सारे गांवों के अंदर, बीकानेर जिले के अंदर बहुत सारे गांवों में कैंप चलाए हमने कि मोबाइल फोन का उपयोग कम करें, किस प्रकार से हेल्थ हजार्ड्स हैं। आई रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। देखिए इफेक्ट्स ऑन बर्ड्स एंड एनिमल्स। हैव यू सीन दी एनी बर्ड नियर सेल टावर्स? वी नेवर फाइंड। आप कबूतर देख लेंगे, बिल्डिंग बहुत सारे पिजन्स बैठे हैं, कबूतर बैठे हैं, बर्ड्स बैठे हैं, but maybe not. We do not find birds on cell towers. Why? Because birds have more volume and less weight, so hearing effect is very fast. हीटिंग इफेक्ट इज वेरी फास्ट। जितने टावर्स हैं, टावर्स पे जो रेडिएशन एमिट हो रहे हैं, इन रेडिएशन एमिट से हीटिंग बढ़ रही है, और हीटिंग बढ़ जाती है तो वहां पे आपको बर्ड्स नहीं मिलेंगे आपको। दूसरा, जो ये मोबाइल फोन है, टावर्स हैं, दे इंटरफेयर विद द नेविगेशन एंड रिप्रोडक्शन। वी ऑल नो अबाउट द बर्ड माइग्रेशन। इन बर्ड माइग्रेशन को भी, जो इनका नेविगेशन है, इसको भी ये आपके जो एनिमल्स हैं, जो ये मोबाइल फोन रेडिएशन है, ये इनको डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। आई गिवन सम एग्जांपल्स। देखिए, जो गाय पालते हैं गुजर, जो खासतौर से डेयरी काउज हैं, अगर आप मोबाइल टावर्स के नीचे डे लगा रखी है आपने, ऐसे डाटा है, यू विल फाइंड द डिक्रीज मिल्क प्रोडक्शन, reproductive and developmental problem, and overall decline in overall health. So again, keep your pet animals also, like the cows, the buffaloes, the goats, away from mobile towers. Next slide, please. Now, effects on plants. My previous slide, it was mentioned on the effects on animals. Now this slide, effects on plants. 4 cell towers near Gurgaon, Delhi toll Naka. Output of most fruit-bearing trees drastically reduced from 100% to 5% after 2.5 years of cell tower installation. जहाँ पहले बहुत सारे पेड़ लगते थे, बहुत सारे फ्रूट्स आते थे उन पेड़ों के ऊपर, लेकिन वहां दिल्ली के अंदर भी इतने ज्यादा टावर्स लगा दिए गए। मैंने खुद पर्सनली मैंने देखा है कि आने बार मैं गया हूँ वहां पे, मैं देता हूँ कि जो फल वाले पेड़ थे, दे ऑल ड्रास्टिकली रिड्यूस हो गए, बहुत कम हो गए, फल आने बंद हुए थे वहां पे। मे बी एनवायरमेंटल इफेक्ट तो ही, and the mobile tower effect is also there. Next slide please. ये देखिए न्यूज कवरेज, मैंने ये ज्यादा रेडिएशन, 7 लोग कैंसर, 2 की मौत, रेडिएशन से 6 को कैंसर का दावा। अगर मोबाइल टावर सुरक्षित है तो इनकी बीमारी का राज क्या है? हम एक बार कहते हैं कि मोबाइल टावर्स वर सेफ, व्हाट इज द मिस्ट्री बिहाइंड देयर इलनेस? कहीं ना कहीं इनका रिलेशन निश्चित रूप से है। मोबाइल कंपनियां इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं होती क्योंकि उनके अपने अपने फायदे, उनके अपने बेनिफिट्स हैं। वो कभी एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रही कि ये जो कुछ हो रहा है, जहाँ कैंसर हो रहा है नियर प्लेसेस के अंदर, जहाँ मोबाइल, तो जहां मोबाइल टावर्स हैं वहीं पे ज्यादा कैंसर रिपोर्ट्स क्यों हो रहे हैं? हमने कई बार डिस्कस किया साइंटिस्ट से, अरे बार in many national international conferences, I raise this question always. Why the frequency of cancer is day by day getting increasing? तो ये नहीं मानते, कि कंपनियां नहीं मानती, आदिरत मार्ग है। आप कितने टावर वहां पे देखिए, कितने टावर या आपके शालीमार बाग पे हैं, नहीं मानते। तो वाई, क्यों बीमारी हो रही है? तो कह रहे इसका कारण कुछ और है, और इनका कारण कुछ और है। तो ये क्या रीजन है कि जहां पे आपकी ज्यादा टावर है वहां पे ज्यादा कैंसर हो रहे हैं। There are the certain, I know media also, there are certain media reports. Next slide please. Then I have discussed many things about the side effects caused by the mobile phone radiation. Then what are the suggested solution to reduce these these are the EMF hazards? Convince operators, we can make request operators to reduce transmitted power from 20 watt per kg to maximum 1 to 2 watt in dense urban areas. How to implement? Remove the power amplifier or reduce gain of amplifier. इसके लिए समटाइम्स मैं कई बार डिस्कस भी करता हूं, हम खुद जिम्मेदार हैं। हम बार बार फोन करते रहते हैं कि बीएसएनएल का टावर का रेंज नहीं आ रही, हमें एयरटेल चाहिए, हमें जियो चाहिए, हमारी रेंज नहीं आ रही। ये कंप्लेंट पब्लिक करती है। एक दिन भी अगर रेंज नहीं आती है, आज पूरा रास्ता में इंटरनेट बंद है, पता नहीं क्या कुछ हो गया, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तो अगर आप ज्यादा रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, ज्यादा कंप्लेंट करेंगे, टावर नहीं आ रहा, नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहा, तो कंपनियां क्या करेंगी? आपने जो एम्पलीफायर है इसकी पावर बढ़ा देगी। जितनी पावर बढ़ेगी एम्पलीफायर की, आप मांग के चलिए, उतना रेडिएशन बढ़ेगा। सो व्हाट आर द एडिशनल बेनिफिट्स? सपोज द कूलिंग ऑफ एम्पलीफायर will not be required, may not require air conditioner, will reduce, may not require diesel generator, solar panel can meet, operators can claim carbon credit, leads to green telecom. रेंज विल रिड्यूस, डिसएडवांटेज क्या है इनके, पावर रिड्यूस करते हैं, व्हाट आर द डिसएडवांटेज, range will reduce, then again we will have complaint of range. People living at larger distance may have signal problem initially. Operators have to install more number of mobile towers, which will cost them more money. Next slide, please. Sometimes mobile towers, if you keep mobile in your pocket, it may affect your pacemaker also. Scientific data are available. Those person who keep the mobile on pocket of their shirt, they also suffer some cardiovascular problem. Next slide, please. Next, please. They are the kind of base stations, the typical and atypical base stations. Whether typical and atypical, most of the towers, they cause, in one way or another, they cause the side effects of the mobile phone radiation. Next, please. Again, you can see the typical and atypical kind of the mobile towers. Next, please. Next, please. ये आप देखिए किस प्रकार से टावर टिपिकली पूरा एक पेड़ बना के उस पर भी लगा दिए गए, यानी ये प्लांट्स को इफेक्ट कर रहे हैं, ये एनिमल्स को इफेक्ट कर रहे हैं, ये ह्यूमन बींग्स को भी इफेक्ट कर रहे हैं। आपको जागरूक रहना होगा। आपके कॉलोनियों में, आपके मोहल्लों में टावर लगते हैं, आप लालच मत कीजिए कि मेरे घर पर टावर लग रहा है, मुझसे 20,000 पर मंथ मिल रहे हैं, मुझे तो पर रहना नहीं, मैं तो कहीं और रह रहा हूँ, ऐसा लालच मत कीजिए, आप अपोज कीजिए उसका। एंड टाइम टू टाइम आप भी इसकी जांच कर सकते हैं। आप कंपनी से आरटी से मांग सकते हैं कि आप में कितना रेडिएशन एमिट हो रहा है आपका, बचाव भी इसका उपचार है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये अगेन आप देखिए क्या सिचुएशन पैदा हो रही है मोबाइल टावर से। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। एग्जाम्पल ऑफ ICNIRP गाइडलाइंस। बेसिक रेस्ट्रिक्शन, होल बॉडी जो आपके स्पेसिफिक एडजस्ट रेट है 0.4 to 0.08 वाट पर किलोग्राम एवरेज ओवर 6 मिनट्स। अगर आप लगातार 6 मिनट तक मोबाइल यूज करते हैं तो इतनी एसआर आपकी आ जाती है। रेफरेंस लेवल फॉर जनरल पब्लिक एट सेल फोन फ्रीक्वेंसी 1800 to 1900 megahertz. Head of the trunk SAR 10 to watt per kilogram based on 10 grams of mass and 6 minutes average. Again 9 to 9.5 watt meter square based on frequency in megahertz of 200. They are the certain ICNIRP guidelines. Next, please. Are there non-thermal effects? I have discussed about the thermal effects of mobile phone radiation, and my next question is are there any non-thermal effect also? Is there justification for standards below thermal limits? Do biological effects or adverse health effects? What areas of research deserve attention? What approach should be taken while research is being completed? So we will have to take these points into consideration. We'll have to study both kind of effect, that is the thermal as well as the non-thermal effects, biological effects, and the health of that also. Next slide, please. Biological interaction. अब देखिए यहाँ पे force produced by an electric field on charged objects ions in the body causes them to move, results in electric currents. Current flowing through resistance of the material resulting in heating. जितना चार्ज बनेंगे, यानी यद्यपि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि जो मोबाइल फोन्स होते हैं इनका जो रेडिएशन होते हैं दे आर कंप्लीटली नॉन आयोनाइजिंग रेडिएशन, दे आर लेस इफेक्टिव देन दी गामा रेडिएशन। जब चार्ज बनेंगे, चार्ज बॉडी में मूव होगा, वही जो चार्ज का मूवमेंट है इट विल कॉज दी हीटिंग इफेक्ट ऑन आवर बॉडी। अगर हीट इनपुट बढ़ जाएगी, तापमान बढ़ गया बॉडी का, इट इंक्रीज ब्लड फ्लो फॉर हीट डिसिपेशन इक्विलिब्रियम। ब्रेन का टेम्परेचर बाय सेल फोन इज एस्टिमेटेड टू बी 0.1 सेंटीग्रेड टू इक्विलिब्रियम। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट। तापमान तो आपने कहा था 12 से 1 तक बच जाता है, ब्रेन तक का भी अगर लगातार कान में लगा रखेंगे, लगातार फोन यूज करते रहेंगे, तो ये आपका ब्रेन का भी जो सेल फोन है ये भी 0.1 तक का भी ये आपका बढ़ जाता है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। The biological interaction, the energy quanta at cell phone frequencies is 4 to 7 micro equilibrium and is needed to break chemical bonds in DNA is 1 electron volt. यानी जो मोबाइल फोन का फ्रीक्वेंसी है वो इनसफिशिएंट है, इट कैन नॉट ब्रेक द मोबाइल फोन। Electrificated in biological tissues, but to produce detectable changes, the fields would need to be greater than thermal or random noise. Next slide, please. Next slide. Recommendation in conversation with colleagues. Use known power levels and frequency bands to compare data. Provide clear context on what numbers are being used and the purpose. Be proactive in following safety guidelines. मैं एक बार बात कही है, बचाव ही उपाय है। If there is a tower proposed near your community, obtain RF power levels, frequency band proposed, heights and proposed of the tower installation. If your township opposes a tower on cell site, be proactive, check the data, not just emotions. लगने मत दीजिए, आप पूरी डिटेल मांगिए उनसे, डाटा मांगिए, आप जागरूक रहिए कि कितना रेडिएशन निकल रहा है। जब हमारे कॉलोनी में से लगाया था टावर, तब तो ये कहा था कि कोई इन पर बॉडी इफेक्ट नहीं होगा, हम तो ये लो पावर रेडिएशन लगा रहे हैं। लेकिन देखा कि जो हम डिमांड करते गए कि हमारे सिग्नल नहीं आ रहे, हमारे चैनल ढंग से नहीं आ रहे, तो इनकी बढ़ती गई। नेक्स्ट लिखिए, नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। नाउ बचावी उपाय है, what can be done in 24 hours of a day. We are getting exposed with many kinds of radiation. I have discussed detail about the mobile phone radiation. There are many other radiation. So I request public, I request all my students and faculty start using herbals also. We'll have to come back on Ayurvedas, like the Amblyca, like the aloe vera, like the rosemarinus, like the linum, different kinds of herbals we should use to get rid of the side effects of this kind of radiation. Next, please. For personal use at home, follow safety guidelines. Again, the limit proximity and length of use. If you are a frequent user, use headphones. See wireless technology as a friend that provides mobility to enhance quality of life. आप स्वस्थ रहिए, मस्त रहिए, मोबाइल का उपयोग करते रहिए, लेकिन प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर को आप अपनाते रहिए, इतने लापरवाह न होइए। इन कन्वर्सेशन ऑफ द टॉपिक, डोंट इग्नोर और एक्सेजरेट कंसर्न्स, स्टेट नॉन स्टडीज दैट स्पान और मेनी डेकार्ड्स। अनावश्यक रूप से अपन को बात फैलाने की जरूरत नहीं है कि मोबाइल से ये हो जाएगा, वो हो जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। वी हैव टू टेक केयर। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये कुछ इफेक्ट्स मैंने स्लाइड्स मैनी टाइम्स आई सेड दिस स्लाइड्स, द इफेक्ट्स ऑन लिवर, ये सारे गामा रेडिएशन के इफेक्ट हैं। ऐसे इफेक्ट्स हमने देखे हैं पैरेलल मोबाइल फोन से, मोबाइल में ऐसे इफेक्ट नहीं आ पाते हैं। दीज आर ऑल इफेक्ट ऑफ द रेडिएशन। दे आर द स्लाइड लिवर। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। दे आर द इफेक्ट ऑफ रेडिएशन ऑन किडनी। यू कैन सी द Bowman's capsule and the glomerulus, certain effects on the kidney. Next please. These again effects on radiation on testes also, as I had mentioned in my previous slides. Do not keep mobile in your sub pocket of the shirt and pocket of the pants. One of the reasons of infertility which is getting increased nowadays maybe one of the reasons maybe of using mobile phone radiation. Next please. Again, the effects of radiation on testes. You can see the effects on goblet cells, many dead cells, and you can see the different villi and of the intestine. Next, please. I have been to United States in 2016. The scientists of Korea, they all are working on the health hazards of mobile phone radiation. The big team in Korea. Next, please. Again, the chaired session in San Antonio, United States, is Professor Timurad Java, Georgia, USA. this fellow is also working on the mobile phone radiation. Next, please. Thank you. I was given the time up to 5 past 12. I hope I have concluded my talk within the stipulated time. Thank you, Mamta ma'am. Thank you, Mamta ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purohit. That was an amazing presentation, and I was listening it. Even everyone was listening it very carefully because all of us we use mobile phone, and it's a
Yeah.
extended appendage or extra appendage to all of us, as you have mentioned in your deliberation. If any questions, please raise your hand. Muskan, please open the chat box. Sir, there are a lot of compliments for you coming up, Dr. Purohit, because you have touched everyone very nicely because we all use mobile phones. I don't think so we can imagine life without mobile phones.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's
Thank you,
just
ma'am.
next to impossible as of now. I don't know what in the future, but at present, life cannot be imagined without mobile phones.
Use earphones, ma'am. Use headphones. Don't use. Keep the mobile away from the body. बचाव ही उपाय है, इसका बेटर और कोई उपाय नहीं है. अदरवाइज बहुत सारी बीमारियों का शिकार हम हो जाएंगे हम.
सर, मैं तो रात को सर के पास रख के सोती हूँ, आपसे दूर रख
नहीं,
के सोती
दूर एटलीस्ट मैडम कम से कम 1 फुट दूर रखिए मोबाइल को रात को भी आप.
हूँ। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, ये मैंने अभी आप बता रहे थे तब मैं यही सोच रही थी कि उसको दूर रख के ही सोना बेहतर है।
और दूसरी मैडम, आप बहुत बधाई के पात्र हैं. जब सारी दुनिया छुट्टियां एंजॉय कर रही थी तो ममता मैडम ने अपने आप को एकेडमी हम सबको बिजी रखा. आई एम थैंकफुल. यू डिजर्व फुल एप्रिसिएशन मैम कि विंटर समर वैकेशन के अंदर आपने इतने सेमिनार्स कराए, इतने इतने कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कराई. मैं पूरी दुनिया को बताया, मैंने पूरे कॉलेज में बताया कि अलवर में एक मैडम है, किस प्रकार से उन्होंने अपनी छुट्टियों को परवाह न करते हुए समाज के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. सेव एनवायरमेंट, बहुत साइंटिस्ट को हमसे मिलने का मौका मिला है. और निश्चित रूप से जो विद्यार्थी जुड़े हुए हैं उन विद्यार्थियों को इस तरह का सेमिनार का फायदा होगा. निसंदेह समर वैकेशन का अगर सही यूज किसी ने किया है तो प्रोफेसर ममता शर्मा ने किया है. थैंक यू ममता मैडम. थैंक यू सो मच
सर। बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बहुत हिम्मत मिलती है कुछ और अच्छा करने की, आप जब इस तरह से बात करते हैं। और आप तो यू आर नाउ लाइक अ फैमिली फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, एंड आपका हमारे साथ होना हमें बहुत हर्षित और उत्साहित करता है, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। और आपके लिए बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स है सर, चैट बॉक्स में देखिए हर कोई हर जगह से आपको लिख रहे हैं कि बहुत बहुत साधुवाद आपको।
थैंक
इफ
यू
नो
मैम.
क्वेश्चन, सो देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन. So there someone is asking effect of radiations on lungs and heart.
या देखिए, जो दी वी हैव वर्कड ऑन effect of radiation on heart and effect of radiation on lungs. We have worked on particularly mouse mammalian tissue. We have worked gamma radiation. They always affect heart. जैसे मैंने कहा मोबाइल फोन भी है, वो भी आपके पेस मेकर को अफेक्ट करते हैं. एक्सरे करते हैं, आपके चेस्ट का एक्सरे होता है, ये निश्चित रूप से जो आपके सेल्स हैं उनको डैमेज करते हैं. इतना उपयोग नहीं करना चाहिए. और मैंने कह दिया कि इन वन वे और अनदर हम कहीं ना कहीं रेडिएशन एक्सपोज तो हो गए ही. हमें हमारी दिनचर्या चेंज करनी होगी, हमें हर्बल्स की ओर जाना होगा. मैंने कुछ लिस्ट दी थी यहाँ पे प्लांट्स की, कुछ हर्बल मेडिसिन प्लांट्स की, उनका उपयोग करना होगा. वही एकमात्र इसका बचाव है इसका.
Anything else? I don't think so. But so someone is asking that how we can carry our mobile phones then.
Okay, there are two things. While you are moving on a scooter or the two-wheeler, you should keep your mobile phone in your purse or in your scooter dicky. यदि आप कार में जा रहे हैं, मैंने कहा था कार में स्टैंड रखिए, स्टैंड पर रखिए इसको. आजकल कार भी जो कार के स्पीकर हैं ब्लूटूथ से लिंक हो जाते हैं, डायरेक्ट उन्हीं से बात कीजिए. आप मोबाइल कैरी कीजिए, मोबाइल का उपयोग कीजिए. मूल पर्पज है कि मोबाइल को बॉडी से दूर रखिए. आप दिन भर कान पे चिपकाए रखना. आप मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं, डॉक्टर का मॉर्निंग वॉक कीजिए, लेकिन पूरे मॉर्निंग वॉक में देखा है कि लोग मोबाइल कान पे लगा रखते हैं. ऐसा मत कीजिए. मोबाइल को सामने रखिए. आप ऑफिस में बैठे हैं, आप टेबल स्टैंड रखिए, इसको स्टैंड पर रखिए, कीप ऑन द स्टैंड. घर में बैठे पलंग के ऊपर आप 1 फुट दूर पे स्टैंड के आराम से बात कर सकते हैं. बहुत सारी उपयोगिता है, बहुत सारे तरीके बात करने के, जो ज्यादा बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. इस मंच के माध्यम से कैरी कीजिए, लेकिन यथासंभव कोशिश करें अपने शरीर से दूर रखें. अगर आप चल रहे हैं तो मोबाइल हाथ में रखिए, नीचे ऊपर पॉकेट में मत रखिए मोबाइल को. आप देखिए इनफर्टिलिटी मैंने कह दिया जो आजकल बढ़ रही है, ये वन ऑफ द रीजन इसका मोबाइल फोन भी है। नीचे पैंट की जेब में जो रखते हैं मोबाइल, से वन ऑफ द रीजन ये भी है।
Thank you so much. Is it harmful to keep mobile data on? So there is a question.
मोबाइल डाटा ऑन, नो नो,
Data on.
देखिए डाटा डाटा ऑन तो you keep data on, there is no problem. You concentrate on main point also. The body, the mobile should be kept away from your body. You use mobile data, nothing. Whether you keep your data on or off does not matter much.
Okay. Sir, there is something coming up from the delegates. They are saying they have missed some of your slides. They want to see your slides once again. So, sir, if you permit, we can share with our delegates your slides. If you
Madam,
permit.
madam, it is not good sharing my PPT with the public. They can contact me. I can give you. You can give my mobile number then.
Okay,
This,
okay.
this is my personal.
सर का मोबाइल नंबर लिख दीजिए
हाँ,
इसमें।
मेरा मोबाइल लिख दीजिए, मेरे से कांटेक्ट करिए, मैं दे दूंगा।
सर हम लिख दे रहे हैं। If any questions, you can reach out to Dr. Prohit directly, and I can tell you this is a very small part you are seeing about Dr. Prohit. Dr. Prohit is amazing work in radiation toxicology. He has such a broad spectrum he can talk about. ये तो आज बहुत छोटा सा glimpse था इनकी intelligence का. So if anyone has any question, we have written Dr. Prohit's email ID here. You can get in touch with Dr. Prohit directly.
Anytime you can contact me. Thank you,
Yes.
ma'am. Thank you, madam, for giving me this opportunity.
So there is someone, Shafi Mohammed Zubair has written something.
Yeah.
Sir, given the condition, the mobile phones have an effect adversely affected sparrow population. May
Yeah.
I know, besides infertility, what is the impact of mobile phone usage on our nervous system?
On nervous system. Yeah.
Yes.
I have shown in my few slides the nervousness, dizziness, headache, G maslana, and the one way or another mobile phone may lead to development of brain tumor also.
Yeah.
Heating effect also, brain tumor also. These are the effects caused on the nervous system. 0.1 degree centigrade brain temperature is increased with mobile phone radiation, and this increase in temperature, it may lead to development of the brain tumor. So do not keep all the times mobile phone with keeping with your ear all the times, not like all the times. You can talk in this way. You keep on the stand. So ears, skin, cardiovascular, and the brain, they are the important organs which are affected by the mobile phone. Just you can data the public living under the mobile tower, large number of mobile, you can see the many cases of cancer. What is this? Company, the company that do not accept. मैंने कई बार कहा आपकी वजह से जी बतला रहा है, उल्टियां हो रही है, हेडेक हो रही है, सुस्ती आ रही लोगों में, क्योंकि हम कहते हैं हमारा डाटा नहीं आ रहा, हमारे चैनल नहीं आ रहा, नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहा। जितना आप कंप्लीट करो उतने बढ़ाते रहेंगे वो आपकी फ्रीक्वेंसी, बढ़ा देंगे, आपका नेटवर्क आ गया, लेकिन दूसरी आपकी बीमारियां बढ़ी घर के अंदर आपके।
Okay, Dr. Prohit, there is one more question that children are using mobile phones a lot. They want to see videos and games and everything.
Yeah.
How to prevent that? And there is another question coming from Pankaj Sharma. Sir, वो चाहते हैं कि वो आपकी स्लाइड्स को एक बार फिर से दिखाया जाए क्योंकि वो इस फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं, ऐसा वो लिख रहे हैं सर।
मैडम, अगर आपका टाइम परमिट करता है आप स्लाइड दोबारा दिखा दें, आई डोंट हैव एनी ऑब्जेक्शन। अगर टाइम परमिट नहीं कर रहा है तो सर मेरे से बात कर लेंगे, मैं उनको भेज दूंगा उनको।
ठीक है, I think time is not permitting us, so you can get in touch with Dr. Prohit. And meanwhile, sir, there is a question that children are using mobile phones.
Yeah, देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ मैडम, कि पेरेंट्स भी आज के चाह रहे हैं कि बच्चों को बाहर खेलने नहीं दे रहे। आपको चिल्ड्रंस को कहने की बिजी करना होगा। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि दोनों माँ बाप जॉब में हैं, बच्चों मोबाइल पकड़ाते हैं, 2 साल का बच्चा मोबाइल यूज कर रहा है। बच्चों को खिलौने में बिजी कीजिए, बच्चों को गली मोहल्लों में बच्चों को खेलने दीजिए, बच्चों को इतना चार्ज मत दीजिए। वो देख रहे हैं कि हमारे शांति है, 2 घंटे में टीवी देख, मम्मी टीवी देख रही है, 2 घंटे बच्चा मोबाइल पे लगा हुआ है। ये ऐसी हैबिट मत डालिए बच्चों मोबाइल के ऊपर। अगर मैं बहुत से घरों में देख रहा हूँ मैडम, 2 साल का बच्चा यूट्यूब चैनल चला रहा है, 3 साल के बच्चे यूट्यूब पे खेल रही है, और मम्मी बहुत राजी है, मेरे घर में बहुत शांति है। बच्चों को गली मोहल्ले में खेलने दीजिए, बच्चों को घर में खिलौने दीजिए, ऐसी कोई घर में माहौल डेवलप कीजिए कि बच्चे अपने आप को बिजी रह सकें। माहौल डेवलप नहीं करेंगे तो सबके पास एक ही उपाय आजकल मोबाइल से बिजी रहिए। कुछ सारी चीज देनी पड़ेगी बच्चों को आपको। बच्चों को पार्क में, शाम को बच्चों को पार्क में घुमा के लाओ, बच्चों को तो टाइम दीजिए बच्चों को। दिन भर हम पैसों पीछे नहीं भागते रहे कि सुबह भागे पैसों से, शाम तक पैसों से भागते फिर रहे हैं। बस शाम को 2 घंटे बच्चों को दीजिए। कितना अखबारों में आता है, मीडिया में आता है, मदर्स डे, फादर्स डे, चिल्ड्रंस डे, सब डे मना रहे हैं कि आज ही मम्मी की याद आ रही है, आज ही बच्चों की याद आ रही है। तो पेरेंट्स को बच्चों को समय देना पड़ेगा, बच्चों को इस हैबिट से दूर करना होगा, और बच्चों को भी ये कहना होगा कि मोबाइल को दूर रखें, स्टैंड पर रखें। अगर यूट्यूब देख भी रहे हैं तो स्टैंड पर रख के देखें।
So thank you, Dr. Prohit. It was such a wonderful, wonderful deliberation, and everyone appreciated it a lot. So I take this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of our entire team. Your talk has worked as a starting point to resolve important issues in the area of harmful effects of mobile phone radiations and inspired many of us to take individual initiative. Of course, I'm going to start with some initiatives
थैंक यू
from
मैम।
now onwards, and I think thank you for taking us towards a better future. One invitation for you, Dr. Prohit. We are hosting an offline conference on 12th, 13th, and 14th. We got the approval from the government of Rajasthan, and academic leave has also been approved for it.
इन द मंथ ऑफ जुलाई, अगस्त।
Yeah, 12th, 13th, 14th of August. So
श्योर।
please the date and be our guest. We will be taking care of all your logistics because this conference is sponsored by Rashtriya Uchita Shiksha Abhiyan, State
या
Government of Rajasthan.
माय कंसेंट इज देयर मैम, माय एल्डर ब्रदर
Thank
इज,
you so much.
माय
It will
कंसेंट
be
देयर।
pleasure.
आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन अगेन माय एल्डर ब्रदर मिस्टर योगेंद्र पुरोहित। वो वो आपके अलवर में जिला सत्र न्यायाधीश हैं, तो मुझे
Acha,
डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेशन जज अलवर।
very nice.
तो श्योर आई वुड
Yes,
लाइक
sir,
टू,
it will be an official and personal visit both.
या
So
या
please
श्योर।
do visit अलवर. और सर उस टाइम पे बहुत खूबसूरत रहेगा अलवर, क्योंकि सर इसका सेंचुरी विल बी ब्लूमिंग, काफी बारिशें वगैरह होंगी उस टाइम पे,
श्योर श्योर
तो
मैम।
बहुत सुंदर और बहुत खूबसूरत, और जूलॉजिस्ट के लिए तो सर जन्नत
आई
रहेगा
विल
उनका
श्योर, आई
दिखना।
विल कम मैम, श्योर आई विल कम, आई विल कम।
Thank you so much, sir. We will send you a formal email of invitation.
श्योर, थैंक
Okay,
यू
sir.
मैम, थैंक यू,
Thank you
थैंक यू
so
मैम,
much.
थैंक यू मैडम।
So it's time for our 24th keynote address to be delivered by Professor Praveen Goswami, who is currently working as the principal and professor in the Department of Zoology at Podar International College, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. He has a rich teaching and research experience of 26 years. Dr. Goswami has also been the IQAC chairman, former head of the department in zoology, Podar International College, Jaipur, research and development coordinator, Podar International College, Jaipur, vice principal at Shekhawati College, Sikar, and assistant central superintendent, university examination, Shekhawati College, Sikar. He is also a member of Board of Studies at University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and in the Academic Council at Tatia University, Sri Ganganagar. He has 25 national and international research publications at his credit and has been a member of many professional bodies. He has attended 52 national and international seminars, symposium, and conferences. Dr. Goswami has numerous awards at his credit, which are Best Academician Award 2022, Vivekanand Gaurav Samman 2020, Teacher Innovation Award 2019, Brahman Ratan Award, Guru Jans Award, Award of Honor 2018, Samarpan Samaj Gaurav 2018, Award of Honor ICSI New Delhi, Karandhar Award in 2015, Raisan Patrika Bikaner. That was in 2nd December 2015. Best Paper Presentation Award in International Conference, Young Scientist and Academician Award, Best Academician Award 21 to Best Scientific Award, Research Scientist Award, and Young Scientist Award. There are so many awards, Dr. Goswami. Please accept our heartiest congratulations. Sir, आपका स्वागत है, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है, Dr. Goswami. Now I would request you to start with your keynote address. Please go ahead, Dr. Praveen Goswami.
I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I am grateful to Professor Hukam Singh Ji, Principal RR College Alwar, and Professor Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary ISTTP-3, for organizing such an amazing training program and for giving me an opportunity to interact with academician and researcher at this event. First of all, my topic concerned with camel. जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि कैमल एक ऐसी स्पीसीज है जो आने वाले टाइम में एंडेंजर्ड होने जा रही है। तो सबसे पहले मैं कैमलिडी, जो कैमल की फैमिली है, उनको कैसे जर्म प्लाज्म कंजर्वेशन टेक्निक के द्वारा बचाया जा सकता है। That is a scientific classification of camel, animal kingdom Animalia, phylum Chordate, class Mammalia, order Erectrodactyla, family Camelidae, genus Camelus, two species, Camelus bacterinus and Camelus dromedaris. These are the photograph of two species. First one is the Camelus bacterinus and second one is the Camelus dromedaris. Camelus bacterians is a two-humped camel. They are found in a Leh Ladakh in India, and Camelus dromedaris is found in a Jaisalmer, Bikaner, Badmer, Jalore, Kutch in Gujarat. That is evolution of camel: Eocene, Oligocene era, Miocene, Paleocene, Pleistocene. These are the hierarchy: Protolypus, Probo, Cerevicum, Procamelus, Paracamelus, Camelus. These are the species of camel: Camelus bacterinus, Dromedarius, Gigas, Hysterinus. Species are found in India. First one is a bacterians and second one is the dromedaris. What is the characteristics of camel? And 500 lb, rope like tail, long, thin, powerful legs, long neck, hot, dry, desert condition. They survive, little vegetation, herbivorous habit. These are the camel breeds: Bikaneri, Jaisalmeri, Kutchi, Marwari, and Jalori. In a Bikaneri camel have a dark skin color and different criteria, the different breeds. These are the adaptation of camel: two rows of long eyelashes and thin slit nostrils protecting them from blowing sand. Second one is a hard flat area of skin on the stomach, thick leathery patches on knee protects when resting on hard sand, wide feet to spread out weight on sand, long muscular leg for walking. These are the unique features, and hump is a very prominent feature of camel, double humped and single humped camel. नेक्स्ट वन रिप्रोडक्टिव कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स। जैसा कि अपन जानते हैं कि कैमल जो स्पीसीज है, पहले बहुत सारे ऐसे काम थे जो कैमल के द्वारा किए जाते थे। ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, मिल्क का भी यूज करते थे, बहुत सारे मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टीज होती है मिल्क में, इसमें इसको यूज करते थे। लेकिन धीरे धीरे सिविलाइजेशन जैसे जैसे होता गया, कैमल का सिग्निफिकेंस कम होता गया। आजकल रेयर इन केसेस अपन कैमल को देख पा रहे हैं, और जहां तक अपन जानते हैं कैमल जो है वो बहुत ही कम जगहों पर रह गए हैं। तो इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है कि कैसे जर्म प्लाज्म को कंजर्व किया जाए। तो दीज आर द रिप्रोडक्टिव कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स। कैमल इज अ सीजनल ब्रीडर। कैमल सीजनल ब्रीडर होता है, सीजन में, स्पेसिफिक सीजन में ये ब्रीड करता है, दैट इज एक्टिव इन विंटर। मेल कैमल हैज अ नो सेमाइनल वेसिकल ग्लैंड। मेल कैमल में सेमाइनल वेसिकल ग्लैंड नहीं होती। दे हैव अ यूनिक ग्लैंड that is called as pole gland. They are found in on back of neck region. ये बैक रीजन में बड़े सारे दो एल्वुलर ग्लैंड होती है जिसको पोल ग्लैंड कहा जाता है, और ये जो सेक्सुअल डिजायर होती है उस टाइम ये प्रोड्यूस होती है। सेक्सुअली एक्टिव फॉर अबाउट 20-30 years. Female camel gives birth at 5 to 6 year old. इनका रटिंग सीजन अक्टूबर टू मार्च होता है। द मेल कैमल हैज अ स्पेशलाइज्ड डाइवर्टिकुलम ऑफ द सॉफ्ट पैलेट कॉल्ड एज गुल्ला। इनमें स्पेसिफिक जब ब्रीडिंग सीजन में होते हैं, जिसको रटिंग कहते हैं, दे प्रोड्यूस अ गुल्ला जो कि डाइवर्टिकुलम होता है सॉफ्ट पैलेट का, और यह एंग्री और डिस्प्लेइंग होता है जब स्पेसिफिक कंडीशंस होती हैं। फीमेल इज एन इंड्यूस्ड ओविलेटर। जो फीमेल है वो इंड्यूस्ड ओविलेटर है, एंड अबाउट 30 to 48 hours later from the copulation ovulation occurs. इनका gestation, these gestation period near about 13 months. 13 months इनका gestation period होता है। Next one, male reproductive, other characters of the male reproductive characteristics. Sexually active, known as rut or must. That is a very important feature of mature camel, male camel. That is a sexual behavior, that is the extreme aggressive behavior of camel. In that time, increase in size of testis, increase in size of Leydig cells, diameter of the seminiferous tubules occur during this season. Spermatogenesis, although most active during the rut season, is continuously throughout the year. Next one, testes of the camel are located perineal area close to the body. Due to absence of vascular gland in camel, fructose and citric acid concentration in seminal plasma are fairly high. The penis is a very unique feature, fibroelastic type, and prescrotal sigmoid flexure and skill-shaped free and are found. Copulation occur when the female is sternal recumbency and male grips her with the forelegs. Copulation lasts 11 to 15 minutes on average. That is a prominent feature of sexual behavior. That is a gulla, and that is a pole gland, darkish color, blackish or brownish color of back region of neck. These are the group of camel, herd of camel aggressive behavior. That is a semen collection, dummy, through the dummy artificial vagina. Now we will discuss about assisted reproductive technology in Old World camelity. The use of camels for racing, milking, and as so animal is growing in popularity, thus there is an increased to breed more of the genetically superior animals. जैसा कि अपन जान रहे हैं, मैंने पहले भी बात कही थी कि कैमल जो है वो बहुत रेयर रह गए हैं, इनकी जो ब्रीड है वो बहुत कम रह पाई है। इंडिया में भी, राजस्थान में भी, गुजरात में भी इनका नंबर पहले भी ऑन रिकॉर्ड 70 से 80 के करीब बैक्टीरियंस कैमल लेह लद्दाख में थे, जो अब और इनकी संख्या कम हो गई है। डबल हम्प कैमल की। तो दो डिफरेंट टेक्निक्स जो जेनेटिकली सुपीरियर एनिमल्स के लिए अपन यूज कर रहे हैं, आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन एंड एम्ब्रियो ट्रांसफर टेक्नोलॉजी। AI in domestic animal is an important tool to maximize the use of genetically superior male and thereby ensure rapid genetic progress. Artificial insemination सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है जो क्रायो प्रिजर्वेशन के थ्रू अपन कैमल सीमन को क्रायो प्रिजर्व करते हैं। सेकेंड वन इज द एम्ब्रियो ट्रांसफर। एम्ब्रियो ट्रांसफर require the donor to the superovulated and the recipient synchronized. First step is a synchronization, second is a superovulation, and then cryopreservation of embryo, good quality embryo, and then embryo transfer to the surgical or non-surgical aspects. That is the method. First one, superovulation, decreasing dose of FSH for 6 days, followed by a single injection of FSH on 7th day. Simultaneously, daily ovarian ultrasonography continuously be done. 1 day after the donor camel had been mated, the dromedary recipient, and then were injected with a 25 mg LH to induce ovulation. Embryos were recovered on day 8.5. After the first mating, the transferred non-surgical into recipient on day 7.5 after LH injection. Pregnancy diagnosed after 25 days. That is a camel calf. These are the two unique parameters for artificial insemination. First one is the collection of semen sample, second one evaluation of semen. First one is a physical studies, color and consistency, volume, hydrogen ion concentration. These are the 3 parameters of physical studies and 6 parameters of morphological studies. First one is motility, second one is sperm concentration, third one is live sperm concentration, millions per ml. Sperm abnormalities, head, middle piece, tail, biometrics, spermatozooids. These are the morphological parameters. That is the artificial vagina for collection of semen sample. That is a artificial vagina, liner, cone, collecting tube, ready for use. The study was conducted on 6 male camel Bikaner breed, 2 rutting seasons. The animal were fed mott chara and guar. सबसे ज्यादा उस एरिया में जो बीकानेर में जो यूज होता है, ये स्टडी बीकानेर से की हुई है। द एनिमल फीड जो है मॉट चारा वहां यूज होता है और ग्वार है को यूज होता है, जिसको ग्वार गम भी कहते हैं, ग्वार है यूज होता है। कलेक्शन ऑफ सीमन जो किया गया है वो 6 एडल्ट से किया गया है। इसके बाद नेक्स्ट ईस्ट्रस फीमेल वर यूज्ड एज डमीज। Semen was evaluated immediately. Color, volume, pH, motility, concentration, live percentage, and abnormalities. These are the physical studies. First one, color. Immediate after collection, color of the ejaculate was recorded by its visual appearance. Shukla and Bhattacharya method se graded of color, milky white, creamy white, white with grating, and blood type. Next one is the consistency, thick gel, thin gel, very thick, slightly, very thin, very thin, very thick, medium gel, very slight. Next one is the volume, grade by collection tube. pH by pH strips. That is the findings of physical and morphological studies. The color of the semen was generally milky white, but yellowish, creamy, and off-white were also seen. Ejaculated semen contained large amount of gel. The consistency of semen varied widely between the months, from thick gel to very slight gel. Camel semen was alkaline. Camel semen alkaline in nature. pH varied from 7.5 to 8.5. The alkaline nature of camel semen could be probably because of higher electrolytes. Next one. The volume of semen collected varied from 1 to 10 ml. That is a very, very unique part. Sperm concentration varied from 280 to 650 million per ml. The live percentage sperm recorded between 50 to 73%. Monthly correlation regression correlation coefficient between various semen types showed highly significant correlation between sperm concentration and percentage live sperm in फरवरी. फरवरी जो सीजन होता है उस मंथ पे सबसे ज्यादा स्पर्म कंसंट्रेशन एंड परसेंट लाइव स्पर्मेटोजोवन देखने को मिली और पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन sperm motility and sperm concentration in month of November. Next one, that is a photomicrography of camel sperm showing normal structure. Camel जो स्पर्मेटोजोन है उसका ये स्ट्रक्चर दिखाई दे रहा है. इसमें इयोसिन नाइट्रोसिन स्टेनिंग किया हुआ है और कैमल का जो स्पर्म है जिसने स्टेन ले लिया वो डेड है और जिसने स्टेन नहीं लिया है वो लाइव है. तो दीज आर द नॉर्मल स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ स्पर्म. That is a dead camel sperm. Nucleus taken as 10. Sperm parameter in dromedary camel during different months. Table showing different month parameters of semen. First one is the volume. Volume November 4.45 ml, December 4.46, 4.65, 5.16 in February. And next one is the decrease 4.32 in a March. Just like that, motility 40% motility are found in November, 57% in December, January 52, and February 55. Slightly decrease. And next one is the March. Sperm concentration in a November 368.3, in December 405.8, January 518.18, February 402.08, March 396.66. Live sperm 59.33, December 62.2, January 62.141, February 54.39, and March 53.87. That is findings of biometry of camel sperm and sperm morphology abnormalities. Direct method, through the direct method, measurements of sperm using on ocular and stage micrometer. One division of ocular scale was equivalent to 2.5 micron. A total 2 ejaculates were taken every month that is November, December, January, February, and March for consecutive years. For determination of sperm abnormality, slides were prepared from the semen after liquefaction. The total of 100 sperms using random field on different parts of the slides were counted under oil immersion and expressed in the percentage. The mean value of biometry of component part of the spermatozoon, the maximum full total length recorded 42.85 micron. That is the minimum length of the spermatozoon, and maximum length was 43.76 micron. Biometry of camel sperm and sperm morphological abnormalities. The various morphological abnormalities notified were dead sperm counting, eosinophilic heads, and abnormalities in different parts of the spermatozoon. Head abnormalities includes double-headed, change in shape, and broken tips. Minimum head abnormalities recorded was 0.5% and maximum was 4.2%. The middle piece exhibited abnormalities in the form of swelling, bending, presence of protoplasmic droplets at the interior and posterior. The minimum middle piece abnormalities recorded were 0.5% and maximum was 4.3%. The total abnormalities includes bend and curved tail. The minimum tail abnormality recorded 1.6 and maximum 6.5 are shown in figure 11. The mean value and SC for the different sperms abnormality recorded over the different months, the two consecutive seasons are presented in table 2. That is the different months. Percentage is per morphological abnormality during different months in the camel. In a November, head abnormalities 3.13, middle piece 3.02, tail 3.08, total 9.24 abnormalities in a sperm. In a December, 2.52, 2.79, 3.47, 8.62. In a January, 2.44, 2.64, tail abnormalities 3.95 and total 8.97. In February, 2.32, 2.40, 3.80, 8.61. In March, 2.81, 2.65, 3.43, 8.45. जो टोटल एबनॉर्मलिटीज है वो ज्यादातर जो शुरुआत के मंथ हैं जहां पर ब्रीडिंग सीजन स्टार्ट होता है नवंबर और एंडिंग्स जो है वहां पर दिसंबर या मार्च वहां पर होना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ जगहों पर अपन देख रहे हैं कि इनकी जो टोटल एबनॉर्मलिटीज है वो डिफरेंट नहीं है ज्यादा। जनवरी में एबनॉर्मलिटी ज्यादा है जबकि दिसंबर में कम है, फरवरी में फिर कम है। तो इनका जो वे है, जिनका तरीका है वो ये है कि सीजनल चेंजेस भी होते हैं, टेम्परेचर कम ज्यादा होने से भी इनकी एबनॉर्मलिटीज में चेंजेस आता है। These are the unique structure of abnormalities. That is a double-headed sperm, cytoplasmic droplet deformities, and deformities of the head. Head जो है वो swollen हो चुका है, फूल चुका है, so that is also abnormalities. Next. हेड रीजन, इसमें भी इस स्लाइड्स में भी अपन एबनॉर्मलिटी में हेड रीजन को देख रहे हैं कि हेड रीजन जो है वो ब्रेक हो चुका है, टूट चुका है, और इसमें प्रोटोप्लाज्मिक ड्रॉपलेट जो है वो मिडिल पीस में स्वेल कर चुकी है, फूल चुकी है। Next one, photomicrography of camel sperm abnormalities. इसमें जो नेक्स्ट दिखाई गई है उसमें कंप्लीट जो स्पर्मेटोजोन है उसमें अपन चेंजेस देख रहे हैं कि इसमें हेड में भी डिफॉर्मिटीज हैं, मिडिल पीस में भी है, टेल में भी है। ये जो फिगर है इसमें सभी जगह आपको दिखाई दे रहा है। पहले हेड में दिखाई दे रहा है, मिडिल पीस में दिखाई दे रहा है और बाद में टेल में भी दिखाई दे रहा है। तो कंप्लीट एबनॉर्मलिटी ऑफ द स्पर्म है इसमें। नेक्स्ट वन, that is a monthly correlation, percentage live spermatozoa and total abnormality. Significant positive correlation was observed in month of June. यानी कि significant positive correlation हम देख रहे हैं month of January. Sperm concentration and total abnormalities, highly positive correlation was observed in the month of December. In rest of the month correlation was non-significant नहीं है. Next, is the camel genome and its medicinal potential. First one is a camel lactoferrin role in hepatitis C virus. Hepatitis C virus is a major health concern and is the main cause of chronic liver disease. Lactoferrin is a multifunctional glycoprotein that is usually present in the milk. जो कैमल मिल्क है उसका सबसे ज्यादा मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टीज अभी देखी जा रही है और सो मेनी रिसर्च जो हो रहे हैं वो कैमल मिल्क पर हो रहे हैं. क्योंकि कैमल मिल्क हैव अ लैक्टोफेरिन स्पेसिफिक कंसर्न. Molecular weight is 80 kDa, belong to family transferrin. LF also has a role as part of the innate immune system. Innate immune system को में रोल रहता है इसका. Additionally, antibacterial, antiviral potential have also been reported. जो कैमल मिल्क है जिसमें एंटीबैक्टीरियल एंटीवायरल पोटेंशियल भी होता है. LF has shown promising result against herpes simplex virus 1 and 2, HSV1 and HSV2. LF also inhibit antiviral activity against SCV. Camel milk casein has also shown promising activity against SCV, hepatic C virus. Next, camel antibodies. Antibodies are an important treatment option against several autoimmune, infectious and malignant diseases. Monoclonal antibody MAB are preferred in targeted drug delivery because they are relatively cheaper and have high specificity, stability and potency. In a camel, 3 types of immunoglobulins are found: IgA, IgG and IgM. ये डिस्कवर्ड की जा चुकी हैं और अभी एट प्रेजेंट बहुत सारे इस पे रिसर्च चल रहा है. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट, कैमल मिल्क एंड डायबिटिक जो मेलिटिस होते हैं उसमें सबसे ज्यादा इसका रोल है डीएम में. इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ मेटाबॉलिज्म डिसऑर्डर characterization by elevated level of blood glucose. It results from the inability of body to produce enough insulin, type 1 diabetes, or failure to respond efficiently to the insulin produced by the pancreatic beta cells. Camel milk contains insulin-like proteins, which potensity जो होती है उसकी, it's interact with insulin receptors. Studies have been conducted to determine the cellular and molecular mechanism behind the insulin-like property of camel milk and its ability to control hyperglycemia. Camel milk also have different proteins such as a serum albumin, lactoferrin, peptidoglycan recognition protein, and alpha-lactal albumin proteins. These proteins binds to lactic acid bacteria and other gram-positive bacteria with an affinity similar to the reported for the human and murine orthologs. Next one, camel urine as anti-cancer agents. Camel urine as anti-cancer agent ही काम में लिया जाता है. Camel urine is a natural product used for management of several diseases in Arabian regions. Cancer patients usually drink 100 ml per day. Camel urine alone or mixed with a milk. Gastroprotective and ulcer healing effect of camel urine also been reported. Camel urine has a potential activity as antiplatelets and anti-cancer agents as well. Camel urine inhibit the induction of CYP1A1 gene expression by 2378 tetrachlorodibenzo P-dioxin TCDD is a potent CYP1A1 inducer and well known carcinogen. ये यहाँ पर इनहिबिट करता है इंडक्शन जो जीन एक्सप्रेशन है उसको, कार्सिनोजेंस को. इसके अलावा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो पार्ट है कैमल का जो है कैमल प्रोडक्ट्स. बीकानेर में नेशनल रिसर्च सेंटर ऑन कैमल है, वहां पर कैमल मिल्क प्रोडक्ट्स काफी कुछ बनाए जा रहे हैं. इसके अलावा भी इनका कमर्शियलाइजेशन भी किया जा रहा है, जिसमें कैमल मिल्क आइसक्रीम, कुल्फी, फ्रूट फ्लेवर्ड कैमल मिल्क चीज, फ्रूट फ्लेवर्ड वे ड्रिंक, sugar free camel lassi, camel milk paneer, camel milk powder. These are the products of camel milk. Next one, camel fiber, wool and hairs. Camel जो wool और hairs हैं उससे भी अपन बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी बिक रहे हैं, अवेलेबल हैं, जिसमें ब्लैंकेट्स है, रग्स है, ओवरकोट है. These are the camel products. Another important part, there is a camel meat. Camel meat is a nutritionally as good as any conventional meat source. Camel meat को भी काफी जगह यूज कर रहे हैं. क्यों करते हैं उसका रीजन है लो इंट्रामस्कुलर फैट, लो कोलेस्ट्रॉल कंटेंट, हाई आयरन कंटेंट. These are the references. Thank you.
Dr. Goswami, you reminded me of NRCC a lot while you were talking about camels.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of compliments for you. If any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here, or you can just write in the chat box. Very nice, sir. Amazing. Everything. So many nice compliments for you, Dr. Goswami. So if no more questions, we can formally thank Dr. Goswami.
Thank you.
Dr. Goswami, you spoke about camelids and germplasm conservation technique. Camel is a bit neglected animal as it's desert specific
Yeah.
and not much research is available or done in the area of camels. So your deliberation is very, very important when we talk of biodiversity, and it is of interest to all the researchers and academicians and conservators. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time to be a keynote speaker at ISTTP-3. Your presence and wise words help to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thank you for enlightening words, and it inspired many people here, including me. Thank you so much for your presence. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Goswami.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. There is one question, Dr. Goswami, for you. Is camel milk is safe for humans?
Repeat, madam, once again.
There is a question. Is camel milk is safe for humans? Means,
Yes.
yeah.
यस, बिल्कुल है। और इसका लिमिटेड अगर अपन यूज करते हैं तो सेफ है। अगर आप इसको ज्यादा क्वांटिटी में लें तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है डाइजेशन में। बाकी इसका लिमिटेशंस में 100 ml के करीब, अगर 100 ml से लेकर 120 150 ml तक आप यूज कर सकते हैं इन अ डे। डायबिटिक पेशेंट यूज करते हैं, काफी सारे डायबिटिक पेशेंट्स को यूज कर रहे हैं और काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स भी है। नॉर्मल पर्सन भी इसको यूज कर सकता है, इसके रिजल्ट्स काफी अच्छे हैं एज पर साइंटिफिक ओपिनियन। ओके।
Someone is saying, is it safe because it has got high percentage of lipids? I think what Dr. Goswami was trying to tell you, that if you take it in the permissible limits, then it can act as a medicine and can treat you from hyperglycemia. That's what I can understand from his slides, and that what we need to work more in the area of camel milk. So thank you, Dr. Goswami. So now it's time for the 25th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Abhishek Swaroop. Dr. Swaroop is working as a head of the department Information Technology, Bhagwan Parshuram Institute of Technology, GGSIPU, New Delhi, India. Dr. Swaroop completed his BTech from GBP University of Agriculture and Technology, MTech from Punjabi University Patiala, and PhD from NIT Kurukshetra. He has industrial experience of 8 years in organizations like Usha Rectifier Corporations and Envirotech Instruments Private Limited. He has 22 years of teaching experience and has served in reputed educational institutions such as JP Institute of Information Technology, Noida, Sharda University, Greater Noida, and Gangotias University, Greater Noida. He has served at various administrative positions such as head of the department, division chair, MBA coordinator of the university, had training and placements. Currently, he is serving as a professor and HOD in the Department of Information Technology in BPIT, Rohini, Delhi. He is actively engaged in research. One of his PhD scholars has completed his PhD from NIT Kurukshetra, and he is currently supervising one PhD student from IIT Dhanbad and Dehradun and one student from APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. He has guided 10 MTech dissertations and numerous BTech projects. He has authored 3 books and 5 book chapters. His 14 papers are indexed in DBLP and 10 papers in SCI. He had been a part of the organizing committee of 3 IEEE conferences, 3 Springer conferences as technical program chair. He is a member of various professional societies like CSI, ACM, and editorial board of various reputed journals. डॉक्टर स्वरूप, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है और हम बहुत खुश हैं, उत्साहित हैं कि आप हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। मैं आपके कीनोट एड्रेस के शुरू होने से पहले आपको एक इनविटेशन देना चाहूंगी। सर, हमारी एक ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस है 12, 13, 14 अगस्त 2022 को। सर, ये अलवर में होगी। हम आपसे सिर्फ 150 किलोमीटर दूर हैं दिल्ली से, और हम आपको उसमें एज ए कीनोट स्पीकर बुलाना चाहते हैं और आपके सारे लॉजिस्टिक्स का टेक केयर, आपका आना जाना, योर स्टे विल बी टेकन बाय द कॉलेज, एंड दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस इज स्पॉन्सर्ड बाय राष्ट्रीय उच्चतर शिक्षा अभियान रूसा बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान। सो सर, वी एक्सपेक्ट कि आप उसमें आएंगे और हम आपसे रूबरू हो पाएंगे। So sir, please freeze your dates.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for nice introduction, ma'am.
Yes,
So
sir.
without much delay, I share my
Yes,
screen.
sir. Please go ahead.
My screen is visible.
Your screen is visible, sir, and we can hear you as well.
Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me. And basically, my topic, IoT in agriculture. I selected this topic because this is relevant to the ISTTP topic, which is sustainable development, specifically towards the environmental goals. And agriculture puts a lot of effect on environment, and it is required for the sustenance of human and the world. So why should we worry about agriculture? I start with this point because uh, the agricultural land is decreasing. There are several things, and the population is increasing, and demand of food item is also increasing. The reason behind this is, if I say, first thing is by 2050, our population will be 10 billion, right? Where, and we will require 70% more food, but the available agricultural land will be decreased because whatever we could claim from the nature, we have reached to a certain limit. If we cross that limit, our sustenance will be in difficulty. Second thing is the consumption pattern. Consumption pattern is increasing. Urbanization is there. And if I say processed food and meat consumption has increased from 36.4 kg per person per year to 45.3 kg per person per year from 1999 to 2030, it is estimated. Now, what are the challenges in front of agriculture sector? Because we need to increase the production at a less land. So first thing is the land is fragmented. For example, my grandfather has 10-hectare land. He has 5 sons. He had 5 sons, so 2 hectare my father, and I am alone. So 2 hectare, but I have 2 sons. So my sons will have 1 hectare uh, for each of them. So the problem with this is that it is difficult to survive a family on this, because if I have a 2 hectare land, 4 to 5 members family can be fed by this. But second problem is that if the land is fragmented, it is difficult to practice modern practices and increase the productivity after a limit. Second thing is the seeds. Good quality seeds are not available in India, specifically in terms of you see that sustainable agriculture की अगर हम बात करें, because I did my BTech from GB Pant University Pantnagar, which was once upon a time was pioneer in developing good quality seeds. But I think our research institutions are lagging behind, and the farmers are finding it difficult to get good quality seeds. Then we talk about manure and fertilizers. If I talk about manure, these are labor intensive, and labor is becoming costlier for the farmers. And if I talk about fertilizers, the balanced use is a challenge because farmers are using these fertilizers in a manner which is not sustainable for a long time, because high uses without proper soil testing. Although the central government started a very ambitious program of soil testing, but I don't think it is very much on the ground, especially in my town and nearby areas. I don't know about the other areas, but there is a problem of practically implementing these things. Then the irrigation is another problem, because some land is not irrigated, so we are not able to get more crops in that. Then salinity, if we have a waterlogging area, or then there can be salinity. Alkalinity, proper pH maintenance is difficult. And secondly, waterlogging, some areas are waterlogged. But the most important thing is that we farmers use this water irrationally. If I have free electricity, or I say meet per month bill, whether I require to irrigate my field or not, I will use this. So this is once at one end it is reducing the groundwater level, at the other end it is deteriorating the soil quality, which is very much evident. And third thing is that we are trying to grow unnatural crops. For example, we are trying to grow paddy in an area where the rain is less, where paddy is a very high water requirement. Lack of mechanization. These fragmented land and lack of mechanization are connected, because a 1 hectare farmer cannot have modern farming equipments. Although we are trying to overcome this by shared equipments to some extent, but this is a problem. Soil erosion is another problem. But these are the challenges which the agriculture sector has to face. So how can we solve this? The technology may be the answer, and first of all, we need to be apply smart farming, and Internet of Things will play an important role into it. This will enable agriculture industry to enhance productivity of farm. Productivity is very important, because India, in almost all crops, we are far behind the world averages. Although we have a large percentage of agriculturable land in comparison to other countries, but because of the lesser productivity per unit area, we are far behind in terms of production in most of the crops. So we need to enhance the productivity, and I firmly believe that IoT technologies will be able to enable this productive enhancement. But the problem is, this is a capital intensive and high-tech systems. So whether Indian farmers with the small land holding will be able to adopt this is a challenge, and how we can overcome this, that problem has to be solved, either through a cooperative, or through shared mechanism, or through rented thing. That has to think. We have to think about this. So if I talk about the development industry, with the industrial development, the agriculture development was also there. Initially, we used to gather naturally grown food grains, then we domesticated animals, then we moved towards the tractors, and slowly we are modernizing. We use the humanized electronics, and then we are moving towards cyber physical systems, right? From manual to domestication of animal, then mechanization, then humanized electronics, and then cyber physical systems which are self-sufficient in handling air problems. So what information technology components we need to deliver in order to develop a IoT system, IoT based system for agriculture? We need hardware, we need software, we need networks, we need data, we need people, and we need processes, right? Because all these are the essential components with the help of which we can develop a successful system for IoT based system for agriculture, Indian agriculture. So I talk about the agriculture processes because I'm a weekend farmer also, and I go there and see all the processes. So basically, we need some pre-cultivation processes, then we have crop cultivation and harvesting, and then we have post-harvest, right? So बनारस में एक बार दो पुरानी कहानी मुझे सुनाई गई है मेरे बड़ों के द्वारा कि एक शास्त्रार्थ हो रहा था, उसमें एक शास्त्री जी थे, उन्होंने कहा भी एक मंत्र बोला, खवम खवैया, राइट? तो कोई उसका जवाब नहीं दे पा रहा था। तो फिर एक दूसरे शास्त्री आए, उन्होंने कहा नहीं, खवम खवैया से पहले जुतम जुतैया, फिर बीज बोवैया, फिर पानी देवैया, फिर कटम कटैया, फिर खवम खवैया. So point here is there are a lot of processes before we are able to consume the agriculture commodity. A farmer has to select a crop, then he has to select a piece of land, then there is a calendar for each crop, when that crop has to be sown, when that crop has to be irrigation, when that crop need fertilizer, when that crop require other agriculture practices. So that calendar has to be fixed. And then access to credit, because most of the farmers are small farmers, so they are not able to fund these agriculture practices, and for that they move towards the credit part. And for that, Kisan credit card is playing a very important role, because that gives the access to the credit at a very small rate. So after that, crop cultivation, first we need to prepare the land, then we will sow the seed, then we need to input management, water management, we need to provide fertilizer, pest management, and after the crop is ready, we will harvest the crop. But that is only one part. Once the crop has been harvested, post-harvesting is very important, because this can we need to market it, we need to transport it, we need to package it, and if we want to add value to it, then, for example, if we are using turmeric, we can either send the raw turmeric in the mandi, or we can boil it, then we can process it into powder form, and then we can again sell it. So these are the practices. So how the information technology can help in all these aspects? First, we start with the pre-cultivation part. So that is very important, the crop selection, because Indian farmer is using basically, I must say, a bhed chal sort of thing, because the other farmers are sowing a particular crop. I follow others. And secondly, if a crop is costly this year, next year you will see every farmer is trying to grow that crop, and the next year the price of that crop will be significantly less. So that is one thing. For that purpose, decision support system can play an important role that can predict the price when the crop will be ready. Prediction of price when crop will be ready. Because if you are using the current price, that is not going to help you. Suppose a commodity, suppose I talk about wheat. The wheat price is suppose 2,500 rupees per quintal. But if I am sowing it in November this year and I will be able to get it in May next year, if somehow I get a feeling that the next year the price will be in which range, whether it will be around 2,000 rupees or whether it will be around 3,000 rupees, that may change my decision whether I should go for the wheat sowing or not, or should I select any other crop. So in that sense, this decision support system may play an important role. Then crop selection ho gaya. Once we are selected the crop, land selection. Actually, if a particular crop is sown at the right type of, when I was in class 6th and 7th, I was told that domat, balui, or chikni. There are three types of mitti. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, am I audible?
Hello. Yes, sir, you're very much audible.
Okay. So there was some disturbance. So domat, balui, or chikni. So every crop requires a particular type of soil. So if we are able to select a land which is most suitable for our crop, that will help us. And for that purpose, decision support system, GIS, remote sensing, these type of things can help us. And with the help of that, we can select proper land. So then we come to the calendar definition, because for that purpose, knowledge management system and machine learning, artificial intelligence may play an important role. Because suppose I talk about wheat. Suppose if there is a 2338 seed. So what is the right time for this seed? If I sow it on 15 November, the yield will be different. If I sow it on 30 December, the yield will be significantly reduced. So all this knowledge can be embedded in a knowledge management system, which may help the farmer to develop a calendar. And we can add this to the AI and machine learning things so that the proper appropriate decision may be given to this. Next, access to credit. This UPI and Jan Dhan Khata and the Kisan credit card has made the life of farmers easy and the access to credit. But all this requires technology. We need mobile phones, we need network, we need mobile connections, we need management information systems, e-commerce, mobile computing. So all these things helps us in pre-cultivation part. Now, if I come to the crop cultivation, land preparation will help us in many ways. We can use first of all weather prediction, is a very important thing. Suppose I came to know that after 2 days there may be a very heavy rain in my area. So I need to prepare my land immediately so that I can use this for sowing my crop. Otherwise, it may be delayed. But thanks to the computer scientists and the electronics engineers, that we have now enough powerful computers which provide our weather scientists so that they may predict accurately. When I was a child, I used to put a negation in front of the prediction of weather prediction by any agency. But now, more than 90% of the time, we are able to predict it correctly. And as a farmer, I know that this is very useful for the farmers. Secondly, we can have computer controlled devices. Labeling, I know, is a very important part for the proper irrigation of the land piece. And before 5 to 10 years back, it was done manually, and it depends upon the judgment of the driver. But now we have computer controlled levelers that makes our task easier. Then we can have machine to machine communication. We can develop sensor networks. So this leveler, computer controlled levelers की जब मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, this has sensors. This has sensors, and with the help of that sensors, this basically tells us from where to pick the soil and from where to put the soil. So this is important. Then sowing. For sowing, we can use global positioning system, whether this particular type of seed is fit for my area or not. Then we can have computer controlled devices also, because we have seed sower also, which are controlled electronically. We can have machine to machine communication. My tractor and my seed sower, there can be a communication, and we can have sensor networks also. Then we have input management. For input management, decision support system, management information system, machine learning, all these things can play an important part. In water management also, one important thing is sensor networks. We can use a humidity sensor, and when the humidity goes below a certain threshold, then the irrigation may automatically start. So this will basically save the wastage of input water, and this may lead to a sustainable agriculture practices. So what happens now? The farmer is not able to judge properly whether the land requires the irrigation or not. So being on the safer side, whether it is required or not, farmer provides extra irrigation. That leads to the depletion of water table, and that's all. Fertilizer, again, in fertilizer, what kind of fertilizer, what kind of micronutrients, which type of fertilizer and in which quantity, that decision support system will play an important role in that. And we can spray the fertilizer with the help of the drones, and there can be a sensor network which can sense whether the proper spray has been done or not. All these things can be taken care of. So technology will play an important part in post-harvest things also. And because networking, e-Mandi is an important initiative of the government, which provides me a network with the help of which I can get the prices of all the e-markets, all the markets in the agriculture markets in the country. So I can decide where I need to take this. Secondly, when I'm talking about transportation, suppose I selected Mandi A, I am sitting at place B, I rented a truck or my tractor is going. So I can use GPS to track my tractor, whether it has been, whether at what place it has reached. I can use MIS, Management Information System, with the help of which I can track the different vehicles, different where they are at this place, and I can take help of that. Then there can be communication, machine-to-machine communication. Suppose I sent one tractor to Mandi A and another tractor to Mandi B, C, and then they can communicate with each other. And if the price is better here, this can also be diverted to Mandi A. So this will help my problem as a farmer, and this will provide me a price. Then packaging, we can have automatic packaging machines. We can have weighing machines, proper sensors, and we can use GPS, with the help of which we can find what should be the ideal package size. Then we need food processing. For food processing, we need machinery, we need electronics machineries, and with the help of which we can add value to our things. So, cycle of smart agriculture, we start with the crop, then we have sensors, we need platforms, software platforms, then with the help of these software platforms, we will gather data from the sensors, and that data will be processed at a processing center, and then we will apply artificial intelligence and machine learning to this data, and from that we will reach to a decision, and then that decision will be implemented with the help of the actuators. For example, I'm growing a crop. I will get the data from the humidity sensor. That data will be analyzed with the help of a software, gathered will be with the help of software, then the data will be processed. Then we will apply artificial intelligence on that, and then it will be decided whether I should irrigate the field or not. Once I decide that the field has to be irrigated, then I have to actuate my water pump, I have to switch on my water pump, and I have to open the appropriate outlet. So what kind of sensors we require? Because sensors plays an important role for taking our decisions. Temperature is one thing, humidity, pressure, motion or lux. Motion may help us from unwanted animals. This is a big problem nowadays, and a lot of crop is wasted because of these unwanted animals. But if I place a motion sensor in my agriculture field, then I can get an alarm on my mobile that some unwanted animals have entered. Temperature is important because temperature and humidity are, if we are able to maintain temperature and humidity at a level, we can get a good productivity and good quality of my crop. Temperature maintenance and humidity maintenance may be adjusted with the help of the water irrigation, or if we have our greenhouses, then we can switch on coolers or air conditions if they are in that. But even if in the open fields, we can use irrigation, our water pump. Then lux is also important. So this shows the importance of the sensors in this. Now, how IoT disrupts the market? So disrupt the market in the sense, if a farmer is using IoT in his field, he will be able to enhance the productivity and collection of data by agriculture sensors to track business quality. Actually, the quality nowadays, the quality is very important aspect. You can get mangoes at 5 rupees per kg also, and 500 rupees per kg also. Okay, and that depends upon the quality. So this 100 times variation, if I am able to maintain good quality, so I will be able to get better price. So, and secondly, it has been it is a proverb that anything which can be monitored, that can be controlled. So once I am monitoring my crop in a better way, I cannot sit there 24 hours, and even if I sit there, I cannot monitor each and every plant. There may be, say, millions of plants in my field, but with the help of the sensors, I can monitor, and hence I can have a better control. And over that, I can design my internal processes which will reduce my production. And secondly, cost management and waste reduction. That is important. Waste reduction is, as far as the sustainable agriculture practices are concerned, and which are the environmental damage has to be reduced. This waste reduction is the most important part. That may be in terms of irrigation, that may be in terms of fertilizers or pesticides. So we will use these things only when absolutely necessary. Just because my neighbor is providing fertilizer, I should also provide. Just because my neighbor is spraying pesticides or herbicides, there are 3 to 4 sprays even in a small crop of 6 months. I don't know whether these are required or not, and what impact they will put on the quality of the food grains. So, as I told you, what are the things which we need to monitor for good agriculture output at a reduced cost and with minimal environmental damage? We need to monitor temperature, we need to manage humidity, barometric pressure is also important, carbon dioxide gases, because soil moisture and soil acidity. These are the things, if we are able to monitor these. Besides that, we can also have image processing attached to this. If there are several applications, and we can have a camera for image processing, and these images of the fields can be processed for maybe all kind of agriculture practices, whether there is a use requirement of pesticide spray or herbicide spray or not, and in which particular area this pesticide is more required, that can be decided with the help of this image processing. So we can use Internet of Things in monitoring climatic conditions. We can have greenhouse automation, because greenhouse automation is not possible without IoT. Because if we want to maintain temperature on humidity, that is the purpose of why we want to create a why we want to create a greenhouse, because we want to maintain the temperature and humidity, and with the help of that we want to basically provide good quality and good quantity of crop. We can monitor the climatic conditions also with the help of this temperature and humidity sensors. Then we can have crop management, cattle monitoring and management. Motion sensor will play an important role, and image processing, if we place a camera or motion sensor, we can have But if I, in another sense, if I say that animal husbandry is also part of uh, agriculture, then we can, if we have a say 10 cattles, we can monitor them in a better way with the help of the sensors. Precision farming is another area where we provide exactly the amount of fertilizer, the type of fertilizer, and where it is exactly required. Then we have agricultural drones, which may provide us images and which may provide us safety against theft. For example, chandan trees are gaining, these are very costly trees, but the main problem here is of theft. So agricultural drones can provide a solution to this problem. Then we can predictive analysis what kind of crop we will get, what will be our yield, and with the help of that we can have an agreement with companies. Monitoring of climatic conditions, greenhouse automation. Although I have told you in brief, crop management, cattle monitoring and management, precision farming, I briefly tell you about this, because in precision farming we need to provide the ideal conditions. We need to provide the ideal conditions for the crop so that we can get good quality and good quantity. So for that purpose, lighting, temperature, soil condition, humidity, CO2 levels, pest infections, these need to be monitored. And this data, which we gathered through sensors, will be analyzed, and with the help of that, we will decide the amount of water, amount of fertilizers, amount of pesticides, and the area of my farm where this need to be applied. And with the help of that, we can get better results. Agricultural drones I have already discussed. So now smart farming platform, and what will be their constituents. We will have a drone image analytics, because a drone will fetch the image. That image has to be analyzed. Then we need to predict the crop, how my crop is going to be ready. Then we need precision farming, disease control, mobile data collection, irrigation mapping, real time mapping of my crop, and pest identification. Actually, if I'm able to identify pest in my crop at an early stage, the cost will be 100 times less. When the first pest, or say initially 10 pests are there, my cost will be very less. But if I am delayed, in the identification, say it was 7 days, there may be 1 lakh pests, and then I have to put significant amount of cost into that. So that is not possible manually to detect pests at an early stage. That's why IoT may play a very important role, and pesticides play major havoc for the environment, and that is basically very important to reduce the use of pesticides without deteriorating the quality and quantity of my crop. The only solution may be in this drone image analysis. If I capture that image at a regular interval, and from that image analysis I am able to find that this particular area of my plot is infected with the pest, and I spray the pesticide only in that area in initial stage, I will be able to save cost and the environmental results also. So we can use the smart farming platform in crop area monitoring, forest and vegetation monitoring, forest fire prevention. This is another important area, because if we are able to if we are able to identify there are 3 types of Agni, Davanal, Badvanal, and Jatragni. Davagni, Davanal, Badvanal, and Jatragni. So, forest fire is very environmentally hazardous if it is not prevented on time. If we are able to predict fire based upon the temperature and humidity, or if we are able to identify forest fire at an early stage with the help of the smoke sensor or temperature sensor, that can save a very precious resource of our forests. Then we can require biomass studies. We can track animals. Project Tiger and endangered species are tracked with the help of the sensors. And we are successfully able to increase the tiger population in India. We can improve the crop yield and the quality of the crop. So, smart farming decision support system, if I talk about smart farming decision support system, then we need a decision support system. This is the crop environment, and this is decision making. So, we have plant, we have pests, we have disease, we have weather, we have soil. These are the parameters. And with the help of sensors, we sense the data from this crop environment, and we provide this data to our decision support system, which goes into a database where we can have various type of models, and there is an expert knowledge. That expert knowledge is applied to this data, and from that data, and with the help of this expert knowledge, we interpret this data and we provide advice. And with the help of this advice, the decision is made and the actions are taken to improve this crop environment. So this is the essence of the smart decision support system. So we need actuators, we need sensors, we need a control center, and we need actuator. So whatever decisions are made here, the actions will be taken by the actuator. And that actuator basically needs sensors for collection of data, and then that can be connected with the help of some Wi-Fi network. And then we have a control center. From this control center sends the data to the decision support system, and this control center receives the decisions from the decision support system. And then this control center actuates whether we need to switch on the water motor, whether we need to start the spray of pesticides. All these decisions are taken at this place. So network plays an important role. As I told you that the sensors need to communicate with each other, sensors need to communicate with control center needs to communicate with the database server where data has to be stored. So a lot of networking is required. And because this networking has to be not in an air-conditioned environment or not in a structured manner, so the importance of wireless sensor networks and mobile ad hoc networks comes into picture. So next is machine to machine in agriculture. We need machine to machine communication. For example, my tractor is one machine, my water pump is another machine, my drones are another machine. So I can have communication between these machines, and these machines can take decisions based upon what communication I receive from other machine. So machine to machine communication is also one area where the agriculture can take advantage. What are the challenges? First thing is the quality of your sensors, because you know that garbage in is garbage out. So if my input is faulty, so I will not be able to get the good data, and the data, whatever the data processing I have done with the help of the expert knowledge and what decisions I take, that these may be wrong. So the accuracy of collected data and its reliability will depend upon the quality of sensors. Fortunately, the cost of quality sensors is decreasing thanks to the electronics engineers and the scale of production. Second thing, once I get the good data, that data has to be analyzed. And this data has to be analyzed in a way so that I can get some meaningful insights for the crop or my farm. So for that example, I need good expert system or knowledge management system, and I need to apply machine learning and predictive algorithms to take appropriate decisions for the actuators. Then another problem is the maintenance, because the environment in agriculture field is hostile for electronics item. Right? This is not an air conditioned lab. So we need to find a hardware that is durable and easy to maintain, and that is able to sustain the high temperature, the pressure, and the other things. For that purpose, we may use the fault tolerant approach. Instead of one sensor, we may place two sensors. If one sensor is out of service, another sensor may be used. Second problem is the mobility. The connected device should be autonomous. The wireless range, we need to provide enough wireless range, because the agriculture field may be say 200 meters by 200 meters. So we need to provide sufficient communication range so that the machine to machine communication may take place. We need infrastructure and control of your autonomous tractors. So we need safety also. Hackers, if some hacker takes control of your autonomous tractor, you may suppose your neighbor is IT savvy and he is able to take control of your autonomous tractor, and he or she may use your tractor for plowing his field. Then the connectivity is another problem. Data collection frequency is the one thing which we need to take care. Whether we should collect the data every minute, whether we should collect the data every 15 minutes, whether we should collect the data every hour or every day, that depends. How sensitive our crop is, how efficient our server is, and what is how we want to process our data. That depends upon. There are certain problems also. For drone flying, we may require the permissions from the authorities. That is another problem. Data security and there may be varying connection protocols for different type of machines. Suppose I bought sensor from one vendor, I bought tractor from another vendor, I bought drone from another vendor. So there may be connectivity protocol problem, and there may be a problem with these protocols. So we have to find a unifying way. So smart agriculture is the future. Nothing can be smart without being context aware. So we have to develop indigenous IoT techniques which are fully aware about the Indian agriculture system, because we are very different from other developed countries, because there 2% of the population is involved in agriculture. In India, we have 40% of the population involved in agriculture. That is one problem, how we need to deal with this. So we need to develop, and the land holding is very small. So we need to develop context-aware indigenous IoT solutions. So without that, we cannot be smart. So for providing smart agriculture platform, we need subject matter, we need information technology, we need hardware, we need, for that purpose, university, industry, and government have to join hands, because they need to provide all this platform to the farmer on a viable basis. If the IoT is so costly, that all the advantages which I get are overpowered, no farmer is going to use this. So in 2022, the market share for IoT in agriculture reached $5.6 billion. But in India, it is very less. And I think we should move in this direction to solve our problems. The global smart agriculture market size is expected to be triple by 2025 to reaching 15.3 billion. I don't know how what will be the share of India in this 15.3 billion, but there is a lot of scope in India. I know as an computer engineer, as an weekend farmer, and as an environmental enthusiast. So market for this is farmers, seed and fertilizer companies, insurance company, government, logistic companies, warehouse companies, contract farming. All these are the stakeholders for which the technology need to be developed, and different type of technology which can be integrated to benefit the system as a whole is a requirement of the hour. And I hope the academia and the industry is working in this direction, and we will be successful. Thank you. Any questions?
Hello, am I audible,
Yes,
sir?
yes, you are.
Thank you, Dr. Swaroop, for the wonderful presentation. I think everyone was mesmerized and spellbound. Plus, a new aspect that you brought to us, connecting IoT with agriculture to inculcate sustainable development. That was wonderful, sir.
Thank
If anyone has any questions, I would like to ask all of you to put it in the chat box so that Dr. Swaroop can answer them. Sir, some questions are there. If you will scroll down, some
Yeah,
you will.
there is one question from Mr. Gopi, whether the motion sensor is fitted with the camera and the connected to IoT network. It is so how it will be in 360 degrees view. Actually, motion sensors can be fitted at one place, not at one place. In a agriculture field, we have to decide 5, 6, or 7 place depending upon our budget, so that the entire field is covered, and from that we can sense the motion. And 360-degree view can also be attained because we can have moving revolving cameras. What will be motion sensor? Is it camera? Yes, motion sensor can be camera, and motion sensor can be in another way also. Because a light sensor, suppose we put a light sensor, right? And if something crosses that sensor, then there will be a there will be a pulse generated that will tell us that something has moved in front of the sensor. So that depends upon our cost. If we are budget of the what we want to pay, because cameras are costly, but normal light sensors are not that much costly.
Any other questions from the participants? So as you can see, there is so much appreciation for you and the new aspect that you add to our training, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you everyone for attending and listening me.
So if you allow us, we would like to share your presentation with the participants. You can send it to us. Otherwise, they can reach out to you through your email. We will share it with them.
Yeah, sure. I will send in the group which you have created for ISTTP. I will share there.
Yeah.
You can share.
Okay, sir, that would be wonderful. Then, if there are no more questions, I would like to formally thank you, Dr. Swaroop. It seems that everyone was completely engrossed in your presentation, how wonderful it was, and the new aspects that it brought to us. Your years of research, your depth of understanding of your interfaces, and your ability to present the subject in such an interesting way produced one of the most memorable presentations of ISTTP-3. If you personally ask me, the subject intrigues me, and I plan to learn more from you. You are an amazing addition to our ISTTP family, sir.
Thank you.
And as ma'am already told you that we are conducting an offline conference from 12th to 14th August, for which the academic leave has been granted by the state government. We would like to invite you, and the official invitation would be sent to you soon, sir. The logistics, your travel would be taken care of by us, sir.
Okay, I will try.
No, sir, we would
I will,
increase the date, and you have to be here with us.
okay. I will give confirmation in 2-3 days.
So, thank you so much, sir. We would love to have you with us again, surely. With this, we move to our next keynote session of the day, which will be delivered by Dr. Kalpana Arora. Now, I would like to inform all the participants that due to the riots going on in Rajasthan, the internet has been shut down and ma'am will not be able to connect with us. So her session won't be conducted right now. So I would like the participants to bear with us a little. If she's able to connect, you will be informed accordingly. Thank you, everyone.
Inside the worst nuclear disaster of the century. 1 year later, men who risked their lives to save the Fukushima nuclear plant reveal what really happened.
We never imagined we'd be sent there. I was praying.
The life and death decisions.
This would affect not just Japan, but the world.
The lives upended by radioactive fallout.
I had one daughter left. I had to protect her.
And the courage.
We did it. We did it for everyone.
The story of those tense days inside Japan's nuclear meltdown.
On March 11th, there was a relaxed atmosphere at work. I was at my computer writing reports. Before that day, we'd had a few earthquakes, around magnitude 4. Then I think it was about 2:46 p.m. I felt an incredible rumbling in the earth. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced.
The earthquake that shook the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant was the most powerful to strike Japan since records began. The company that operates the plant, TEPCO, has forbidden its workers from speaking publicly about what followed. But 1 year on, they are starting to tell their stories. Some have asked for their identities to be hidden for fear of being fired.
I saw all the pipes fixed to the wall, shifting and ripping off.
It was getting stronger and stronger. This was no ordinary quake.
We were all on our knees, holding onto the railings. Then the power was cut.
The workers stayed calm because they knew Japanese power plants are designed to withstand earthquakes. The reactors automatically shut down within seconds. But the high radioactivity of nuclear fuel rods means they generate intense heat even after a shutdown. So backup generators kicked in to power the cooling systems and stop the fuel rods from melting. Takashi Sato is a reactor inspector who no longer works at the plant.
I wasn't worried about the condition of the plant. I'd always thought nuclear power was safe. But in the end, the plant wasn't safe, was it?
Just up the coast, the fishermen of Fukushima knew what was coming next.
It's always been said on the shore, the tsunami will follow the earthquake. I went straight to the harbor and headed out to sea.
Yashio Ichida wanted to save his boat. He was racing straight into the biggest tsunami waves to strike Japan in hundreds of years, hoping to crest them before they broke.
They were like mountains. We went over 3 waves that came directly from the east. They were about 15 meters high. It was like this.
The biggest of the waves was more than 40 feet high and traveling at over 100 miles an hour.
When I looked back to shore, there was a strange ocean mist. I knew something bad was happening.
At the nuclear plant, a worker was filming as his co-workers fled to higher ground. At 3:35 p.m., the biggest of the waves struck. It was more than twice the height of the plant's seawall. It's now known that TEPCO had been warned by a government committee of scientists in 2009 that its tsunami defenses were inadequate. The company says it was still reviewing the matter when the disaster happened. Now, the tsunami flooded the nuclear plant.
The port area was trashed. I felt something incredible had happened.
This man is a senior nuclear engineer who still works at the plant.
Cars had been left everywhere by the wave. Buildings and 5,000-ton fuel tanks were sucked out to sea. I watched them slowly sinking.
Most of the backup diesel generators needed to power the cooling systems were located in basements. They were destroyed by the tsunami waters, meaning the workers had no way of keeping the nuclear fuel from melting.
When I heard the diesel generators were lost, I couldn't square that with reality. I was stunned.
This is the frantically scribbled log the engineers kept on a whiteboard in the control room as the nuclear plant slid towards disaster. 1542, nuclear emergency declared. 1558, loss of water level readings. 1636, emergency core cooling system malfunction. No water can be injected. TEPCO turned down Frontline's request for interviews with plant workers, but put forward the managing director of its nuclear division. He acknowledged the company had never imagined that one of their nuclear plants could lose all power.
今までの私があるいは我々が考えてた部分をかなり超えた領域に入ってますので、対応そのものがあるいはその対策を取るということについてはかなり限定された手段になるだろうということはかなり直感しました。
In the 90 minutes since the tsunami, Japan's government had been scrambling to deal with one of the biggest natural disasters in the country's history. Now the Prime Minister was informed that the cooling systems had failed at Fukushima.
大変深刻なことになると、非常にその強い危機感をその報告を受けた時に持ちました。地震、津波、それ自体も大変な被害でしたし、さらにそれに原発事故が重なりましたから、そのままにしておくとですね、水がなくなってメルトダウンすると、そういうことは私分かってましたので、非常に背筋が寒くなるような気がしました。
The Prime Minister asked to be kept informed of what was happening in Fukushima. But for now, the executives at TEPCO headquarters in Tokyo were in charge of tackling the nuclear emergency. Two hours had passed since the tsunami. The coastline was devastated. Around 20,000 people were dead or missing. Norio Kimura, a farmer from Fukushima, lived just 2 miles from the nuclear plant. He'd been out working when the wave struck. Now he was searching for his family. Survivors were gathering at the local sports center, unaware of the unfolding nuclear crisis.
Many people had gathered. I was told 3 of my family were missing. I felt cold, like my blood was being drained.
Norio's father was missing. So was his wife, and his youngest daughter, Yuna.
I just couldn't accept that the tsunami might have killed them. I started searching in the rubble, not just around my house, but the whole village.
As night fell, the Japanese government ordered an evacuation of everyone within 2 miles of Fukushima Daiichi. But Norio and others ignored the order and kept searching for their families. Just along the coast, the nuclear plant was still without power. The workers had no functioning instruments to reveal what was happening inside the reactor cores. They improvised.
All of us who had a car or a company car were asked to get the batteries to try to restore power.
The scavenged batteries allowed vital monitoring instruments in the Reactor 1 control room to work again. Just before midnight, the workers restored power to the pressure gauge. The levels caused panic.
The pressure was going up and up. Everyone thought, isn't this dangerous? Are we in trouble?
The engineers realized the rising heat of the fuel rods in the reactor core was creating massive amounts of radioactive steam and hydrogen. The resulting pressure meant the workers could not get water onto the fuel. Even worse, it meant the containment vessel might explode, a disaster that could leave parts of Japan uninhabitable for decades. TEPCO now knew they had to release radioactive gases into the atmosphere to prevent the reactor from exploding. But to take such a desperate measure, the company needed the permission of the Prime Minister himself.
東電からあるいは現場からですね、圧力が上がったから、ベントが必要だと思う、どうだろうということが上がってきたわけです。
Radiation has long been a sensitive subject in Japan. After the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, tens of thousands died of radiation sickness and cancers. Yet now, Japan's Prime Minister felt he had no choice but to authorize the deliberate release of radioactivity.
全員が、いや、これはもうベントをやらざるを得ないと、やりましょうということで、じゃあ分かりました、やってくださいと、こう言ったわけです。
But there was something TEPCO wasn't telling the Prime Minister. The company had never imagined they might have to vent a reactor without electricity. They didn't know how to do it.
The venting valves are driven by motors. So without electricity, they won't open. It's possible to open them manually, but really difficult.
In the darkness of the Reactor 1 control room, the workers pored over blueprints to try to work out how to open the vents. The handwritten plant logs show that radiation levels were now rising.
To see those kinds of numbers would normally be unthinkable. And this isn't inside the reactor itself, it's in the office. It was a disaster.
The engineers suspected something that the Prime Minister and TEPCO would not acknowledge for months. Nuclear meltdown had begun.
I realized that the fuel had started to melt. We got our masks and put them by our feet, so we could escape at any time.
Back in Tokyo, 6 hours after the order to vent the reactors, there was still no news from the plant. The Prime Minister began to suspect that TEPCO was hiding the truth. He decided to go to Fukushima Daiichi himself. He was later criticized for interfering with the emergency work at the plant, but he says he had to find out what was really going on.
全員がやるべきだと弁当をやるべきだと言いながらなぜ弁当が進まないのか理由が説明できないわけですね。でそれは東電本店が間に入ってるもんですから理由が、伝言ゲームで伝わってこないわけです。
At Fukushima Daiichi, the Prime Minister met directly with the TEPCO engineers. He insisted they vent the reactors.
Khan was very angry. The government had given an order. What was TEPCO doing? But we were trying our best. The valves were hard to open. We were genuinely trying. We just hadn't managed it.
The plant manager, Masao Yoshida, was known for being frank. He knew the radiation near the vents was at potentially fatal levels, but he told the Prime Minister he'd send in a suicide squad if necessary. The Prime Minister knew his orders might condemn the men who went into the reactor to death. But he felt Japan's future was at stake. But then TEPCO got some news which meant the venting was delayed yet again. The evacuation of the surrounding villages was not yet complete. If the reactors were vented, local residents could be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation. Norio Kimura was 2 miles from the plant, together with his oldest daughter, Mayu. He was still searching for his youngest daughter, his wife, and his father. Now he faced a choice: abandon the search or risk exposing his surviving daughter to radiation.
The head of the village told me that the nuclear plant was in trouble. He persuaded me to leave. He told me, the living were more important than the dead. That's when my feelings changed. I had one daughter left. I had to protect her.
By just after 9 o'clock on the morning of March the 12th, the villages around the plant had been evacuated. At last, TEPCO ordered the venting team to go in. The plant logs show the first 2 volunteers set off at 9:04 a.m.
They knew they'd be exposed to radiation, but they went in.
This footage was filmed by TEPCO 7 months later, when radiation levels remained dangerous. It shows the reactor building where the venting team had to operate.
It was not a place for humans. The temperature was 100 degrees plus. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was condensation. The radiation was high. I don't think I would have been able to go.
Each worker was limited to 17 minutes in the reactor building. After 9 minutes, the workers found the wheel for opening the vent. They inched it open, then pulled back when time ran out. 4 more workers followed, each spending just minutes in the reactors.
They showed courage and resolution. Their lives were on the line.
That afternoon, a thin plume of gas signaled that the pressure in the reactor core was falling. The venting team appeared to have saved northeastern Japan from a catastrophic explosion. The Fukushima workers began to think the worst might be over.
I started to relax. I was hoping the reactor would soon be stable. And they would let us leave. Soon.
With the venting complete, the workers could focus on getting vitally needed water into the reactor cores. Suddenly, the ground shook.
I was thrown a foot from my chair. No one knew what it was. Maybe an earthquake.
The ground was rumbling and shaking, like an aftershock. It was like thunder.
Then Yoshida said, "Did reactor 1 just explode?" Then we all panicked.
The engineers feared that the reactor core itself had exploded, scattering radioactive fuel over the plant. In the control center, they watched the radiation levels and waited to learn if they would survive.
Many of us thought of running away, but there was no escape. If you actually ran, you would be exposed to radiation.
After an hour, the radiation levels stabilized. The engineers figured out what had happened. Leaking hydrogen had exploded in the roof of the reactor building, but the reactor core itself was intact.
爆発前からの放射能物質の外部への出方に状況には大きな変化はない。ぜひ冷静に対応をしていただきたい。
In Tokyo, the Prime Minister's chief cabinet secretary was playing down the crisis.
格納容器自体の損傷が認められないということでございますので、そういうことで。
The Prime Minister and his team were later fiercely criticized for hiding the severity of the disaster from the Japanese people and the world. Behind the scenes, they knew the situation was sliding out of control. The explosion had halted efforts to get water onto the reactor cores. It was now only a matter of time before the fuel would melt through into the open, spewing out much worse levels of radiation.
そこに至るまでにおいてどこまでこの事故が拡大するのかということを考えたりいろんな人に、一種のシミュレーションしてもらってまして、で最悪のケースはですね200キロ250キロという範囲300キロという範囲まで、逃げなきゃいけないと。そうなると首都圏が全部機能麻痺するということは事実上日本がですね機能麻痺しかねないと。
Already, a plume of radiation from the gas released in the explosion was drifting across Japan. The government widened the evacuation zone, ordering everyone within 12 miles of the plant to flee. Norio Kimura and his surviving daughter were still in that danger zone when they got the news.
I now thought it was dangerous to stay. Iodine tablets were being handed out in the village. I made my daughter take one. I had to take her somewhere safe. That's all I could think about. We had to get far away from the nuclear plant.
Back at the plant, the situation was deteriorating. The explosion had already set back efforts to get water into the melting cores of reactors 1 and 2. Now reactor 3 was also in meltdown. TEPCO needed help. A specialist team of soldiers was ordered to the site. Another hydrogen buildup meant the reactor 3 housing could explode at any moment.
I was desperately trying to work out how we could get the job done quickly. I was nervous. Although we had trained for it, this was actually our first time in a radioactive area.
Colonel Shinji Iwakuma and his team wore suits that shielded their bodies from radioactive particles, but provided no protection against lethal gamma rays. Their mission was to inject water directly into the core of reactor 3.
Just as we were about to get out of the Jeep to connect the hose, it exploded. Lumps of concrete came ripping through the roof of the Jeep. Radioactive matter was leaking in through the bindings of our masks. Our dosimeter alarms were ringing constantly.
The soldiers were now surrounded by lethally radioactive debris. They were injured in the blast, but managed to flee the scene before anyone received a fatal dose.
I was desperate to get away from the danger. We were lucky on many levels. We were lucky. Just lucky.
Parts of the nuclear plant were now completely off limits to the workers. Radiation levels near one of the reactor buildings were at 1,000 millisieverts per hour. After an hour of exposure at these levels, radiation sickness sets in. A few hours would mean death.
In the control room, people were saying we were finished. They were saying it quietly, but they were saying it. We felt we had to flee. This was the end.
That night in Tokyo, the Prime Minister was awakened with a disturbing message. He says he was told that TEPCO planned to withdraw their workers from the plant.
私自身は撤退はありえないともともと思ってました。つまり撤退するということは6つの原子炉と7つの燃料使用済み燃料のプールをいわば放棄すると。で放棄してどうなるかというと全部がメルトダウンしてですね、まさにチェルノブイリの何十倍というその放射性物質がまき散らされることになると。
At that moment in Fukushima, the plant manager Masao Yoshida had gathered all the workers together.
Yoshida said Starting now, we are going to evacuate.
で、その時点で吉田さんはもう
At that point, Yoshida was resigned to his fate. I'm sure he was prepared to die himself,
で、とりあえず250
but he couldn't kill 250 people. So he said, just go home.
もうここまでやったんだからしょうがないと。
We've done this much. We can do no more.
手段も何もないから帰ってくると。
Just go home.
It's probably bad to admit it, but I was relieved. I just wanted to get out.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister was arriving at TEPCO headquarters in Tokyo, determined to stop total withdrawal. He demanded to speak to TEPCO's executives. Via a video link, he was watched by the engineers in Fukushima.
大変な状況だけども、とにかくここは頑張ってくれと。とにかくその放棄なんかできないんだと。まさに日本の運命がかかってるんだと。60歳を超えた人たちはね、もう場合によったらそういう人たちがその先頭を切ってでもね、多少危険なところでもやるぐらいの覚悟でやってくれということを、かなり強い調子で言いました。ありえないと、いわば日本をですね、見えない的にそのなんていうか日本の領土をですねもう譲り渡すようなもんで、もっと言えばそれで起きる影響は日本だけでなくて世界に影響を及ぼしますから。
To this day, there is controversy about what TEPCO intended. The company executives say they never planned to completely abandon the plant.
全員が退避するというようなことは、言っておりませんし、一部の人を退避させるかどうかという検討をしたいと、あるいは始めていると、そういうことが事実でありましたので。
That morning, TEPCO evacuated all but a skeleton crew, led by plant manager Yoshida. The remaining men were to become known as the Fukushima 50. For now, they were locked down in the central control room.
The radiation level was ridiculously high. We just didn't know what to do. The reactors were unmanned. Unmanned.
Hundreds of workers were on standby a few miles away, ready to lay pipes that could pump water into the reactors. But the radiation levels were now too high for them to approach the plant. A team of American nuclear specialists who'd just arrived in Japan were fearful that TEPCO and the government had run out of ideas.
We were given numbers, very low numbers of people who were on the site, and we knew that that wasn't sufficient to do what needed to be done at that time.
That day, frustrated at the lack of information the Prime Minister was giving them, the Americans decided to fly a surveillance drone over the plant. The data they got was disturbing. A third hydrogen explosion had exposed pools of discarded radioactive fuel to the atmosphere. These spent fuel rods were still highly radioactive. If the pools boiled dry, they could catch fire, and the contamination could be even worse than from a reactor meltdown.
We had some pretty clear indication that there was fuel damage occurring in the spent fuel pools from the lack of water. And as they were worried about Japanese citizens, we were worried about American citizens, and we thought to put all this to rest, put water in there.
The Japanese Prime Minister ordered a desperate tactic, dumping water on the spent fuel pools from the air. The first crew to take off knew that Soviet pilots who'd done this during the Chernobyl nuclear accident had subsequently died of cancer.
That morning, before I started the engine, I called my wife. She said, if someone has to do it, then go and do your best. I am praying for you. So she was supportive. She was crying at the time. I almost cried as well.
An earlier reconnaissance mission had been abandoned because of high levels of radiation over the reactors. Tungsten plates were now bolted to the helicopter to protect the pilots from gamma rays. The crew knew that they had to drop the water on the move from 300 feet. If they went higher, they'd miss. If they went lower, they could receive dangerous doses of radiation.
At the time, it felt like, this is it. This is finally it. Like a tingle down the spine.
Their target was beneath them.
I will never forget what I saw. The bones, the skeleton of the building. The walls were strewn everywhere. Incredible.
The world watched the mission live via a camera placed 20 miles from the plant.
The wind was bending the water, so we sprayed it like this. I could see the steam, so I knew it had gone in. We did it. We did it. We did it for everyone. That's how I felt.
But on their second mission, they missed. Other helicopters followed, but the wind was too strong for accurate aiming. The American nuclear team was monitoring the operation.
We were taking radiation measurements ourselves to see, after the drop, did the radiation level go down? And it didn't.
The United States government began to draw up plans to evacuate 90,000 of its citizens from Japan. For now, they advised all Americans to stay at least 50 miles from the plant. The Japanese evacuation zone remained at 12 miles. U.S. surveillance now suggested that there were flakes of deadly radioactive fuel scattered around the reactors. This meant that anyone who approached the plant would be risking their lives. Despite the danger, the Japanese government ordered a team of Tokyo firefighters to get water into the fuel pools by any means. The men had no experience of working in radioactive conditions.
All of our troops gathered. First, we chose all the over 40s. These were the guys who weren't going to be having any more children. I didn't speak to my family. I've taught them that at any moment I might go into these situations.
One of the firefighters went ahead to plot a route, but the radiation he was exposed to meant he couldn't accompany his men on their mission.
I was worried about the radiation and the mental welfare of my team, but I had to leave it to them. I waited and prayed.
The plan was for the firefighters to park a truck by the sea to suck up water, then lay 800 yards of hose and leave it spraying into the fuel pool. Unique footage filmed that night from the front line of the nuclear disaster shows the firefighters preparing to approach the reactors. They gave themselves 60 minutes to complete the mission. Any longer would expose them to excessive radiation.
When we arrived at Fukushima Daiichi, it was so quiet. No wind, an eerie silence.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have to hold the movie in between because we have another keynote speaker between us. So we don't want him to wait much. So we will continue after his keynote address. So now it's time for our 26th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Anil Kumar Changani, who is the head of the Department Environmental Science and at Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Rajasthan, India. I think there's some problem with my mic. Muskan, check on my mic. It's booming back on my head. Am I audible, audiences? Am I audible properly to you? Please write. Okay, thank you so much. So, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Changani is an environmental ecologist, a field biologist, and has 20 years of teaching and 25 years of research experience. Professor Changani completed his MA in Educational Psychology, MSc in Zoology, PhD and DSc in Zoology from JNV University, Jodhpur. His fields of specializations are desert ecology, behavioral studies of mammals and birds, genetic and virological studies with special reference to traditional environmental conservation practices, common property resources, environment planning, biodiversity conservation and management, climate change, environment impact studies. He serves as a member of the IUCN World Conservation Union and Conservation International Birds and Mammal Species Survival Commission, breeding specialist group from 2005 onwards. He has visited countries like USA, Japan, China, Thailand, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Nepal, and Bhutan and delivered lectures at various forums as a visiting professor. By now, he has completed over 15 research projects. That's a big number, Dr. Changani. He published over 128 papers in international and national journals with 820 citations with H index of 18 and I-10 index of 24. Heartiest congratulations once again. In the last 20 years, he made and advised several national and international films and documentaries. Professor Changani received second time Chaturvedi Award for writing best paper in the field of environment and wildlife by Indian Forester, Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Dehradun. Also awarded by the Conservation International USA in 1998, Golden Jubilee Year of Independence 1998 by State Government of Rajasthan, Conservation Award in 2004 from Ashoka Trust, Bangalore, and from Marwa Ratna Award from Mehrangarh Museum Trust, Jodhpur on Jodhpur Foundation Day in 2006. State Award, Government of Rajasthan in 2007. Best Paper Award by Zoological Society of London, London in 2009. Fateh Singh Wildlife Conservation Award, March 2020 for selfless and varied efforts toward the conservation and protection of wildlife in Rajasthan by Tiger Watch Foundation, Ranthambore. Recently, Maru Ratna Award on 12 July 2021 by Desert Environmental Conservation Association, Jodhpur. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है हमारे बीच. Now I would request Dr. Anil Kumar Changani to start with his keynote address. So stage is all yours.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We can see you as well.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Thank you so much. I'm so thankful to the organizing committee and especially the pattern of this workshop, Professor Hukum Singh Ji, Principal Rajrishi Government College, and Organizing Secretary Dr. Mamta Sharma, for giving me this opportunity to share some of the field experience to the August gathering of this training program. And I think without wasting much of the time, if I'll take a permission and need help from the organizing team to help me to get into the presentation. So I'll straight go to the presentation now. Your entire screen.
Sir, you have to click on that arrow at the bottom.
Just a second. Yes, and that's
Then you'll get 3 options. You have to select share entire screen.
Share your entire screen, yes.
Then your screen will be shown in a small box. Select that screen, like click on it. And then click on share. And
can you see the screen, please?
You can see your screen now. Now you have to select. Yeah, we can see your presentation as well. Yes, sir.
Okay. Full screen.
Sir, you have to click on slideshow and from the beginning. On the top, you will see the option slideshow, where we have file, format. You can see the option slideshow on the top. Yeah, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see the 7th option: file, edit, view, insert, format, slide, and slideshow.
Can you see that? Is it here?
Sir, we can see your presentation. You have to click.
Okay, right.
Yes, sir.
Slideshow.
Start from first slide. No.
No.
Sir, slideshow and then start from first slide. Start from first slide. Yes, sir. No, sir. Slideshow में जो first option है, start from first slide. Click on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
So, as the title of this training regarding the development and environmental conservation and biodiversity conservation, so my talk is going to be around the present scenario of traditional environmental conservation practice in Thar Desert. Why I'm referring specially to the traditional environmental conservation practice? Because none of us has been exposed to these traditional practices so much during our higher education, during our masters, during our PhD. So it's very important to understand in last 30 years of my field researches, I find that besides these common property resources, Government of Rajasthan and Government of India has taken some initiative to preserve the biodiversity in national parks, sanctuaries, conservation reserve, biosphere reserve, and so on. But if we talk about the Thar Desert, the common property resources are about 5.6% of total land area, whereas protected area or protected area network is just 1.5%. So we can understand the kind of biodiversity and kind of wildlife survive on these common property resources. And these are very old practice. The Wildlife Act comes in 1972, Forest Act comes in 80s or 1980s. Biodiversity Act comes after 2000. But these man-animal scenario and common property resources practices are thousands of years old. In different parts of the country, they have been known by the different names. Somewhere they are called as day-1s, sacred groves, pasture lands, and in Thar Desert, they have been very much known as orans. And cow pastures are known as gochars. In Rajasthan, in Gujarat, and in Haryana, and many parts of the central India, it is known as gochars. So I'm just giving you a brief scenario, what is happening in Thar Desert in today's time and how it is affecting our life, how it gives a survival to our life. So straight go to the, because as you all know that Rajasthan has the various geographical conditions, including Aravali's, Vindhyas, Thar Desert and all. So this is the scenario of India in Ranthambore, and this is Arauli in Kumbhalgarh, in Mount Abu, Sita Mata Sanctuary, and Arauli Tartar Sanctuary. They are all sequenced, arranged protected areas. And similarly, the Chambal Basin, this is the only perennial river in Rajasthan. And Thar Desert. And you imagine about the desert, it is the sand dunes and the camels, but it is not like that. This is the richest Thar Desert, richest desert in the world in terms of biodiversity. And the agricultural landscape. Nowadays, the landscape and land use pattern has been changed much. But this is still by and large followed by the most Thar Desert people. Agriculture land utilized with the fallow land practices. As you can see in this image, this is the fallow land which has been with some of the shrubs and grasses on the ground, and this is utilized plot of agricultural land. So by far, India has more than 981 protected areas that includes 18 biosphere, 104 national parks, 566 wildlife sanctuaries, and 97 conservation reserves. Besides that, 214 community reserves have been established throughout the country, and these are the recent data of 15 March 2021. And if we talk about the protected areas in Rajasthan, almost 3 national parks operated, and 2 notification has been given, which has not been started as national park, especially the Kumbhalgarh and Mukundra. And if you see the geographical regions, almost 50% or more than 50% is Thar Desert, which includes almost 12 districts of Rajasthan. As I was referring, land cover of Thar Desert, about 1.8% is the forest land, protected area that includes Desert National Park, Tal Chapar Sanctuary, and Gajner Sanctuary. Whereas the common property resources, the CPRs, covers almost 5.6% of the land area. And about 92% land is agricultural land. That is most important to understand that Indian and especially the Thar Desert lifestyle is man-animal togetherness. They live together. They cannot be separated as we are planning in the scientific way that, for example, in Alwar itself, the Sariska has been evacuated people from the Sariska, and on a lone poacher named Sansar Chand entered into the forest and killed almost entire population of tiger. Whereas in community area, for example, in Buda Vishnoi or Pankani, famous actor Salman Khan visited those areas and killed black buck and still suffering. He has been to jail for that, convicted. And he has been caught by the people, not by the forest department or forest officer. So we must understand the power of community, how they are preserving. And recently we are facing many problems of forest fire because in absence of people, who is going to control that? That need to be understood. So the traditional biodiversity conservation practices in Thar Desert named after orans, gochars, fallow lands, sand dunes, doli, that is religious, and temple land. Each large temple in the region surrounded with a chunk of land which is not been cultivated by anyone and it is owned by the community. Gravel lands, wastelands, agor means catchment area of a water body. Each small and large village has its own water body. That's very interesting to understand. Water is a precious resource, and nowadays we are just playing with the water, which is going to be dangerous in the coming future. And Jod Python. Jod is the water body and Python is the catchment. This is a different nomenclature in Churu, Hanumangarh, Ganganagar region. And some of the forest enclosures has been established by government of Rajasthan and central government in past development programs. So this is a kind of scenario in the Horans. Some of you have been to many of the Horans, so especially the Deshno Karnimata Horan in Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Ramdevra Horan, Gogaji, Pabuji, and most of these Horans has been named after of local deities, local heroes. Deshno ka Karnimata ka Horan, Ramdevji ka Horan, Pabuji ka Horan, Hadbuji ka Horan, Wakal Mata ka Horan, Viratra Mata ka Horan. So they named after any god or goddess. Cow pastures known as gochars. These are the land donated or earmarked by our ancestors to graze the cows. This is the Jod Python. Jod means the water body, and Python is the catchment area. You can see cows are grazing in the catchment area, so it has the dual use. Nadi, small water body, gives drinking water to the livestock, gives drinking water to the wild animals, gives survival to most of the insects, birds, mammals, reptiles, and all kind of creatures. Agor, definitely, as we are referring, that this catchment area is very important to get runoff of the water, and year round this catchment area and the ephemerals and the vegetation of this area utilized by the animals and wild animals of this area. Sand dunes, they are very important. Moisture retainers, many kind of herbal plants and medicinal plants have been grown here. So it is not a barren kind of land or a wasteland, as we say in our local or normal terms by the bureaucrats. The desert is a wasteland area. No, it is not. It is very productive, full of biodiversity, full of species richness, whether it is flora and fauna. River beds, some of the rivers in the northern area, like in Hanumangarh, in Suratgarh, in Bikaner, the Gaggar River depressions, almost 22 depression area which receive water in the rainy season, otherwise they are dry up, and they have been used by so many mammals, burrowing mammals, reptiles. These are the ideal habitat for many of the species. As I was referring, some of the community reserves and the forest enclosures. Gravel lands. If you look, it's very dry kind of land, and mostly people give a term to such lands as a wasteland. It is not. It's full of ephemerals, full of grasses, full of shrubs, which are very nutritious and herbaceous, very valuable for the locals and the livestock. Wastelands, fallow land, I was referring earlier. So this catchment area has been utilized by hundreds of livestock, hundreds of goats and sheep and buffalo, cows, and camels. And definitely the catchment area and water bodies has been utilized by the resident and migratory birds and mammals and reptiles. So it's very important to maintain these common property resources to give a perfect survival to our biodiversity. And people, by and large, as we say that we need some awareness program to educate people, no, people are more educated than us. We as scientists, we as academicians know very little knowledge about the rural sociology and ecology and knowledge. So in their own local language, it has been written that यहाँ तालाब का क्षेत्र है, तालाब है, 1 किलोमीटर लेट्रिन करना सख्त मना. So very simple and docile. We can say it's a kind of language, no, but it is communicable to the local people. And especially these signboards have been utilized by the people or the villages, especially all along the highways, because trucks have been passing through Karnataka to Rajasthan to Himachal, trucks from Punjab. So all people respect these kind of areas. They never urinate or defecate in such areas. And as I was referring, the Jod. Jod is a kind of structure different than Nadi. Definitely the character is same. They are the rainwater harvesting structures. And water has been stored in the center and with the parapet wall all along. And with a small path to allow livestock to enter from here. It's not, there's no steps, there's a slope, gentle slope. Similarly here, there's a gentle slope. And this is definitely a Nadi. And wherever they get, for example, in Pali, in Jodhpur, in Jalore, in Sirohi, there are many of the rocky areas. So wherever they find some place, whether it is a religious place or cultural place or heritage, monument site, they start conserving water. So this is the precious resource. In every piece of land, every possible way they are conserving water, everywhere in the mountains at the top. And now government also has some plans to make anicuts and different watershed programs. So these common property resources are holding most of the diversity, including 900 plant species, 86 grass species, 2000 more than 2,000 animal species, and above that, 35 million or more than that livestock been survived on these common property resources. And more than 30 million people also dependent for their day-to-day life and their household materials for their food, fodder of the livestock on these common property resources. So these common property resources are the basic tool for the biodiversity conservation, and they are the land where human and wildlife coexist. They preserve gene pool and native species of Thar Desert. They are supporting rural economy. In the coming slides, you're going to see how they are supporting rural economy and rural livelihood. They conserve rare species, including great Indian bustard and long-billed vulture and chinkara and cobra, blackbird, and all. And they are life support system for the community. They provide fodder to their animals, they provide water to them, they provide herbal material, fencing material, thatching material, and not many kind of daily support. And they provide a suitable habitat for threatened wild taxa, because they have been governed and monitored and conserved by the local ethos and culture. And because of that, people are not destroying their common property resources by and large. So besides that, they are providing very important ecosystem services in different geographical regions. And they have religious and cultural significance. As I was referring, Karni Mata का मंदिर देशमुख, रामदेव जी का ओरण जैसलमेर, इसी तरह से इन्होंने हर एक देवी देवताओं के नाम से ओरण और गोचर को नाम दे रखे हैं ताकि लोग उनको रेस्पेक्ट करें. और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली, पीपल आर respecting these structures like anything. No one is collecting dry wood from these areas without any guard, without any forest officer. They are respecting those structures. So we gave a hypothesis that biodiversity ensures good ecology. If you have good biodiversity in any given area, your ecology is good, which leads to the good village economy. That's very important to understand. Wherever the ecology is good, the economy is going to be good. So the role of common property resources in livelihood, most of the water, food, fodder, gum, resin, fiber, firewood, fencing, thatching material, timbers, and non-edible oils and tannin, lot many herbal support, meat, wool, hair, skin, fur, horn, bones, fat, and lot many kind of craft and cottages are dependent on that. And that is possible because of the species richness and genetic diversity which is maintained till date. And these diversity held and conserved by the desert ethos, oral tradition, by the people and people's science. So by and large, if you want to understand the desert dynamics, you can understand the nature is producer everywhere in any given part or any geographical region. And consumer is the society in terms of humans, livestock, wild animals, and whatsoever. And who protected them? So this all physical and biological matter has been preserved by religious and cultural sentiments. So religion and culture are the basic protector that we need to understand. Our all kind of acts and law comes into the existence in very recent past. Before that, our religion and culture protected them. That is very important to understand. So wildlife in human landscape, as you can see in many of the cities like Jodhpur, Jaipur, you can see primates and lot many birds and reptiles in and around the cities. And if you go to the human landscape of the rural background, you can see lot many birds, peacocks. And they are always with the humans. They are all with the Danis, their settlements. And they are the part of their life. It is not only, there are certain communities, we are predominantly preserving them and very aggressively protecting them, like Bishnois. But there are some villages of Jats or Rajpurohis or Brahmins or Saukars, and they are equally protecting, because Rajasthan, by and large, a non-meat eating community state. Large population is vegetarian. So these animals and migratory birds get a huge protection all along the geographical region. So as you can see in this image, lady feeding the breast to the fawn of the chinkara. They are nursing with the milk to the fawn of the blackbird. And you can see blackbuck sitting all along the people. So it's just their daily life's part. It is not created. And you can find not many other species, including jungle cat and the wolf, in the same area. And common tree species in this area is Ticomula undulata, the roida, the state flower, khejdi, the state tree, Prosopis cineraria, and then Salvadora, Caparis care, Ticomula undulata, as you know, Acacia senegal, Kumta. So if you see, the Prosopis is producing sangri, Caparis is producing care, and Kumta is produced by this Acacia senegal, which is part of our routine diet and regular diet people in Thar Desert, and in fact, for that matter, people in Rajasthan by and large. आप सभी ने पंचकुटा की सब्जी खाई होगी जिसमें तीनों सब्जी का इंग्रेडिएंट होता है, और शायद इन्होंने ही इसी फूड ग्रेडिएंट ने हमारी इम्यूनिटी और हमारी न्यूट्रिशन को बिना पेस्टिसाइड के हमें अवेलेबल करवाया. There are so many shrubs in the Thar Desert. I will not go in detail. There are many common grasses, hundreds of grasses which are very nutritious, including syncrus for cows and buffaloes. And as I was referring, that household materials comes from these common property resources. ये सब जो झोंपड़े बने हुए हैं, these are all helmets made up of keep. You can see the fencing made of local grasses and local plant materials. This is Calotropus, very flexible and very fibrous. These are the agriculture implements made of the local wood, whether it is a bear, whether it is a care, whether it is a roida, all very particular equipment has been, or implements has been made with the local species. And as I was referring, it's a life support system. You can see they are taking bunch of keep. This is a shrub, which has been, or grass, which has been used for constructing houses and animal shelters, collecting water from the water body, you can see, and even the fuel wood. So all kind of daily requirement met with by the common property resources and their natural resource production. As I was referring, it's a major contribution to the food fodder. So people are collecting care and sangri and sold into the market. So it gives a livelihood support as well. As you and I all purchase this material from market, if it is wet, all raw material can be purchased in 100 and 200 rupees per kilo. And if it has been processed by them and sold into the market, they can be of thousands. The good quality cares are available in the market, maybe between 1500 to 2000 rupees per kilo. And good sangri is also available about 1000 rupees per kilo. So if one farmer family or a rural family can sell out, say for example, 50 kilo of the care or sangri, they can get at least 50,000 for that. So that's a very huge amount and very nice support system to their livelihood. And fodder can be produced for their livestock. Similarly, there are so many things available in the market. If you go to the Jodhpur, Jaipur or Bikaner or any of the market, you will find kachri, sangri, khelra, kachara, care, kuntia. They are all available in dry process way. And most interestingly, none of these has been produced with the use of pesticide. So they are very healthy, very nutritious, and they have great immunity value in them. And lot many kind of medicinal plants are there in Thar Desert producing, especially the Ephedra foliata, very important plant for the medicines. And these fodder water available in the common property resources, even in the lockdown, you and I faced a severe problem of COVID-19. We cannot forget that. We lost so many people in our relation and friend circle. But we survived. We are talking today purely because of these common property resources and their support. Because if you recall your memories, none of us get the dearth of milk and yogurt and butter because livestock system supported us. हम में से अगर किसी ने 50 खाने के पैकेट बांटे हैं किसी में गरीबों में, तो दूसरे दिन अखबार में फोटो दिया है हमने 50 खाने के पैकेट बांटे। लेकिन क्या आप समझ सकते हैं कि इस सारे लाइव स्टॉक को, जो कि करीब 35 लाख से ज्यादा है, इसको किसने सपोर्ट किया? जो वाइल्ड लाइफ इतनी लाखों में सर्वाइव कर रही है, उसको किसने सपोर्ट किया? तो ये जो हमारे कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी रिसोर्सेज हैं, उरण, गोचर, नाडी, तालाब के नाम से, इन्होंने पूरे लॉकडाउन में जो 2 से 4 महीने का था, कोई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन अलाउड ही नहीं था, इन सबको फूड, फॉडर, वाटर अवेलेबल कराया और इन्होंने हमें लाइफ सपोर्ट सिस्टम के तहत दूध, दही, घी, छाछ हमें उपलब्ध कराया, जिससे कि हम सर्वाइव कर पाए, हमारी इम्यूनिटी मेंटेन कर पाए, हमारी डाइटरी न्यूट्रिशियस कंपोजिशन को हम पूरा कर पाए। And as a result of that, we have been given in the local people, press and media that how these food, fodder produced by these common property resources and improved our recovery rate in the COVID. And it's a hard fact data available in the medical departments that recovery rate of Rajasthan is highest, and death rate in Rajasthan, particularly in Thar Desert, is very low compared to the part of other Indian states and world. But at the same time, as I am showing you the good images of animals around, but there are some threats nowadays to this unique traditional ecosystem and ecosystem practices, which we need to understand with the name of development, what for we are heading and what for we are not heading. So the major loss to this biodiversity is because of Prosopis juliflora. This is an exotic species introduced by Maharaja of Jodhpur in some 200 years before. They spread seed of Prosopis in Thar Desert, many parts of the Jodhpur state. And now it becomes a menace. It's very difficult to manage, and agriculture field people somehow managing that by uprooting. But in common property resources, not a single program till date to eradicate Prosopis juliflora in common property resources, whether from forest department or from village panchayat or from any rural ministry. So we started to think in that way, and we planned accordingly, and we take some advice from experts, and we take view of the local community, what is their opinion, and they are readily accepted this, that this is a real menace for us. If you are uprooting and rejuvenating our common property resources or renovating our common Prosopis juliflora removed, and native species can be planted here, and local grass species need to be promoted here. So we did accordingly, and people, by and large, we have adopted almost 25 villages in Jodhpur Loni block, and all the people did manually this hard work, and that was the mandate of that program, that people should be involved, the community participants should be there. So the whatever activity we perform, that could be long lasting. And most of the catchment area with the Prosopis has been cleaned by the community, the catchment channels has been improved, and wherever it is needed, some cement concrete work has been performed by us, and all done by the villages. Because as we know that in every of the rural area, the Panchayat Samiti is doing some developmental program in Narega and other schemes. So what they are doing, the catchment area in the left side and water body in the right side, and in between they built a road because they have money for that. And that road becomes a hurdle for the water body. The water is not coming to the water body from the catchment area. So villagers say if you can put 2 or 3 pipes in between, the water from catchment area can come to the water body and we will be able to access that water. And we did that. So whatever suggestion comes from the community, we followed them as it is. Until date, I have visited those areas yesterday. Maybe I'll share some of the image next time or on my own Facebook wall. That people are still maintaining these 20 villages. And we took the technical advice as well. Some contour bunding and some slopes has been monitored. And with the water holding by channels, we store the water in the tankas and we disperse the native species. After eradication of Prosopis juliflora, we planted there khejdi, care, humtia, local species of grasses. And all this Prosopis irrigated by the people have been sold into the market, in the factories, industries. And they get almost 1 to 2 lakh rupees. And that money goes to their cooperative society. So there are so many work to do, so many steps to do, but for that you need to understand the ground reality first. Then you can head for any of that. And as I was referring, the local species, the khejri, bear, jar, these has been Sevan, Daman, Burut. Grasses has been planted by the people. And once you remove the Prosopis juliflora, the area restored automatically and naturally because germplasm is very hard in Thar Desert. So not many grass species, they come out very well. And the production of care sangri has been improved in those areas. And people get additional money for their production. And then we vouch to the government of India, government of Rajasthan. And first step was to, with the advocacy, we have been come out with the correction in the famine code. If somebody is eradicating Prosopis juliflora, that can be counted as the main dish. Earlier it wasn't there. Secondly, Forest Department will not charge case against him if he cut a Prosopis juliflora. Earlier, if somebody is cutting Prosopis juliflora, it has been fined and it has been charged by the Forest Department. So these two major amendment has been done. Excuse me, I just want a urgent call coming from hello. मैं अभी बात नहीं कर सकता, मैं एक लेक्चर में हूँ। मैं आप प्लीज वहां पर जो अथॉरिटी होने से बात करें, रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस से बात करें, राजाराम से बात करें। It's a call from collector office, Bikaner. Sorry. So with this advocacy, these two amendments, and then we plan a Maru Gochar Yojana with the central government. And as you can see here, there are almost all 7 IS level, top level, secretary level, 7 members from the planning commission came here under the leadership of Mr. Kamal Morarka. He was heading that team. And we straightforward take them to the field that this is the work done by us, and we have showed them on the ground itself. And then we visited the community, the villagers, and they have communicated so well. The government of India is so convinced with the program and with the activity of common property resources, regeneration or restoration. And then government of India launched a Maru Gochar Yojana of 500 crore rupees. And it was a long scheme, but somehow because of the political reasons or the change in the government, it couldn't come the second installment on the ground, but 500 crore rupees has been spent by Forest Department and local panchayat. And that model is very successfully implemented somewhere and somewhere partially. So this is the challenge, how to come out with the Prosopis menace. Then power. Rajasthan now emerging as a main power source for solar, wind. Definitely it was earlier nuclear and gas-based plants somewhere and hydrological on Chambal River. So I was fortunate enough to be part of this power scenario right from my beginning of the career when the KN Energy first introduced Saraswati, Rageshwari oil wells in Badmer and Jalore Basin. So I did the environment impact survey. So I know about the original scenario of that region and how different energy resources give a different look to the desert scenario and threat to the desert biodiversity. So this is Mangala oil well. So now recently the solar energy that creates a real invention in the science and a real threat to the desert biodiversity. This is how you can see that how this green energy can be a threat to the Thar Desert. At present, there are more than 20 major plants which produces 2,250 to 1,500 megawatt. And these plants have been extended to the 2 kilometer, 5 kilometer. The only regret we have that this need to have an open land. And for that, they are cutting trees. We are against that. We have no issue if you are coming with the green energy title, but after cutting lakhs of trees, how this can be a green energy? Wind energy is another source of energy, creating havoc, creating threat to the biodiversity, especially the avian fauna, the great Indian bustard and white-rump vulture and long-billed vulture and so many eagle species. Even migrated demoiselle cranes and lot many pelicans have been killed by these wind turbines. As you can see, these are some of the direct evidences that with the solar plant, you need to cut down the khejri tree and put the pillars for the solar plates. And similarly, this is the wind turbine and this is the great Indian bustard cut down by the, killed by the blade of the wind turbine. And GIB definitely a scheduled species and less than 100 individuals are left in the wild. So it is our responsibility to preserve them with the development. And for that, we have been given some of the opinion in the press to educate the policymakers and the planners, and still trying for that. We are collaborating with different institutes to come out with the scientific data and prove our hypothesis that desert is not meant for solar energy. And if you are entering with the solar energy, please utilize the available canal system or available land for that, which I'm going to brief in coming slide. So the kind of tree fallen happens here is in lakhs, in thousands. Every single solar plant need to clear the ground and cut down the khejri, care, ruida, and all kind of plants which are producing lifelong. So, and there is no rocket science. If the satellite image and satellite data are available with you, otherwise you can just go to the Google image. And there is a scale in the Google image. What was here in 2000, what is here in 2022, right? So I'm just taking a simple tool and giving these projects to the master students. So this is the piece of land, and you can count each of the khejri tree with the Google zoom in, that how many trees were here. And after putting this plant, all the khejri, care, desi babul tree were cut down all along the area. And these are hundreds of khejri have been cut down before establishing those plants in that area. But we are not against this. We are recommending, as in case of different part of the world, as it was in case of Punjab and Gujarat, they are covering the canal. We have more than 2,000 kilometer long canal with us, Indira Gandhi Nahar Pariyojana. And that can be utilized. Somewhere it is 100 meter wide, somewhere it is 50 meters. So that land can be utilized for solar plates. And that gives a dual benefit. The evaporation of water and silting problem in the canals can be completely wiped out. And that losses in crores. And we can protect the precious piece of land which has been utilized by humans, which has been utilized by livestock, which has been utilized by wild animals, which is not known to these planners and people who are engaging in this business. So our first most demand that you should go for environment impact assessment, as in case of any developmental program, whether it is highway or airport or industry or a housing colony. You are always, Ministry of Environment Forest, always go for environment impact assessment or socio-economic assessment or environmental audit. What is going to be the current value or what is current land use and what it could be after that. So we are just demanding that at least you should include environment impact assessment, because right now it is on the name of green energy, they are getting clean hit and they are cutting trees like anything. It was never before in the history of Thar Desert. अकेले बीकानेर जिले में 5 लाख पेड़ काट दिए गए, more than 5 lakh in 50,000 bigha land, and now the coming programs are up to 1,50,000 hectares land need to be under the solar plants. So as I was referring, in the Google Earth, there is a software in your all Android phones. You can go to the Google Earth and go to any of the given area or any of the solar plant. For example, this is the solar plant, and if you can zoom in, there is written on this scale is 2021, right? It is January 2001, and it is January 2019. That is the simplest explanation of my argument and my opinion, that you cannot destroy desert like this without changing the longitude, latitude given here. You can just say screenshot in 2019 and this is 2021. All the trees has been gone. This all area under the solar plates. Not a single bush has been left by these companies. And this is not a one plant's story. This is the story of 200 plants already established in the Thar Desert. And they have been cutting huge number of trees of Khejdi, Roida, Kher, Kumtia, all kind of native species has been cleaned. So in about 48 bigha land, more than 5 lakh Khejdi trees has been cut down and Desi Babool, Bear, Kher has been cut down. How you can say this is a green energy? That is my biggest concern. And before establishing any plant, they need to clean up the ground and there is no small grass species has been left over. You can see very clearly visible to all the solar plants we have visited. And even if you go to the Google Earth, you can see any of the old plant of 3 to 4 year old or 5 year old. In and around there is no vegetation, no ephemerals, no insects, no birds, no mammals, no reptiles, not even rodent, which is everywhere. Because they don't want any rodent over there who can cut down their wiring, their supply wires, their water pipes. So all the pollinators of this area has been gone. हम बाजार में जाएंगे, बोले किसी सरकार ने नींबू महंगे कर दिए, 400 रुपए किलो नींबू हो गया. अरे भैया नींबू महंगा नहीं हुआ, नींबू का प्रोडक्शन ही नहीं हुआ. जो नींबू 40 रुपए में आता था, हम 400 रुपए देके भी खाए हैं, यूज लिए हैं. लेकिन क्या आपने सोचा इसकी वजह क्या है? चूंकि हम लोग, हम में से कई लोग साइंस बैकग्राउंड के, तो हम जानते हैं पॉलिनेशन इज द बेसिक एक्टिविटी ऑफ एनी गिवन प्लांट स्पीसीज टू रीजनरेट. और अगर पॉलिनेटर नहीं रहेंगे तो मेरे को ये चीज जब पता चली, जब मेरे कई साथियों ने जैसलमेर से फोन किया कि डॉक्टर साहब आप बीकानेर बैठे हैं, डेट पाम इंस्टीट्यूट से हमें 5 किलो पोलन पाउडर भिजवा दीजिए. मैंने कहा भैया ये क्या है, मैंने तो पहली बार सुना. बोले साहब हमारे यहाँ पे जो खजूर के डेट पाम के फार्म लगा लिए हमने 50-50, 60-60 लाख रुपए, 1 करोड़ रुपए के. अब उनमें फीमेल प्लांट पे तो फ्लावरिंग हो गई है, मेल पे फ्लावरिंग नहीं हुई है. तो जब तक मेल फीमेल प्लांट मिलेंगे नहीं आपस में, तब तक उनका हॉर्टिकल्चर प्रोडक्शन जीरो. तो वो आर्टिफिशियल ब्रश, पेंटिंग ब्रश से लेके ब्रशिंग करते हैं, पॉलिनेशन कराते हैं. यू कैन इमेजिन द कमिंग सिनेरियो. क्या हम पूरे डेजर्ट में इस तरह से कर पाएंगे? हमारे एग्रीकल्चरल क्रॉप्स को इस तरह से पॉलिनेट कर पाएंगे? इम्पॉसिबल. और इसके अलावा जो दूसरा क्राइसिस आ रहा है कि इन सोलर प्लेट्स को पीछे सेंसर, अगर ये एक सोलर प्लेट है, इसके पीछे एक सेंसर लगा हुआ होता है. जैसे ही उनका टेम्परेचर, क्योंकि सोलर जो पावर है डेजर्ट में बहुत अच्छी है और 80% भी अपना एफिशिएंटली काम करना शुरू कर देता है. जैसे ही प्लेट का टेम्परेचर 50 डिग्री से जाता है, पीछे पानी की पाइपलाइन होती है जो कूलिंग करती है प्लेट्स को. और उसके लिए पानी चाहिए. इस डेजर्ट में पानी कहाँ से आएगा? जो प्लांट कैनाल के आसपास लगे हुए हैं उनको तो ठीक है, लेकिन वो भी जब मई जून में या अप्रैल मई में कैनाल की नहरबंदी होती है, उस दौरान एक एक नाडी तालाब से 1000-1000, 2-2000, 3-3000 रुपए का पानी का टैंकर इकट्ठा किया जाता है और उन सोलर प्लांट्स को पहुंचाया जाता है. तो ये किस तरह की ग्रीन एनर्जी है? बिना हम इसको ग्राउंड रियलिटी को जाने कैसे हम इस तरफ बढ़े जा रहे हैं और हेक्टेयर्स टुगेदर लैंड से पेड़ काटे जा रहे हैं ग्रीन एनर्जी के नाम से. एंड दैट टू रिसोर्स किसी और कम्युनिटी का, कंपनी कोई और जो 2 रुपए में बिजली पैदा कर रही है, सरकार कोई और जो 10 रुपए में बेच रही है. मैं कोई पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट नहीं देना चाहता, बट इट इज ए फैक्ट. तो हम किसी एक्स का रिसोर्स लेके वाइफ कंपनी को बेनिफिट देने के लिए जेड मार्केटिंग कर रहा है. किसी भी नाडी तालाब में डेजर्ट में चले जाइए, जैसलमेर, बाड़मेर और जोधपुर और बीकानेर की बात कर रहा हूं, और ये सारे के सारे रिसेंट है. ये कोई पुराने डाटा नहीं है. हर एक के नीचे जीपीएस लोकेशन है, क्योंकि ये कंपनीज वाले बड़े अच्छे अच्छे लॉयर करते हैं, एनजीटी में प्ली करते हैं. तो एज साइंटिस्ट, एज एकेडमिशियन, हमें भी हमारी सारी की सारी इंफॉर्मेशन बड़ी सिस्टमेटिक रखनी चाहिए, साइंटिफिकली उसको अटैच करके रखना चाहिए. तो सारे के सारे जो भी हमारे पास डाटा हैं, सारे जीआईएस टैग्ड हैं, सारे के सारे जीआईएस मैप्ड हैं, और हर एक फोटो में आपको डेट, टाइम, लॉन्गिट्यूड, लैटिट्यूड नजर आएगा. और टाइम के साथ ये ट्रैक्टर सुबह लग जाते हैं, शाम तक यही काम करते हैं, और अंधाधुंध लगे हुए हैं सबके सब इस काम में, जब तक वो वाटर बॉडी सूख नहीं जाती. ये एक छोटा सा इमेज है. हमारे एक साथी जो अभी हमें मिले थे, इसी तरह के किसी प्रेजेंटेशन में थे, उन्होंने कॉन्टेक्ट किया. एंड शी इज वेरी यूजफुल. शी इज फ्रॉम बिट्स, रांची. And this is what, when we sended her the ground reality, she submitted us this image. That these are almost 125 water bodies in May 2014. And now in May 2022, only 6 left. That is it. As you can see, blue is demarcated for water bodies, and see the number here in 2014 May. Landsat data always utilize the same period, same season, same day. So it was more than 100 water bodies and now only 6. All water has been lifted from these water bodies. So where the local biodiversity, the insects, the reptiles, the birds and mammals go for their own drinking water or for their own survival. Government of India and Rajasthan have lot many schemes. जल मंत्रालय बन गए, घर घर पानी पहुंचा देंगे, लेकिन वाटर बॉडी को जो डिपेंडेंट करने वाली वाइल्ड एनिमल्स है उनको कौन पहुंचाएगा? दैट इज आवर कंसर्न. सो पहले विंड टर्बाइन से थ्रेटेंड स्पीसीज मरती हैं, बस्टर्ड मरते हैं, वल्चर मरते हैं, सोलर प्लेट्स के लिए पेड़ साफ किए जाते हैं, फिर जो बिजली पैदा होती है उनको 30 किलोमीटर की हाई टेंशन वायर चल रही है. पूरे स्टेट में 3700 किलोमीटर लंबी हाई टेंशन वायर के नेटवर्क बने हुए हैं, जिनमें जमीन पे करंट चलता है रेनी सीजन में. इतने इनमें 700 से 1000 के, जो मैं इसकी टेक्निकलिटीज नहीं जानता, बट इनमें हाई टेंशन वायर बोलते हैं. 500 से 700 वोल्टेज का करंट इनमें चलता है. इसके आसपास से कोई बर्ड निकलेगा वो इसकी जरूरत में आ जाएगा. और हर एक जगह हाई टेंशन वायर से कटे हुए बर्ड आपको कभी भी मॉर्निंग में चले जाओ, हाँ अगर दोपहर बाद या शाम तक गए तब तक हो सकता है उसको स्कैवेंजिंग बर्ड या मैमल कोई आके कंज्यूम कर जाए, बट अर्ली मॉर्निंग में आपको ये सारे के सारे उन्हीं हाई टेंशन वायर्स के आसपास मरे मिलेंगे. तो ये तीसरे तरह का थ्रेट है. सो इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, ये बहुत बड़ी और बहुत बड़े स्केल में सेफ साइट अवेलेबल है. अगर हम इसको यूटिलाइज करते हैं तो सोलर प्लेट्स इनके ऊपर लगाई जा सकती है, लेकिन उसमें माफियागिरी नहीं चलेगी, क्योंकि इसका मालिक इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट है. अगर आप 1 किलोमीटर में सोलर प्लेट लगाते हो तो 1 किलोमीटर सोलर प्लेट का रेवेन्यू आपको इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट में जमा कराना पड़ेगा. सो there is an urgent need to conserve these traditional ecosystem in human landscape area. ये कोई प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया डिक्लेयर किए हुए नहीं है, अभी तक कोई सरकार ने इन पे ध्यान ही नहीं दिया है. तो हमें इन्हें बचाना बहुत जरूरी है. इनको वेस्टलैंड समझ के हम किसी भी तरह के डेवलपमेंटल प्रोग्राम में जाने से पहले इनका जो प्रेजेंट सोशियो इकोनॉमिक वैल्यू है वो हम जरूर समझ लें. ये इसकी अभी टाइम की जरूरत है. We need to go for the EIA. Rigorous EIA need to be there for any developmental program, and especially in energy programs in the Thar Desert. Use of Indira Gandhi Canal system for the solar plates, as it was utilized by Punjab and Haryana. Besides that, we request governments and we give some projects to the government. We already given that some orons and gochar, which are more than 400 square kilometer area, need to declare as some heritage sites. So the present scenario can be preserved. There should be no cutting of tree, no hunting, no poaching in those declared protected areas or heritage areas. This is our small need of time. So thank you so much. I'm thankful to organizers of this training, Rajrishi Government Autonomous College, Rajrishi Bhartri Massi University, Alwar, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor to allow me for giving this talk to the participant and sharing my experience to the participant.
Open the chat box.
This is my cell number. If anybody want to contact me now or later on, you can, and I'll be happy to answer any of your queries and questions, please.
If any questions, thank you, Dr. Changani. That was amazing presentation, and you can see so many compliments for yourself. If any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here, and you can also write in the chat box. There's a question for you from Urmila Bhati. Sir, everyone is installing solar plates at our home. This is harmful to environment or not?
I think it's a very important thing. At present, it is not, because these plates are not more than 20 to 30 feet in the width, and they are in a separate way. So whatever they, definitely they are going to regenerate, or some radiation is there. but that need not to be addressed till date. हमने भी अभी उसको देखा नहीं है, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उसको बाद में करें, लेकिन पहले हमारा कंसर्न जो है कि जो क्योंकि हाउस होल्ड पे जो लग रहा है उससे बायोडाइवर्सिटी को कोई डायरेक्ट इफेक्ट नहीं आ रहा है, उसका डेफिनेट क्लाइमेट में कुछ इफेक्ट आता होगा या थोड़ा बहुत टेम्परेचर में वेरिएशन आएगा, वो अभी हमने नहीं लिया है। लेकिन सोलर प्लांट जो लगे हुए हैं फील्ड में, जो खेजड़ी के पेड़ और घास काटने के बाद जो प्लांट लगे हैं, उनमें जो टेम्परेचर में 3 से 5 डिग्री का फर्क आया, जिससे आसपास के एफिमरल्स, हनी बीज ये सारे खत्म हो गए। हो सकता है ये सेम आने वाले 2-4 साल में शहरों में भी देखने को मिले। मैंने अभी इसमें कुछ अपडेटेड इमेज नहीं डाली, अभी मैं गुजरात में था, गांधीनगर में था, तो ऑलमोस्ट 90% हाउसेज आर विद सोलर प्लेट्स। तो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है कि जिस सरकारों ने, जिन व्यवस्थाओं ने अभी कोविड में ऑक्सीजन के प्लांट लगाए, आपके हमारे सारे टैक्स का मनी गया उसमें, सारा फंड एजुकेशन से लेके हेल्थ तक का सारा ऑक्सीजन प्लांट में डाल दिया। और जब ऑक्सीजन प्लांट में डाल दिया तो अभी 2 साल बाद किसी ने देखा भी नहीं उसको। अगर आज आप जाके कोई भी प्लांट को देखेंगे तो शायद मिट्टी भी नहीं हटी उससे, तो कौन वेरीफाई करेगा, कौन चेक करेगा उनको? और यही हसर इस ग्रीन एनर्जी का होना है। हो सकता है आपके और मेरे देखने में ही ड्रोन से सरकारें सर्वे करेंगी कि इस घर पे सोलर प्लेट लगी हुई है, इनको हटाइए। कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है अगर हम इस तरह, जिस तरह से हम रिग्रेसली इसमें जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि विदेशों में जहाँ पे ये सक्सेसफुल रहा है ग्रीन एनर्जी, ये बहुत सक्सेसफुल है। यूरोप और अमेरिका में जहाँ पे टेम्परेचर 25 से ऊपर जाता ही नहीं, हम ऑलरेडी 50-55 के बीच में बैठे हुए हैं, और फलोदी पोखरण के एरिया में तो 60 डिग्री टेम्परेचर जा रहा है, विच इज वेरी अलार्मिंग। और सैटेलाइट से देखने पे कई जगह जो कूलिंग प्लांट है उनमें 50 डिग्री से ज्यादा 80 डिग्री तक का टेम्परेचर मिला है। हो सकता है वो बिजली ट्रांसफर करने वाले जनरेटर का हो, ट्रांसफार्मर का हो, दीज आर ऑल नीड टू बी वेरीफाइड।
Okay. That was nice. And there's another question, I believe. Since a lot of water is needed for cleaning solar plates, so by installing solar plates, don't you think we are opting for, I'm not seeing from here, I have to go there and check. It's too far off from me. Since a lot of water is needed for cleaning solar plates, so by installing solar plates, don't you think we opting for renewable energy at the cost of non-renewable resources? So this is a question for you, Dr. Chungani.
हाँ, बिल्कुल सही है। इसको प्लेटों को साफ करने में भी खूब पानी चाहिए होता है, और इनको ठंडी करने में भी पानी लगता है, कम से कम 4-6 हजार लीटर पर डे चाहिए छोटे से छोटे प्लांट को भी। और इन्होंने कूलिंग के प्लांट भी लगा रखे हैं वहां पे। इसीलिए तो बता रहा हूँ कि 100 वाटर बॉडीज इन्होंने ड्राई अप कर दी ट्रैक्टर से पानी भर भर।
Any more questions? If no one, I have a question for you, Dr. Chungani.
Please.
How use of pesticide is affecting the biodiversity in Thar?
I think it is directly with the water, and the way we are heading nowadays, the kind of land use pattern has been adopted by the people in Thar Desert. We are just using excess because hardly there is a training to the farmers that how much pesticide need to be utilized. And as a result, I think I've seen some of your article or somewhere, even in the human milk pesticide is there. If I'll go today for any of the examination of pesticide, definitely pesticide is free. Through water, it has been entered in all of our ecosystem. And it is badly affecting the humans. I think the result of pesticide, who better know than the Punjabis and the Bikaneris? The train has been named after the cancer train, which is coming all along the Batinda to Bikaner. And Bikaner now received almost 4,000 cancer patients every day. So, अगर इसके बाद भी अगर हम उसका एक्सेस यूज करेंगे या सिस्टमेटिक यूज नहीं करेंगे, और मेरे ख्याल से साइंस ने धोखा किया फार्मर्स के साथ में। हमने उसको क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न चेंज करा दिया, अब हम उसको बोल रहे हैं मिक्स क्रॉप करो, सिल्वीपेस्चर करो, और वो तो पहले से ही करता था। हम ही ने तो कहा था उसको कि अच्छा दूध चाहिए, ज्यादा दूध चाहिए तो अमेरिकन जर्सी गाय लाओ। अब हम उसको कह रहे हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, थार पार कर लाओ, तो वो कहां से लाएगा? तो हमें बीइंग ए academician, बीइंग ए साइंटिस्ट, बहुत ऑनेस्टली डाटा इकट्ठे करने के बाद बहुत बोल्डली बोलना चाहिए। किसी सरकार से या किसी कॉर्पोरेट के या किसी इंस्टीट्यूट या किसी साइंटिस्ट के दबाव में नहीं आना चाहिए कि ये हार्ड फैक्ट है। कल को आपने कैमल को स्टेट एनिमल डिक्लेयर कर दिया, जो ऊंट 50,000 में बिकता था आज 5,000 में नहीं बिक रहा है। सो दैट काइंड ऑफ पॉलिसी एंड प्लानिंग वी आर गोइंग टू मेक? नो। इसी तरह से पेस्टिसाइड की बजाय आप देखिए ना, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग कितना विदेशों में, हमारे यहाँ पे भी बड़े शहरों के आसपास ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग के प्रोडक्ट्स की अलग दुकान है। जो 25-50 रुपए का गेहूं है वहां पे 150 रुपया मिल रहा है, तो भी जनता खरीद रही है। तो क्यों नहीं सरकार अपनी सब्सिडियों पे इन सबको दे दे कि जो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग करेगा बिना पेस्टिसाइड के करेगा उसी को हम सब्सिडी देंगे। तो टैक्स पेयर का मनी तो सही जगह जाए और सोसाइटी में एक हेल्दी एटमॉस्फेयर इकोसिस्टम बने। जी।
Thank you so much, and I think we should also learn from the bald eagle incident in USA. DDT and bald eagle incident, which Raquel Carson wrote about the Silent Springs. So we should take it from there as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Changani. Muskan, do you have a question? She was asking something, now she's fearing to ask you a question. Anyways, I've conveyed your thing. And I think there's some other questions, so I have to go there and read it out for you. Appreciation. I'm totally satisfied with your thoughts. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance. Your way of presentation, things practically force anyone to think about sustainable things is actually sustainable or not. I agree with you, Amila Bhati. Pesticides are causing harm to health of human beings. So why should not we restrict the use of pesticide, and there should be use of only biofertilizers? There's a question for you, Dr. Changani.
Yes, this is what I said in reply of your question, that government should allow only people entitled for subsidy who go for organic farming, and there is no need to give 80% or 90%. Give 100% subsidy, we say, and just produce organic products, and you will get the 100% subsidy from government. But what happened on ground is totally different. They are politicizing every issue. Even in the recent past, since it has been training for wildlife and development, government of Rajasthan and India giving huge subsidy on fencing on the farms. लोहे की जाली आप किसी भी खेत में चले जाइए और वो अक्रॉस द कम्युनिटी, जो कम्युनिटी पेड़ पौधों को बचाती है या खेजड़ी के लिए जिन्होंने जान दे दी, 363 लोग लुगाई पूरी दुनिया में, हिंदुस्तान में मरे थे पेड़ बचाने के लिए। आज वही पेड़ काटने में वही कम्युनिटी भी इन्वॉल्व है, उनकी भी लैंड उसी में पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स में जा रही है, उनके भी रिसोर्स पावर प्रोजेक्ट में जा रहे हैं, और उनके भी खेतों में लोहे की जाली की फेंसिंग लगी हुई है, और चिंकारे ब्लैक बग डेली उसमें फंसते हैं और कुत्ते उनको मारते हैं। तो हमें देखना पड़ेगा हमें किस काम के लिए सब्सिडी देनी है, और बिना थॉट प्रोसेस के हम अगर ये किए जाएंगे रुदलेस, तो एक ना एक दिन, आइंस्टीन ने कहा था कि जिस दिन हनी भी खत्म होना शुरू हो जाएगा उसके 50 साल बाद दुनिया खत्म हो जाएगी। तो मेरे को लग रहा है ये अलार्मिंग सिचुएशन, हमने तो ज्यादा नहीं पढ़ा आइंस्टीन के थॉट्स को, लेकिन ग्राउंड पे जो देख रहे हैं कि जहां जहां हनी बीज खत्म हो गई वहां पे पॉलिनेटर खत्म हो रहे हैं दूसरी स्पीसीज की, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा इंडिकेशन है। और हमें सीरियसली जो टेम्परेचर में चेंज आ रहा है और जो लैंड यूज में चेंज आ रहा है, इसको कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा, और कम से कम जो व्यवस्थाएं सरकार के हाथ में उनको तो वो कंट्रोल कर ही सकती है। सब्सिडी को तो एटलीस्ट जिस तरह से अभी जिन्होंने अभी क्वेश्चन पूछा था वो बिल्कुल सही है, आपका जो सब्सिडी है उसी को मिलेगा जो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग करेगा।
That's amazing. Thank you, Dr. Changani. If anything else, okay. So one more thing I would like to add to it, Dr. Changani. We, the modern environmentalists, the category you also belong to, there's a saying that economy has taken over ecology, right? So if we move to biofertilizers or something else, the yield is going to go down. Yield is going to go down, and I don't think so any country is going to compromise with the economy. We need bread for every mouth, so it won't be very easy to leave the pesticide aside. Thank you so much. That was wonderful presentation. So now it's time to formally thank Dr. Changani. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time from your busy schedule to be a keynote speaker at ISTTP-3. You spoke on the present scenario of traditional environmental conservation practices in the Thar Desert. Your presence and wise words helped to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people out there, including me. And I thank you so much for sharing the beautiful pictures and the wonderful slides. We look forward to have you here with us again. And there's an invitation for you, Dr. Changani. RR College is hosting an offline conference on 12th, 13th, and 14th of August 2022 on climate change. This conference is approved by Government of Rajasthan and academic leave has been approved by the CCE. So be our guest, be our keynote speaker, and all of your logistics will be taken care of by RRC Alwar. So please freeze the dates, and I look forward to see you in person on 12th, 13th, and 14th of August 2022.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be part of this training program, and I'll be happy to share my experience with the coming training programs and workshop and seminar organized by you.
Thank you so much, sir. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपका आगे का दिन शुभ हो. Now we have next keynote speaker, 27th keynote speaker, which is Dr. Nigel Jacobi. Nigel Jacobi is working as an assistant professor of economics at Sacred Heart College, Chalakudi, affiliated to the University of Calicut, Kerala, India. He is the gold medalist in Masters in Economics from the University of Calicut, Kerala, with the first rank. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. He has completed his bachelor's in economics from the University of Calicut with the second rank. He has published over 8 research publications in top-notch national and international journals, 11 chapters in edited books, 5 chapters in national and international conference proceedings, and 20 paper presentations. 8 in the international conferences, 12 in the national conferences. He has jointly worked as an editor for 6 edited books so far. He is one of the content writers of the economics Guru Open University, UGC approved first Open University in Kollam, Kerala. His areas of research interest include environmental economics, mathematical economics, and international economics. Sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. So I would request Dr. Nigel Jacobi to start with his keynote address. The stage is all yours.
Yes.
Sir,
Thank you.
स्वागत, अभिनंदन.
Thank you for the very nice introduction. So I will share my screen. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir, we can see the slides and we can hear you as well.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So greetings to all. I'm so happy to be the part of this wonderful training program, International Short-Term Training Program 3 on Contrivances of Sustainable Development, Goals for Environmental Conservation, organized by Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. So first of all, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this program, especially Dr. Mamta Sharma, organizing secretary, and Muskan Datta, organizing committee member for this wonderful golden opportunity. So when I was called for this event, the first question came to my mind was that, what do we conserve for our future generation? And this is what I'm going to speak now. So I will start by quoting Julian Lincoln Simon, an American professor of business administration at the University of Maryland and a senior fellow at a Cato Institute at the time of his death, after previously serving as a long-time economics and business professor at the University of Illinois of Urbana-Champaign. So he says, because we can expect future generations to be richer than we are, no matter what we do about resources, asking us to refrain from using resources now so that future generations can have them later is like asking the poor to make gift to the rich. So I will take you through a few assumptions or arguments strongly support this statement. That is, an assumption that the future generation will be always better off has permeated economic thinking since the work of Adam Smith, a Scottish economist and philosopher who was pioneer of political economy and key figure during the Scottish Enlightenment, also known as father of economics, father of capitalism, and David Hume, a Scottish Enlightenment philosopher, historian, economist, librarian, and essayist, and who is the best known to the for his highly influential system of philosophical empiricism and naturalism. So again, the another worry is it has been used to justify arguments and that society needs only worry about today because the future will take care of itself. And if we that is, if we begin to consider whether we owe the future something, then as Abraham Lincoln said, the 16th Prime Minister of the United States said, that is, posterity has done nothing for us. So again, all such arguments that hold only if actions today do not harm future generation. And however, this cannot be known with certainty. And it is possible that future generation can be made worse off by inheriting fewer resources from the current generation than they need to match our standard of living. So now I will take you to a video. Okay. Okay, can you see? Can you see the video?
Yes, sir, we can. Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so I will continue with my presentation. So it's a question whether our future generation is happy or not, or whether they are safe. So sustainable development is a eclectic concept as a wide array of views fall under its umbrella. And essentially, this development ensures the preservation of humanity. And it is a pattern of resource use that aims to meet human needs while preserving the environment so that these needs can be met not only in the present, but also for the future generation to come. And it means resolving the conflict between environmental quality and social equity. So as all we know, in the year 1983, the United Nations constituted the World Commission on Environment and Development called Brundtland Commission, named after the chairman, Gro Harlem Brundtland. And this says that to examine the global environmental and development problems and design solutions. The Commission outlined a broad agenda for inheriting economic development and environmental policy. And it stressed the view that economic growth and environmental protection are interdependent growth which cannot continue long at the present rate of environmental degradation. And the Commission is, in its report, Our Common Future, 1987, introduced the concept sustainable development and defined it as meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation. It underlines the future generation. And as Robert Solow, who received the Nobel Prize in 1987 for his work on economic growth, and has proposed a more precise definition of sustainability, a part of national economy that allows every generation the option of being as well off as its predators. And the broad sense, it means achieving improvements in the living standards without sacrificing the ability of future generations to enjoy at least the same standards. And sustainable development is a requirement to our generation to manage the resource base such that the average quality of life we ensure ourselves can potentially be shared by all future generations. So in the year 2015, the United Nations set up 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as we know, and is known as SDGs, that were adopted by 193 countries. And our mission is to achieve, as you know, these goals by 2030. And with reference to Stockholm Resilience Center, the concept of sustainable development can simply illustrated as SDG wedding cake, and two other interesting ways to you can use these goals to see if your country or your business is sustainable. And these are the 17 goals. And to be totally honest, the problem of these 17 goals is that, well, there are 17 of them, which can make them look complicated and not easy to remember. But a good thing is to remember them, or about them, is that they are a result of many public consultations, and they provide a shared language for all countries to report on. And they also cover a lot of important things, and they can tell us if we are becoming sustainable. And first, let's look at how they are interconnected instead of looking at them individually. The Stockholm Resilience Center suggested organizing these SDGs into 3 layers, as given in the slide. The environment as a foundation and supporting society which supports economy. And this is like a triple bottom line, 3 pillars of sustainability. Essentially, sustainability is about meeting the human needs within ecological constraints, and the economy is a strategy to make money while achieving sustainability. And there are 4 goals about environmental as a base, that is clean water, climate action, life on land, and life below water. And 8 goals are about society, that is no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, and peace, justice, and strong institutions. And these 4 goals are about the economy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequality, responsible consumption and production. And they call this representation as SDG wedding cake. In other words, and we can't achieve decent economic growth or even food security without first taking care of our oceans, as demonstrated in Newfoundland during the collapse of Atlantic cod fishery in the 1990s. And to use the more recent example of the coronavirus crisis, we can't have everybody in good health and achieve no poverty without taking care first of our land, forest, and our greenhouse gas emissions. And with these 17 goals and come across targets and indicators, I'm not going to be bored with you all the 169 targets and 232 indicators. But if you look at the affordable and clean energy goal as an example, and it has 5 associated targets, which read like this: by 2030, ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. By 2030, increase substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. By 2030, double the global rate of empowerment in energy efficiency. And there is a lot of work that needs to happen to achieve by 2030 agenda worldwide. But it is important to remember that if the environment is fragile, it can literally crash the wedding cake. So this is how the economy and the society environment is interconnected. And we can say a sound and ecological principles has to be there in the environment, and which is a part of resource use efficiency, safe and healthy surrounding, economic and social equity, and by all means we get good life for individual and the community. And this is how it is interconnected as 3 P's. That is society, P for people, and environment, P for planet, and economy be profit. So this is how we have to manage the sustainable development today and also in the future. And the goal of sustainable development as its principle as an equity issue rather than efficiency issue. Achieving sustainable development involves achieving equity, both intra-generational equity, equity within the generation, and intergenerational equity, equity across a generation. And this is not to say that economic efficiency is irrelevant to sustainable development, but may not be sufficient condition for sustainable development. Now, I will take you through a three-pillar model of sustainability. And it is a three-pillar model of sustainability, but I think a conceptualization of sustainability that is aligned with the paramount importance of a social and biophysical constraints should treat the role of the economy differently than just using the three equivalent pillars. So I will show you another pillar, that is two-pillar model of sustainability. And this is essentially it emphasizes the paramount importance of social threshold and biophysical constraints, where the economy is not directly linked to sustainability, but to the social and environmental pillars. The magnitude, the environmental problems we face, and the billions of people with limited access to the healthy and fulfilling lifestyle remind us that the focus of sustainable development lies on meeting the needs of global society while adhering the environmental limits of the planet. And we have the knowledge and the capability to design an economy that can achieve these two goals. And whether it will be growth, steady state, and degrowth economy remains to be seen. But I don't think that the magnitude and the growth rate of the economic and output should be a primary concern in the long run. It will definitely on environment. And a gradual shift, that is from this paradigm towards sustainable development, has been observed in the history development as given below. And I would like to conclude my session by giving some simple tips, and which may sound faint but have more urgency. That is what I can do, or what we can do, or what you can do. The first one, say no to excessive purchases. Even it sounds like that the latest and best fashion trend makes an effort and think about whether you need to purchase. And the promote energy saving and energy efficiency. And if you are not using it, why is a device going to stay connected? And turn off everything you do not need. By doing so, will save energy and your monthly bill will be considerably lower. And also aim to recycle more and recycle better. And always separate your garbage at home and work. And the future of the next generation relies on it, and promote the reduction of resource consumption. The next is plant trees and other native species whose characteristics are adapted to your area and climate and help them to prevent forest fires. The importance of our forest is that it is also responsible for the absorption of 30% of global pollutant emissions, and choose less polluting ways of transportation. Take advantage of the benefits associated with the use of public transport. The bicycle is increasingly a statement, and as well as the other methods of moving, especially in the big cities. Cars and vans produce about 15% of carbon dioxide emissions in the European Union. And let's choose renewable energy resources, since the most of them contribute very little to the emissions that cause global warming, thereby reducing the polluting emissions drastically. The last but not least, participate, pass the word, and make the change yourself. And there are many social movements raise awareness of environmental problems, and you can join them or create our awareness circuit, passing on the world protection of environment. This international short-term training program is the best example for the same. Now, I will share a video and I will show you a simple model or method that leads to how we have to be sustainable, and how a simple idea makes it perfect. By this, I will wind up. I hope you can see the video, right?
Hi, I have a question, and I want to do something about this. Why does toothpaste come in a box? This product is used by 2/3 of the world's population on a daily basis. The box makes it more expensive for the makers and for the buyers. And the only thing we do with it is to throw it away. Then why? What's the point?
Because it looks better.
That's right. And every year, 900 million useless boxes are produced only in the United States. So the question is, who can change this? Politicians? Corporations? Well, there's one place where this is done differently. And that place is Iceland. Iceland is the second most environmentally friendly country in the world. And in this small island, 90% of toothpaste tubes come without a box. But it wasn't always like that. Icelandic people made a drastic change in the way they consume and treat waste.
Because of global warming. So we won't die. So we have to live because we only have one.
And this new consumer behavior forced politicians and corporations to make changes, including toothpaste with no boxes. Which means that the answer to who can change this is you and me. So, step 1. Buy only toothpaste that comes without the box. I know it's hard, but if we all do it, it will change. So stick to it. Step 2. Tag on this video anybody you know that works in the government or in the toothpaste industry. Step 3. Spread the word. Share this information so that in 1 year from now, we can see this everywhere around the world. Sometimes it feels like we live in a society that is out of our control. But the truth is that big changes start with ideas. Here's an idea. Let's get rid of this. Are you in?
Stick to it.
So this is how Iceland made changes, or this is how an idea that makes some changes in the economy. And what we can do is, again, thus, I hope you can see my slide. Yes. And first one, reduce food waste, reduce eating meat. I won't say stop, but I say reduce trash, reduce electronic devices, and reduce plastic and using plastic bags, reduce home energy, reduce water waste, reduce buying new. Also conserve parks, conserve birds and rescue animals, conserve reptiles nature, plant wildflowers, and conserve rivers water, build wildlife hotels, conserve trees and sweeteners, and be eco-friendly, build components. And also connect with the nature, get involved in eco-friendly activities like this, and organize eco clubs and connect with the conservation program, know local biodiversity, and travel a lot and visit national parks. More than all these, be a good human being. So I would like to wind up my presentation by quoting Vandana Shiva, an Indian environmental activist. In nature's economy, the currency is not money, it is life. So thank you. A sustainable world is our goal, and let's put your hands together for this wonderful goal. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, Dr. Jacobi. Please accept my heartiest congratulations. And it was eye-opening for many of us. ऐसे कहते हैं ना, बहुत सारी चीजों पे तो हम ध्यान ही नहीं देते, आपने उनकी तरफ हमारे ध्यान को आकर्षित किया है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आपको साधुवाद इतनी अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए. इफ एनी क्वेश्चंस प्लीज रेज raise your hands. Open the chat box, please. Dr. Jacobi, I can see lot of appreciation for you in this.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So
So
much
once again, I say my gratitude for inviting me into this wonderful conference. I think it's an eye-opening one that we should stand together to make a better future.
It is a super presentation. I think I'm seeing it for the first time, this word, super presentation. This is ISTTP-3. I have never seen such a kind of accolade for anyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the appreciation. Out of my heart. Thank you.
Awesome presentation. So if no more questions, I have a question for you, Dr. Jacobi.
Yeah. Ask
Yeah.
me.
See, there are certain things which have become the part of our life, you know. We get up in the morning, we brush our teeth, you know, we do take something in our mouth, ki smell nahi aani chahiye. So many things that modern life has made part of our life. How we can leave that? You know, it's very difficult.
This is what one of my professor once said. Be a good human being. Then you first of all you must love yourself. Only then you can love others, and also you can love the nature. Then if we consider this nature as a human being, as we love our human beings, we will definitely do good things to the environment. We will not make any any issues, or we can say we will not hurt the environment. So I say first of all we have to be a good human being, love each other, and also love nature.
Very true, very true. So, if any question, no more questions or something, we can formally thank Dr. Jacobi for such a wonderful lecture. And thank you for giving us your valuable time to talk in ISTTP-3. It was quite apparent that how every single person, including me, was engrossed in your talk. You can see it from these chat box messages. And it was a treat hearing you always. Let me invite you to our offline conference, which we are holding on planet.
Oh, my pleasure. Okay.
Yeah, it's happening from 12th, 13th, and 14th of August 2022.
Oh.
And trust me, it is a beautiful time to be here in Alva. We have a Sariska Sanctuary nearby and Lake Silicate. So do visit us and be our keynote speaker, and we will be taking care of all of your logistics, your travel and stay and everything. We are guests.
Of course, thank you. Thank you for this invitation
Yeah, definitely. And this is sponsored by Rashtriya Uchita Shiksha Abhiyan, RUSA, from the state government of Rajasthan. We have for the approval and academic leave also approved for it. So I'll see you in person that time.
Yeah, of course. Let's meet.
Please the date. Thank you so much. And Muskan, please continue with the remaining part of that movie. Aaj chala do. So there is a small movie before the next session.
An oil tanker ran aground today off the nation's northernmost ice-free port, Valdez, Alaska.
One of the worst oil spills in U.S. history brought Americans images of blackened beaches, dying wildlife, outrage, and betrayal.
The evidence is that the response was slow and inadequate.
Blame soon centered on the tanker captain.
It is now clear that the captain of the tanker, who was not on the bridge at the time of the accident, had been drinking.
But the accident also exposed the inattention to oil industry safety and led to promises to repair the damage that had been done.
We will consider whatever it takes to keep you whole.
And to do more to stop future spills.
We also rededicate ourselves to transportation safety and to realistic planning for accidents that do occur.
Nearly 25 years later, what happened to the promises made in the wake of the Exxon Valdez?
The Gulf spill might already be as much as 3 times worse than the Exxon Valdez disaster.
Just past midnight on March 24th, the supertanker Exxon Valdez crashed into a reef off the coast of southern Alaska.
One of America's most magnificent waterways is blackened and befouled tonight by the biggest oil spill in American history.
240,000 barrels, 11 million gallons of Alaskan crude oil escaped from the huge vessel.
The oil industry's response plans had promised a swift cleanup in the event of a spill. But Ricky Ott was alarmed when she flew over the wreck.
We're 9 hours after the wreck, and there was not a speck of promised recovery equipment on the water. This had all been promised within 6 hours, and we were 3 hours past 6 hours, and nothing.
Neither Exxon nor Alyeska, the oil pipeline company in charge of the immediate response, was ready for such a large spill.
Alyeska was supposed to have an emergency response team at its terminal in Valdez, but 8 years ago the team was disbanded.
The response vessels were either under snow or being repaired. They were completely overwhelmed. Coast Guard didn't quite know what to do.
Equipment to fight this spill has to be flown in from as far away as Texas and England.
Exxon says it's using all available resources, but it argues the spill is simply too big to surround with booms and skim it up.
As images of the spill appeared on the evening news, Exxon began limited tests of chemical dispersants to try to break up the oil. The dispersants were controversial, and it was unclear if they would work or cause even more harm.
The chemicals that you use to cause the oil to sink is very dangerous to marine life, and we have to be certain that we cause a minimal amount of damage.
But it was soon too late to matter.
Winds up to 70 miles an hour virtually shut down the oil spill cleanup operation this morning.
The storm had come up and the oil was moving, and almost nothing could be done.
Some crews are literally on their knees using absorbent towels to remove the oil from rocky beaches.
Less than 15% of the oil was recovered. News cameras captured the damage.
800 miles of shoreline already covered with oil.
And the anger.
This should have been the easiest spill in the world to clean up.
Growing questions about how future disasters of this kind can be prevented, and why there was such a slow response to this spill.
At the same time, another storyline was also taking hold.
The Exxon spokesperson says there might have been a problem with Captain Hazelwood. It seems he had a bit of a drinking problem.
Good evening. The captain was drinking. The captain has been fired. That is the sum of it from Alaska tonight.
The story became Hazelwood.
Top 10 excuses of the Exxon tanker captain. Number 10 was trying to scrape ice off reef for margarita.
That's a sensational kind of story. You have an immediate assignment of responsibility, an immediate villain. What was lost in all of that was the company's responsibility.
When a pipeline to bring oil from northern Alaska to Valdez was approved in 1973, the oil industry and the federal government promised to make safety a priority.
The Alaska pipeline's on its way. The environment will be saved.
The government initially supported double-hulled tankers and a high-tech navigation system in Valdez.
We were given blanket assurances about safety and spills. In retrospect, I erred in not making sure that what was said was not put in writing.
Those promises never materialized, and when the state of Alaska passed its own safety law, the oil industry sued, saying the law infringed on federal authority.
The court threw out the state's plan, so no double-hulled tankers, much more freedom to determine where the navigation channel would be.
When the pipeline first opened, tankers were closely monitored by the Coast Guard and stayed in the shipping lanes even when they were clogged with ice flows.
Instead of diverting out of the channel, they were supposed to slow down.
But by the time the Exxon Valdez left port, the Coast Guard routinely allowed ships to leave the channel to avoid the increasing amount of ice.
Slowing down was not something they want to do because time is money.
Judging by our radar, I will probably divert from the TSS and end up in the inbound lane if there's no conflicting traffic. Over.
A few minutes after that message, the Coast Guard wasn't monitoring the Valdez on its radar.
The Coast Guard is supposed to be the check in case the ship makes a mistake, and they weren't watching the ship.
Captain Hazelwood turned the bridge over to third mate Gregory Cousins and went to his quarters after giving instructions to maneuver around the ice.
Did you have any concerns about getting past the ice?
Not at that time, not at that instant. No.
Cousins continued going south, heading directly into Bly Reef.
A federal investigation later found that Cousins lost track of the ship's location and didn't turn back in time. It found that reduced tanker crews probably left Cousins overworked and tired, contributing to the accident, a conclusion Cousins and Exxon disputed. The investigation faulted Hazelwood for leaving the bridge and said his judgment was impaired by alcohol. Hazelwood denied he was drunk and was later acquitted of criminal charges related to drinking.
Did they have some fault? Yes. But the real fault was there wasn't the safety net.
Exxon spent more than $2 billion cleaning up the spill and says there was no long-term environmental damage. But pockets of oil remain beneath the surface of some beaches more than 2 decades later.
Prince William Sound is not the same as it was. The environment still has not fully recovered, and we're over 2 decades into this now.
Exxon paid $300 million to those hurt by the spill, and a jury later awarded another $5 billion in punitive damages. Exxon appealed, delaying the case for 14 years and leaving lasting bitterness in Alaska.
4,000 of the original plaintiffs have died since the Exxon Valdez.
In 2008, the Supreme Court cut punitive damages to 1/10 of the original amount.
The community is still very depressed.
Fishermen like Mike Weber say the local economy never recovered.
500 people left. That's a lot in a small community. Never recover from the oil spill.
After the spill, Exxon became an industry leader in safety, and millions of federal dollars were designated for cleanup research. Congress required better contingency planning, double-hull tankers, and tugboat escorts in Prince William Sound.
We were now making traffic out of Valdez probably the safest line of passage anywhere in the globe.
The explosion happened at the Deepwater Horizon rig Tuesday night.
Now everyone's hoping and praying that the Gulf of Mexico rig doesn't turn into an environmental disaster.
We're going to fight it, subsea, on the surface, and on the shore.
After the BP oil spill, a presidential commission found that many lessons of the Exxon Valdez had been forgotten in the pursuit of offshore oil drilling.
I used the phrase that the offense got way ahead of the defense. The potential risks had increased dramatically, but there'd been no commensurate increase in our capability to avoid an accident or to respond to it.
It found that the major oil companies had made only a minimal investment in new response technology, and the government spent less than half the authorized amount on cleanup research.
The emphasis is always on preventing these things from occurring, because when they happen, we're not very well equipped to deal with them.
The news was again filled with the struggle to contain a massive spill, using much of the same crude cleanup technology used 20 years earlier.
We're still relying on booms, still relying on skimmers, still relying on shovels.
And response plans that were again unrealistic.
Lawmakers are alarmed that BP's competitors have given the government nearly identical emergency response plans. Those plans include steps to protect wildlife that does not even live in the Gulf.
And the government authorized BP to use nearly 2 million gallons of dispersants, though many of the same questions were still unanswered.
The key question that scientists are trying to figure out is whether oil dispersants in the deep ocean do more harm than good.
The commission also found that while tanker safety improved after Valdez, the oil industry resisted new offshore drilling safety rules.
It was reflective of a culture in the offshore oil industry. We ended up 20 years after Exxon Valdez with an even more serious incident, but no better prepared to avoid it or deal with it.
The other oil companies, including Exxon, have denied that a systemic problem exists.
We would not have drilled the well the way they did.
3 years after the spill, new commitments have once again been made to improve spill prevention and response.
3 years out from Exxon Valdez, there was still a deep commitment to applying the lessons that had been learned. 10 years out, that commitment had substantially eroded. If you come back in the year 2020 and ask, what have we learned? Are we safer? I think we'll know whether we really learned the lesson of Exxon Valdez.
Early Sunday morning, Katrina had built into a danger.
I think by seeing Exxon Valdez, we all environmentalists are horrified that how a transportation can even kill the biodiversity. Exxon Valdez incident has opened the eyes of everyone that we should not be careful about our safety measures, but we should be careful about the path we use for the transportation of the things, because in that path our biodiversity, our mother nature falls in. So बहुत ही आदर और आभार और श्रद्धा के साथ I think we need to wait for some time. अगर आपको ध्यान हो तो मैं बात कर रही थी डॉक्टर अनिल छंगानी जो हमारे बहुत एडवाइजर भी हैं, उनका बड़ा ही सपोर्ट है हम लोगों को। तो हम बात कर रहे थे पेस्टिसाइड टॉक्सिसिटी की, तो वहाँ पर मैंने एक बात करी थी। अब आई डोंट नो, आई एम स्पीकिंग इन हिंदी, बट आई विल डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू ट्रांसलेट इन हिंदी एज वेल, बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल से प्लीज यूज हिंदी एज वेल। सो तो हमने बात करी थी बॉल्ड ईगल की। सो Dr. Raquel Carson, she's my hero. She found and she wrote in her book, which is known as The Silent Spring, that the DDT, which was sprayed and used in big quantity in USA, it used to get into the food chain, and finally it used to reach to the body of the bald eagle. And as you all know, that bald eagle is a national animal for the United States of America. So slowly, the population of the bald eagle started declining. When they started declining, and there was a time where only 400 or 500 pairs were left of the bald eagle, then the wildlife ecologists they started working out that what is happening to the population of bald eagle. So they found that the DDT, which is entering into the metabolism of the bald eagle, it affected the calcium content of the egg shell formation. So the eggs which were laid by the bald eagle, when the eagle used to sit on it to warm it for hatching, it used to break. So when it used to break, there's no baby to born. So this is how the Raquel Carson depicted that how harmful can be DDT for not only for humans, even for the birds and animals. So after that, this was the thing she mentioned in her book. And after that, DDT came into the ears and the mind of the environmentalist, ecologist, biologist. And from that time, people had started talking that we should stop the use of DDT. So this bald eagle scenario was one of the first scenario when men started thinking actually that we should stop the use of the pesticides. So अगर मैं इसको, अभी मेरे पास कुछ इस तरह के मैसेजेस आते हैं कि आप हिंदी में भी बोलिए, तो मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी कि जब बॉल्ड ईगल की पॉपुलेशन डिक्लाइन कर रही थी, उस टाइम रकेल कार्सन ने अपनी एक किताब जिसका नाम था साइलेंट स्प्रिंग, उसमें उन्होंने इस बात का मेंशन किया। और उसके बाद जितने भी पर्यावरणविद थे, बायोलॉजिस्ट थे, इकोलॉजिस्ट थे, उनके दिमाग में ये बात आई कि जहां इतने सारे बॉल्ड ईगल वर्जीनिया की नदियों के ऊपर उड़ा करते थे, अब सिर्फ 240 या 400 ही क्यों बचे हैं? तो उस टाइम सारे इकोलॉजिस्ट, टॉक्सिकोलॉजिस्ट दे केम टुगेदर, और फिर उन्होंने ये पता किया कि जो डीडीटी हम फील्ड में स्प्रे करते हैं वो बॉल्ड ईगल की बॉडी में जाके कैल्शियम कंटेंट ऑफ द एग शेल को इफेक्ट कर रहा है। तो जब बॉल्ड ईगल अपने अंडे पे बैठता था तो उसका शेल, उसकी जो कवच होता है, वो इतना कमजोर होता था कि वो फूट जाता था, और उससे उनकी पॉपुलेशन का डिक्लाइन शुरू हो गया। तब रकेल कार्सन ने इस चीज को लिखा कि जब डीडीटी जानवरों के लिए इतना नुकसानदायक है, तो आप सोचिए इंसानों के लिए कितना नुकसानदायक होगा। मेरा प्रश्न आप सबसे है, क्या हमें ये सब चाहिए अपनी मदर नेचर पे? सो बी काइंड टू मदर नेचर। अब बहुत ही आदर और आभार और श्रद्धा के साथ मैं ISTTP के संरक्षक, बहुत ही यशस्वी और ऊर्जावान प्रिंसिपल RR कॉलेज के डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह जी को मंच की शोभा बढ़ाने के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि वह यहाँ आए और हमें 2 शब्द बोलें। सर, स्टेज आपका है, डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह जी।
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आज आषाढ़ कृष्ण अमावस्या विक्रम संवत 2079 आश्लेषा नक्षत्र ध्रुव योग में आयोजित ISTTP-3 के डे ऑफ 6 छठे दिन राजस्थान के सिंहद्वार और संतों की तपोस्थली और जन्मस्थली के रूप में विख्यात अलवर शहर के राजऋषि महाविद्यालय के जुबली सभागार से मैं आप सभी विद्वानों का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज हमारे इस छठवें दिन प्रथम कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर राजेंद्र पुरोहित जी, जो विभागाध्यक्ष हैं जूलॉजी के डूंगर कॉलेज बीकानेर राजस्थान इंडिया। आपने हेल्थ हजार्ड्स ऑफ मोबाइल फोन रेडिएशन पर अपना प्रेरणास्पद व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। बहुत बहुत आभार पुरोहित सर। और जब भी हम प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं तो मुझे याद आ रहा है कि हर कार्यक्रम में हमारे में आप पूर्ण मनोयोग के साथ हमारा सहयोग कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत आभार। प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर प्रवीण गोस्वामी जी हमारे दूसरे कीनोट स्पीकर रहे आज। आप प्रिंसिपल हैं पोद्दार इंटरनेशनल कॉलेज जयपुर राजस्थान इंडिया में, और गोस्वामी जी ने कैमेलिड्स एंड जर्म प्लाज्म कंजर्वेशन टेक्निक्स पर आपने अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। आपके प्रति भी बहुत बहुत आभार सर। तीसरे हमारे स्पीकर डॉक्टर अभिषेक स्वरूप जी, HOD IT भगवान परशुराम इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी न्यू दिल्ली इंडिया। IoT इन एग्रीकल्चर पर आपने अपना प्रेरणास्पद व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इतदर्थ बहुत बहुत आपको बधाई और आभार। डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार छंगानी जी, HOD एनवायरमेंटल साइंस महाराजा गंगा सिंह यूनिवर्सिटी बीकानेर राजस्थान इंडिया। प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल एनवायरमेंटल कंजर्वेशन प्रैक्टिसेस इन द थार डेजर्ट पर आपने अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान दिया। डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार छंगानी जी तो जूलॉजी के पर्याय हैं, पर्यावरण के पर्याय हैं। जैसा मैं सुनता हूँ आपके बारे में, तो आपकी छत्र छाया तो हम पर रहना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि आपका जो मिशन है उसमें हम एक कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं आपकी छत्र छाया के नीचे। ऐसे ही आपका आशीर्वाद और सहयोग प्रोफेसर छंगानी जी हमें मिलता रहेगा, मैं ऐसी उम्मीद करता हूं। बहुत बहुत आभार आपके प्रति। और आज के लास्ट 5वें हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर निजिल जकोबी, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इकोनॉमिक्स, केरला, इंडिया से हैं। आपने इकोनॉमिक्स ऑफ सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, व्हाट डू वी कंजर्व फॉर आवर फ्यूचर जनरेशन पर व्याख्यान दिया। असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हो तो उसी हिसाब से मैं अनुमान लगा रहा हूं कि आप यूथ हैं, युवा होंगे और युवा होना चाहिए। और जो आपने टॉपिक चुना, फ्यूचर जनरेशंस के लिए आप काम करना चाहते हैं, ये आपकी अच्छी सोच है, क्योंकि ये वर्तमान पीढ़ी का, सभी का हमारा दायित्व है कि हम हमारे भविष्य को सिक्योर करें, सुरक्षित करें, और यही न्याय है। वरना भावी पीढ़ी जो आएगी और हम अगर दूषित पर्यावरण को कर वो आई है ना, तो पता नहीं कोई अंधा पैदा होगा, कोई लंगड़ा, कोई लूला, कोई अपंग होगा, कोई वाणी नहीं, किसी की आंख नहीं, और वो फिर जनरेशन हमको माफ नहीं करेगी। क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल वैसा ही दायित्व है जैसा एक पिता और माता का अपनी संतान के प्रति दायित्व है घर में, परिवार में। और फिर हम तो इंडियन है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हमारा नारा है, हमारी बात ही कुछ निराली है ना। वो इकबाल ने कहा था ना कि मिटती नहीं हस्ती हमारी। तो यहाँ इंडियन तो हमारा तो ऐसा कुछ सरोकार है कि दुनिया आई और चली गई, लेकिन हमको नहीं मिटा सके। वर्ल्ड हमारा ऋणी रहा है, ऋणी रहेगा। ऐसा काम हमको करना है। तो जो एक पिता पुत्र का दायित्व संतान के प्रति परिवार में है, जैसे एक माता पिता अपने बच्चों की परवरिश करता है, उनको पढ़ाता है, लिखाता है, ब्याह शादी करता है ना, उनको मकान, दुकान, दौलत, नौकरियों सब सिस्टम कर जाता है, करना चाहता है, करता है। और जो ये कर देता है तो वो माँ बाप फिर कहता है कि भाई मैंने मेरा दायित्व पूरा कर लिया, अब आगे ये बच्चे जाने। तो जो सोच परिवार के प्रति है, दंपति की संतान के प्रति है, वही सोच वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का रूप ले लेगी यदि सभी परिवार, सभी दंपति जैसे अपने संतान के लिए संग्रह करते हैं, संचय करते हैं, सारी चीजों की व्यवस्थाएं करते हैं, और हर दंपति ये चाहता है कि मेरी संतान सही रहे, साफ रहे, सुरक्षित रहे, और ये कोई ऐसा काम ना कर दें कि मेरा नाम बदनाम हो जाए, मेरे खानदान बदनाम हो जाए। और ये देखा जाता है, अरे उसकी लड़की ने ऐसा कर दिया, किसकी लड़की? उसकी। तो वो गया काम से, है ना। तो जब ये हमारी सोच है और सारे दंपति, सारे परिवार, दुनिया के समस्त परिवार जब ऐसा सोचेंगे एकजुट होकर, उसी का नाम है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। ये विचार जब सारी दुनिया में आ जाएगा और पर्यावरण के प्रति वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का विचार आ जाएगा। देखिए, अपने लिए तो दुनिया काम करती है, स्वयं के लिए तो हर बंदा जीता है, पर मैं उसे उसका जीवन नहीं मानता। सोच है मुंडे मुंडे मतिर भिन्ना, एवरी मैन हैज एवरी माइंड। खुश होता है व्यक्ति तो मैंने करोड़ों जोड़ लिया लेकिन ये जोड़ा उसने अपनी संतति के लिए, तो दुनिया के क्या काम आया, तो समाज के क्या काम आया, है ना। तो जब सोच में परोपकार होगा भाई तुम खूब जोड़ो ना अपने संतान के लिए, और पर्यावरण को छोड़ दो खुला, जैसा हो रहा है। जब पर्यावरण दूषित हो जाएगा तो जो तुम संचय करोगे संतान के लिए, वो जीवित रहेगा, तब उपभोग करेगा ना यार उसका। अरे जान है तो जहान है, जब जीवन ही नहीं है तो तेरा वो करोड़ और अरब जो तूने जोड़ा, चाहे तू अंबानी बना चाहे कुछ भी बना, तो किस काम का है तेरा। इसलिए पहले सारी वातावरण को, क्लाइमेट को, इसको हम सुरक्षित रखें ताकि हम सब स्वस्थ रह सकें, है ना। क्योंकि वी आर इंडियंस। पहला सुख निरोगी काया, दूजा सुख घर में होई माया, तीजा सुख सुपातर नारी, चौथा सुख पुत्र अधिकारी, पंचम सुख राज में सीरा, छठा सुख भाई बलवीरा। ये 6 सुख भारतीय परंपरा में माने जाते हैं, पर इनमें जो प्रथम है, हेल्थ इज वेल्थ, है ना। तो स्वास्थ्य जिसका सही है वही उपभोग करेगा, और स्वास्थ्य को सही रखने का जो नियामक है वो पर्यावरण है। उस पर्यावरण के समस्त घटकों को आप सही रखोगे, सब तत्वों को सही रखोगे, शुद्ध रखोगे, तभी तो जियोगे, तभी तो स्वस्थ रहोगे। इसलिए इस अवसर पर मैं यही कहूंगा और अपील करूंगा विश्व समुदाय से और दुनिया की सरकारों से कि हम सब मिलकर पर्यावरण के संरक्षण के लिए काम करें, उसको शुद्ध और परिष्कृत करने के लिए काम करें। यही हमारा धर्म है और यही न्याय होगा भावी संतति के लिए। पुनः आज के समस्त प्रोफेसर साहिबानों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और उनके प्रति आभार। कल 2:30 बजे इसका वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन होगा, जिसमें कुछ हस्तियां हमारे इस अलवर शहर की आपके सामने आएंगी। मैं अपील करता हूं आप सबसे कि वैलिडिक्टरी में आप सब शिरकत करें और समारोह की शोभा को बढ़ाएं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
हमें संबोधित करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। हम आपके दयालु शब्द, आपके द्वारा प्रदान करी गई अंतर्दृष्टि और मार्गदर्शन को महत्व देते हैं। आपके प्रोत्साहन के शब्द हमें प्रेरित करते हैं। आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे लिए बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आप इस इंटरनेशनल ट्रेनिंग के पीछे की प्रेरक शक्ति हैं और आपके सहयोग के बिना ये ट्रेनिंग कभी भी नहीं हो सकती थी। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say. I say that one a lot. Thank you express extreme gratitude, humility, understanding. Very well said by Alice Walker. With this, we come to the end of the 6th day of ISTTP-3. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers who are very learned and knowledgeable scientists of their field, and they have spared their valuable time to be with us here in this training program. I would like to tell all the speakers that we, the organizers, and all the participants are very, very happy and delighted to have you all here with us. And I really hope that you also had a wonderful time with us. Hi, Praveen, I can see you. Thank you so much. It's for the keynote speakers. Our keynote speaker is there. Feedback form, I would request Muskan to kindly circulate the feedback form. And the feedback form will be open till 12 midnight. I would request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback form because your critical views are very, very important for us to improve on the training part. So with this, me, the Dr. Mamta Sharma, organizing secretary of ISTTP-3, along with my patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, my team, Ms. Muskan Data and Sheetal Gupta, is signing off from the campus of Rajrishi College, Alwar. And I wish all the best for the rest of the day ahead. You have been a wonderful audience, trust me. And I would like to see you all tomorrow at 11 sharp, IST Indian Standard Time. And as The invitation has already been extended to you by a patron principal. I would request everyone to be kindly present in the valedictory session, which is going to start from 2:30 p.m. sharp tomorrow. And all the feedback links will be shared in the chat box of the valedictory session. Thank you so much. Stay safe, be kind to Mother Nature, and see you all. Bye-bye.